Hello, good morning and a very warm welcome to the final round of the 2021 FIM CEV Repsol Championship here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, a short stone's throw away from Valencia. We saw the Doctors' last dance here 7 days ago, and now it's time to get set for another huge day of action at this classic 4-kilometre layout. We've got 5 races to bring you today, 2 in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, 2 in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Both of those classes have titles on the line, and 1 in the Moto2 European Championship, where Grand Prix bound Firmin Aldeguer has already wrapped up the championship. Joining myself, Elliot York, to bring you all the action is my good friend and colleague Fran Wilden. After a quite frankly miserable weekend of weather here in Valencia, the sun is thankfully making an appearance ahead of the championship deciding hours here in Valencia. And first up, it's race 1 in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, where Daniel Holgardo has a chance of clinching the title before race 2 this afternoon. And Britain's Scott Ogden starts from his maiden Junior World Championship pole position. Fran, it's good to be in the box with you for the final race day of the FIM CEV Repsol season. Should be a fantastic day of racing. How much are you looking forward to it?
It should be, yeah. I am very much looking forward to it, especially now, as you say, the sun is out. And this then is the journey to how we've arrived at this pivotal day in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. It's been quite an incredible season with some real roller coasters over the last couple of rounds as well, especially at Mazzano last time out. But Joel Kelso came out on top there, and it was a really shocking DNF for Daniel Holgardo after a season of incredible consistency from the Spaniard. So we'll have to see if he can fight back today. Does have life a little easier with his key rival starting in pit lane, and I'm sure he's calmed down a little bit after that outburst that we saw as well in San Marino. So all set really for a great showdown, and more of this we hope to come today at Valencia.
Yeah, it really was a cracking race, and there it was, the crash at turn 15 at Mazzano. The left-hander after the several right-handers down the back straight, Daniel Holgardo crashing out his first DNF of the season, would you believe it or not. He's been pretty much perfect up until that point. But yeah, he crashed out, lost his first match point. He's got a second one here. We'll come on to that in a moment. But it was Joel Kelso who won the battle. It was between Kelso, David Munoz, the title contender, one of the title contenders here today, the number 64, and Ivan Ortola, the man third in the championship. That was Joel Kelso's move on the final lap, round the outside at Mazzano through those fast kinks. What a move from the Australian.
It was indeed. And then we had our post-race press conference, and it was a very funny experience hearing so much Australian accented English after that win. Really impressive stuff from Kelso. He's had some really standout moments this season, and obviously will be moving up to the Moto3 World Championship next year, as will a few on this grid, as we'll go through once we get the riders on the grid and talk to you about what the situation is after a damp Saturday. But as you can see from those oranges and those pictures of the crowd, it's now a very nice and sunny Sunday.
Yeah, thankfully, like I said in the intro, the weather has been miserable. It literally did not stop raining throughout qualifying. Qualifying was fully wet. Friday was iffy conditions, the same as Thursday.
The technical term of iffy.
Yeah, it was. The riders really haven't had much dry running at all, if at all. But this is your pole sitter, Scott Ogden, making his way round to the grid. Now in warm-up, the sun has been out, but it was raining all day yesterday, and it was raining when we went to bed last night, Fran. It wasn't raining this morning when my alarm went off at 7 AM, but it's not exactly warm, so the track still isn't fully dry.
Still, yeah, a little bit damp, isn't it, that we can see outside of our commentary box window. And like you said as well, with the rain having really been with us for a few days as well, including over free practice and in qualifying, it's going to be an interesting one with that short warm-up session, kind of the first drier look at the track to see if everyone is feeling ready with setup. And certainly Scott Ogden on screen now will be hoping that he's feeling very ready, as like you say, he starts from his maiden pole.
A little slippy, so I was being careful, but I knew on the last lap everyone would push, so I pushed really hard, and yeah, in the end I picked Roraida, who's been strong all weekend. So yeah, I'm happy starting pole in my last race with the team in the FIM CEV.
Yeah, there he is then. Scott Ogden on pole position for the first time in his last Junior World Championship race. As he mentioned there, he will be one of the riders moving up to the Moto3 World Championship next year, with Vision Track racing the new British-funded, let's say, the Michael Laverty-led team in the
new MLAV Express.
MLAV
I want to call it that. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for Scott next season. Obviously had a really impressive trajectory as the British Talent Cup champion, then moved up here with the junior talent team, and now with the Gas Aspar guys. And yeah, took that first win earlier this year, as you can see on those graphics, nicely highlighted, in Jerez. Really impressive as well. Really commanded that race at the front. It was one of those days it was like, no one is beating me today, and got the job done to the line. Great stuff, and he'll be partnering Josh Watley in that team next year as well, who's another on the grid. Yeah,
he certainly will. Scott Ogden 17 points down, incidentally, on Joel Kelso in the battle for 4th in the championship, so that could be decided today as well. Kelso, incidentally, is really far down on the grid, had a tricky qualifying in the wet conditions. He's second on the grid, Jose Antonio Roraida. Now, some of you might recognise the name Roraida because he was debuting in the World Championship last weekend. He crashed out incidentally with Joel Kelso, who we've just mentioned, but yeah, he made his Moto3 debut in Valencia last weekend. It's his second season in the Junior World Championship. He was 0.1 seconds behind Ogden in qualifying, and the two of them...
I was like, wow, that's quite a gap for Paul.
And the two of them were a good 7/10 clear of the rest, so these two were really the standouts in the tricky conditions yesterday.
Yeah, they most definitely were, and Roraida didn't have the best weekend at this track on the first visit this season in the FIM CEV Repsol. We heard Scott call it the FIM CEV Repsol, so that debate continues even among the native speakers. But yeah, so obviously I think it was a 10th and a 13th he took here earlier in the season, so he'll definitely want to get a bit more than that on the board today in these final two races, especially starting from that impressive second position.
Just saw there Jose Julian Garcia, Josito Garcia as he's well known for. 5th year in Moto3 Junior World Championship. He was quite heavily tipped to take the second 658 Squadra Corsa ride in the Moto3 World Championship, but unfortunately for Garcia it's not to be. He was a podium finisher here in Valencia race 2 early on in the season, so he's got podium pedigree, but this is the man of the moment really. We're looking at Daniel Holgardo, the World Championship leader. So this is probably the time where we should try and work out what needs to happen and explain where David Munoz is and why David Munoz is there at the back of the grid. So on Thursday, the riders get Thursday free practice, Friday free practice, and then they have qualifying on Saturday.
And it truly is free practice as well here.
Yeah.
It doesn't count towards anything. It's just free track time.
And me and Fran went to lunch at the wrong time, really, because when we got back, we saw David Munoz on the front straight. He'd crashed. Luckily, he was walking away, so we didn't think too much of it. But later on, we found out that he caused the crash, and he got a pit lane start for irresponsible riding. So David Munoz, who's 26 points behind Daniel Holgardo, will start from pit lane today. Now, we've seen the World Championship that sometimes doesn't matter when your name is Pedro Acosta, but a track like Valencia, it's shorter than Qatar, it's slower than Qatar. So, I mean, I could be wrong here when I say I don't think he's going to come through the pack and win. Never rule it out, of course, but life has got a lot harder if your name is David Munoz and a lot easier if your name's Daniel Holgardo in terms of the championship fights. Yeah,
for sure. And with that gap that Danny Holgardo does have at the top as well, it is this first race today that's likely to be the real pivotal one. So yeah, bit of a difficult challenge for David Munoz coming from there. So he did get the better of Holgardo in the rookie standings this year. He was second and Holgardo was third. But I think barring any really unbelievable drama in the next sort of 40 minutes, an hour, I think it is definitely one of those match points where it's a little bit of a formality now after, unfortunately, yeah, that incident on Thursday has had such a big effect on the grid for this race. But we will have to see, and there are plenty more than 2 riders out there. Another one of those on screen now, David Alonso. He'll be very keen to end this season on a high, I think, after a really good start to his Junior World Championship career, but after such domination in the Red Bull Rookies Cup and wrapping up the crown even a little bit earlier, I'm sure he'll want to yeah, just go out swinging from this category as well.
Yeah, 6 wins and 4 other podiums in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. He was deserved champion over there in the Rookies. And yeah, it's hard to forget because he did so well in the Rookies Cup and he's come up as European Talent Cup champion. It maybe expectations were a little bit high on David Alonso to perform and maybe challenge for the title this year, but he's not done a bad job at all. 8th in the overall standings, that one podium to his name, as you mentioned, Fran, in Estoril, and yeah, like you say, he'll be hoping to end the season on a high as he gets ready for another Junior World Championship season next year.
I think as well the pressure's on a little bit more for the European Talent Cup champions now, since Ethan Guevara did what he did. Really incredible to take the crowns back-to-back for the Gas Aspar team rider, who now, of course, is also a Grand Prix winner after that victory in a little bit of a chaotic COTA encounter earlier in the season. But yeah, I think as well, with Ethan being part of that Gas Aspar structure as well, it's probably a little difficult to understand that maybe you can't replicate exactly what he did, and that obviously, yeah, just got to try and find your level and get more experience in this category, if it's not been an immediate switch like it was for Ethan. But also, of course, Alonso, he's a young rider as well. He's quite a small rider. He's done really impressive stuff in the rookies. The more experience he can get under his belt, the better. It's just a case of putting it all together and building up, because he's obviously such quality. To have already had a podium is impressive, and you know, you don't need to always compare yourself to those around you, although yeah, like I say, I think it's a little bit tougher when a guy in the same colours has come from the ETC to achieve what Ethan Guevara did. So I don't know, it's going to be an interesting season next year for sure with Alonso.
Yeah, and what everyone forgets, and what mainly the riders forget, is not everyone's a Pedro Acosta or an Ethan Guevara. You can't always just jump on a bike, no matter how talented you are, and just go and win the title at your first attempt. So. Well,
there's multiple approaches now, isn't there? There's the Pedro Acosta Fast Lane Express, and then there's the Andrea Dovizioso chipping away at it until you're the only one who can bring it to who is arguably the greatest of all time. I'm sure we'll get plenty of arguments of that, but certainly one of the people in the big discussion of who is the greatest motorcycle racer of all time. Sometimes people do need that extra experience, sometimes they don't. Every rider is different, but David Alonso is still so young. He'll, I'm sure, impress us once again next year and today. But there's your grid then. So we've got Ogden, Roraida and Garcia on the front row, ahead of Danny Holgardo in a very pivotal race once again at the head of the second row. Marco Morelli, Argentinian, in 5th, and Harrison Voigt, really impressive stuff from the Australian, in 6th place on the grid. And then we've got David Alonso, David Salvador, Matteo Batelli, and then we have Sharifuddin Azman, Ivan Ortola, Diego Moreira, Senna Agius, Daniel Munoz, Sho Nishimura, Takuma Matsuyama, Marco Tapia, and then I've lost my place, Alberto Ferrandez, and then Luca Lunetta, Tachiko Boisri, Casey O'Gorman heading in from the British Talent Cup. He won that this year. Colin Fire, another familiar face from the rookies. Raffaele Fusco, I'm going to go all the way to the back now. Josh Watley, a little bit out of position. Eddie O'Shea, Rossi Moore coming in from the NTC, where he was 3rd overall this year. Nicola Carraro, Gabon Plonk, Joel Kelso, like we said, very, very out of position, the Australian at the back. Mattia Folpi, and then we'll have David Munoz in pit lane. So I think it's going to be a very interesting race, if nothing more than to be on Munoz watch and Holgardo watch as we see how this plays out.
You can see the conditions there, and it's starting to dry up, but there's definitely wet patches around the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. There's the weather conditions. Air temperature 19, much higher than we've had all weekend. Track 68 degrees Fahrenheit, wind 4 miles per hour. You can see the wet patches on the ground. I think the riders, from what I saw, are all on slick tyres. I think that's the way to go, because there's no real rain in the sky from our contribution. It's pretty much clear blue sky hovering over the circuit. Yeah. So I think the riders are just going to have to take it very easy in the opening few laps, build heat into the tyres, get to know where the grip levels are, and then go from there. But if your name's David Munoz, you can't really hang around.
Say, you don't have time for that if you're in pit lane, unfortunately. So I'm sure, I mean, it doesn't look too bad. Certainly now the sun is out, it should dry pretty quickly. And of course, with a huge herd of Moto3 machinery going around it several times in succession, it's going to dry up to pretty good conditions, you think, today. But there are the standings then. It's 26 points. And obviously there's one more race after this one. So Holgardo's magic number is 25. So, yeah, it's almost in the bag for the Spaniard, but it should be a very interesting encounter.
It should. So, put simply, or try to put simply, if Holgardo wins, he's champion. If he's second and David Munoz doesn't win the race from pit lane, he also wins. And he also needs to take a 25-point lead over Ivan Ortola into race 2, because Holgardo's had more race wins than Ivan Ortola this year, and that's what happens when you go on the count back if they're level on points. So, yeah, a top 3 really should do the trick for Daniel Holgardo, but we'll obviously keep you updated throughout the race.
Well, we'll try our best.
We'll certainly try. Hopefully the graphic
Fast
will come up in the corner and it's a nice little live championship for you, so you can also try and do your own working out. There's David Munoz then piling into pit lane, and there's your pole sitter, number 26, Scott Ogden. Can he go out with a race win before he moves into the World Championship? A lot of these riders, 10 of them, in fact, 10 full-time Moto3 Junior World Championship riders will be making their Grand Prix full-time debuts next year.
They will indeed. Can feel the energy coming up now then. Is everybody ready for our first race of the day?
I certainly am. The riders are. The red lights will come on for the first time today. There's your front row of Ogden, Roraida and Garcia. Green flag in the background, then red flag clears, and we're nearly ready to start the day here in Valencia. It's Championship Sunday. The red lights will come on in the top left of your screen, and then they'll go out, and Scott Ogden pulls away well, but not away as well as Roraida from second on the grid as the riders pile down into turn 1. It's a long run into turn 1. It looks like Roreida's got the inside line. Scott Ogden, the number 26, breaks latest, and Scott Ogden will have the whole shot into turn 1. Nicely in there, boys. There's still wet patches on the track, but it looks like they're all safely through. A couple of riders going onto the green there, but not too much issues. Is that Scott Ogden? It's very dark in here.
It is indeed. I think it is. Yeah, so nice clean start then so far for those guys. And yeah, that runoff gets a lot of use at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo out of turn 1. But everyone's safely through. And yeah, Roraida looked like he got a good start, but then just had to give it up around the apex and got shuffled down. But nice stuff, and already a little bit of daylight as well between the top 3. And then, yeah, the big group, classic Moto3 style just behind. But good job so far from Scott Ogden from pole, but he's getting under some pressure already.
Yeah, that's Garcia tucked behind Ogden and Roraida, the top 3 on the grid, albeit in a slightly different order, the top 3 in the race. And then you've got Marco Morelli in 4th, making his Moto3 debut, class from Morelli. And then Daniel Holgardo, the championship leader, in 5th. A good start from Holgardo, exactly what he needed. Stayed out of trouble in the first couple of corners, and now we can try and settle into a rhythm as Ogden leads the way. I thought Garcia was going to make an early move there.
Yeah, that is still getting a little bit close already, isn't it? But yeah, good job from Scott Ogden so far then, but great job as well from Garcia to slot into second. Or again, looks like the number 20 was looking for a way through there, but no way through for the moment. Roraida holding station there, and yeah, great job from Morelli, still in 4th place, the Argentinian, as he is now on the entry list. So great stuff from him in these early stages. And then we've got a bit of a freight train with our champion-elect, is the phrase we shouldn't really use, but he is so far clear. Daniel Holgardo, that number 96, just in the back of your screens.
First lap of Sunday done then, and it's Garcia who takes the lead from Scott Ogden into turn 14. But is Scott Ogden going to have a look up into turn 1? No, he's not. Yeah, riders very tentatively through there, aren't they? Just working out where to find the grip, where the racing line is. A couple of riders going wide there. Not sure who that was in the background. No jump start, incidentally, so that's
always good news, isn't it? We've had a few of those high profile this season, especially on the road to MotoGP. But yeah, good stuff then. We have a new race leader, like you say, the number 20 of Garcia then. He is in the lead of this race, and so far so good in the conditions. They obviously are a little bit trickier than they could be, but nothing too dramatic so far, and all cleanly away. Oh, I've cursed it completely. So that's a number 57 who's gone off there. Sho Nishimura, yeah, Asia Talent Cup champion a couple of years ago, so that's bad luck for the Japanese rider, but at least rider definitely okay and on his feet there. Back at the front then, it's still 20, 26, 95, and I think Morelli still hanging in there. Really great job for him. So yeah, it was a mechanical problem then for Nishimura. That's unfortunate for him. Bit of a low point to start the final day of the season.
Yeah, not the best way to start the final day for Nishimura as we focus in on the number 96, Daniel Holgardo. He's got Ivan Ortola tucked up right behind him. That's the man 3rd in the championship. There's David Alonso, Holgardo's teammate as well. So all Ortola needs to do really is just to try and win the race and not really have to worry about where Holgardo is. At least Ortola has to beat Holgardo to stand any chance of taking the title into race 2. Now I'm looking at the timing screens and I can't see David Munoz there.
He's not appeared yet, has he? So he must still be at the back of the field. At the moment we've got a few familiar faces from other Road to MotoGP programs just in the fringes of the top 20, and so far unfortunately We haven't got David Munoz up there, but you just pointed out earlier on the timing screens, Joel Kelso absolutely steaming through. The Australian now already up into a points-paying position, so great work from him from the back of the grid.
Yeah, that's sensational work from the Australian. I think he was on the back row or the back 2 rows. I can't remember now.
Really right at the back, yeah.
I don't know what went wrong, but he had an absolute disaster in the wet conditions on Saturday. But yeah, already made his way through into.
There you go, fastest lap on cue.
Yeah, that's not a surprise then. So Joel Kelso, winner, of course, last time out in Misano. As we pile into the tricky turn 6. There's a few tricky corners here, Fran, isn't there? Especially in conditions like this. Turn 4 is probably the one where riders will be caught out after spending so long on the left-hand side of the tyre before flicking it back onto the right.
Yeah, it's always a classic action hotspot of Valencia, isn't it? Yeah, that colder side of the tyre can catch a few out. It has done plenty in their time, but at the moment, though, not too many dramas. I don't think we've had a crash yet, have we? Nishimura with that mechanical problem. Unfortunately for him, he's out of the running. But other than that, it's all clean away at the moment, but it's getting a little bit tight in that second group already. A few elbows out there. David Salvador getting his out as well, moving through there, the number 38. So yeah, and it's now, as you can see, David Alonso at the head of that train, the number 80.
Yeah, Holgardo then just slipping backwards for the time being, but you can understand that he's just taking it ever so gently. The last thing Holgardo needs to do is a repeat of Misano's DNF. That's the last thing he needs. Number 20, Garcia, then leads over the line from Roraida, who's overtaken Ogden, and then Marco Morelli is joining the lead group in 4th place. And then we've got Alonso, Holgardo, Moreira, Salvador, Ortola and Kelso now into the top 10.
That is
Great
really
stuff.
Stunning. It was the back row, middle of the back row for Joel Kelso. So from the absolute back, I'm not sure who that is as well in the runoff in the background. Very, very wide, somebody over there. And that'll, of course, be a little bit wetter as well out there with the no bikes going over it to dry it out even more, helping the sun along. So hopefully they've rejoined all okay. But yes, so far then, it's Kelso that's making some headlines, even though he is only in that top 10 after that stunning start from the back. And it's pretty much as you were. It's quite sedate at the front in a good way. They're obviously just measuring each other up. No one looks like they have too much of an edge at the moment. And another shout out for Morelli as well in 4th place. He's actually made up some ground on that top trio. Yeah, doing well is Morelli. Up into 4th place and into the lead group. Yeah, I think they're just holding station for the time being. There's no point being silly. There's 14 and a bit laps to go. You've watched Meta 3 before, right?
Yes, I have watched
They often, yeah, maybe don't help themselves in some of the group battles. You get the classic tapping of the seat unit as well, so follow me, which people rarely do. But here we go then on Munoz watch, the number 64. He's made his way past, I think that was Eddie O'Shea, the British Talent Team colours. Yep, the number 31 white bike. So Munoz has moved through on a few riders then, up into 26th according to the graphics. So soon enough, he should be appearing on our timing screen, which currently goes down to 23rd.
Yeah, so, Josh Watley, the last rider on our timing screens. It'll be interesting to see if and when Munoz does come into the top 23. We can try and work out how far behind he is on Daniel Holgardo. It's quite a gap at the minute. But that's surely going to come down because Holgardo's probably trying to just take it a little bit easier. Like we say, the last thing he wants to do, as more riders ride at turn 1, is suffer another DNF, whereas David Munoz has literally just got to go all-out attack to try and finish as high as possible. Yeah, it's nothing's going to be enough unless he really does put it all on the line to try and get back into that leading postcode. So unfortunately for him, yeah, real uphill race this one, but so far so good. Made up some good ground. It's no mean feat even tagging on to the last rider who started on the grid when you started from pit lane. So job done so far. No early dramas certainly that we've seen for the number 64, and yeah, starting to home in on a few riders ahead of him. But there are some gaps now. I mean, Josh Watley is 11 seconds off the lead already, and Munoz hasn't yet reached the British rider, so we'll have to see how that pans out. But it is a big ask here at, like you say, Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Bit of a different kettle of fish to Lusail. Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously the start-finish straight is where all of the slipstream will take place, and obviously Qatar is a bigger start-finish straight and more faster sweeping lines than the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. So it is looking increasingly difficult. It was incredibly difficult anyway, but it is looking increasingly difficult for David Munoz to try and climb his way into the top 10, let alone onto the podium.
Yeah, I think especially having seen that Holgardo's had a pretty clean start to this race as well. That's obviously worse news for David Munoz, as there's been no dramas for the number 96. Having said that, he is now in 10th place, and he's actually a few positions behind Joel Kelso, who started at the very back. There he is on screen. So the amazing charge from the Australian continues, and Holgardo maybe just a few nerves out there today. Having said that, obviously he also knows that Munoz was starting in pit lane. He also knows he doesn't have to take those big risks. He's already had that DNF in Misano, just needs to do a bit of a Remy Gardner today and take the points that he needs rather than trying to do anything too heroic and then make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. The hard work for Holgardo has been done throughout the season, of course, apart from Misano. But before that, the lowest he finished was 5th place. He won the opening 3 races of the season, finished 4th, and then won again, and then had a 2nd and a 3rd place in Portimao and Aragon. Another podium in Jerez. So the hard work for Holgardo to get him into this position has already been done now. Like Remy Gardner in Moto2, it's all about just trying to pick up the points that you need and let your title rivals try and do the dirty work. And he's still got Ivan Ortola, the man 3rd in the championship, only 2 places ahead of him in 8th place. So all being well, Holgardo, as things stand, will be champion at the end of this race. And now, Fran, a lead group of 4 has become a lead group of 7 because Alonso, Kelso and Moreira have joined the crew.
They have. They very much joined that party at the front, haven't they? The Australian, just genuinely incredible ride so far from the number 66. That blue and white machine that's not the Aspar Gas guys. It's the other blue and white livery in that group. Blue and white, red and white even. The number 66 there. So he's already tagged onto the back of the man who started from pole. So incredible ride from the Australian, like we said, and this could get spicy now with, like you say, a much bigger group at the front. That bit of a bobble there for, is that David Alonso who's up there now? No, it's Scott Ogden, number 26, sorry, of course. So bit of a bobble there. It's all going to get a little bit more fraught now that they're not in that smaller group and not just making their pace and kind of escaping too many dramas and attacks from behind, because I'm sure with those guys on such a charge from the second group, they're not going to want to hang around.
No, Kelso is absolutely on a charge. He's up to 3rd place already. There's 12 laps to go, and he started from the back row of the grid. This is sensational from the number 66, who is now into 2nd place up the inside of Ogden at turn 6. I think he's going to be into the race lead in about 3 corners time. He's one of those where I think he's so in the groove at the moment and making it work so well for him. Yep, already looking for a way through then on Roraida. But great stuff from the number 66 as well, because it all looks pretty under control as well. There's nothing too leery. He's just on an absolute charge. Yeah, I think it might be coming here, Fran. No, not quite this lap, but
Scott Ogden, though, losing out on 3rd place there. The Brit will need to just stay calm now after having had a fairly undramatic start with those few guys at the front. And now, yeah, they've got David Alonso for company as well, just behind them.
So David Munoz has appeared on our timing screens, and he's just ahead of Josh Watley up into 22nd place. He's 15 seconds behind this gaggle of riders. And incidentally, I think he's 14 seconds behind Daniel Holgardo. So, again, looking increasingly unlikely for David Munoz, but you never know. Kelso is probably going to take the lead in a matter of seconds from the back row of the grid into turn 1. No, not quite. He's got up to 2nd now. He's done the hard work. Now he can just sort of try and relax. He's at the spearhead of the group. He's, like I say, done all the hard work, and now he can just settle into a rhythm, follow the race leader, Roraida, who's looking comfortable, work out where Roraida might be strong, and just continue to get stronger, because the track conditions, as I say, the sun's now fully out here in Valencia. It's only going to get better and better for these guys. Yeah,
it really is. So yeah, amazing job from Joel Kelso. Sorry we keep repeating ourselves. It's just it's the biggest thing about this race so far. Incredible charge from the Australian. I actually do think it's a good sign that he's been able to sit there behind Roraida for a while as well. It shows he's obviously still very much concentrating on getting the job done to win this race and not too caught up in having a charge for glory too early on, because there's plenty of laps to go still. There's 11 to go, so there's plenty of time to just regroup, refocus, and plan that attack and not burn up all of your tyre immediately in the first 5 minutes. But he is, maybe I'm wrong, already looking for a way through then, but no open door just at the moment. Has a big look over his shoulder as well. Sees, yeah, there's plenty of company there right behind you, Joel. So this group now is getting a little bit feisty.
It is. Track conditions are getting better, the guys are getting faster, and they all want to win, of course. You saw the championship standings there that popped up and then disappeared again. As things stand, Daniel Holgardo will be crowned Moto3 Junior World Champion in 2021, but there's 10 laps to go when we cross the line. Roraida leads from Kelso, and Garcia has re-overtaken Ogden once again. And David Salvador, just at the back of the picture there, is joining the group along with Ivan Ortola as well.
Oh, that got a little bit close there between Garcia and Kelso, but no harm done. Again, a few guys going into that green and that runoff area. You can do that a little bit more liberally at turn 1 on lap 1, because you're meant to use that to safely make the corner, make sure you don't have any contact that's unnecessary, etc. But you do need to watch track limits once we're into, you know, the bulk of the race, and it's not to try and avoid any incidents, and it's just that you miss the apex. They will need to start thinking about that at some point. But at the front, though, all nice and clean at the moment, and Kelso looking very, very hurried to make a way through into the race lead now.
I should mention that Holgardo has got David Munoz's teammate, Daniel Munoz, not related in any way, but they are teammates, right behind him.
Just to make life harder for the commentary team this season.
Yeah, exactly. And you can, well, we don't know this for sure, but you would have thought that the team would have said, look, Daniel, if you can try and make life a little bit harder for Holgardo in this race to try and help out your teammate, then do so. Obviously that doesn't mean being a menace and running him off track or anything, but just like ruin his rhythm sort of thing, and
just,
he's tucked up right behind him there.
In the best way, make sure he really has to race for it. But yeah, we saw a big wobble in the back of screen a second ago. I'm not sure exactly who it was. It was a blue bike, but I was concentrating on what you were saying. But someone had a big wobble there, but we've not seen anyone go down, so at least everyone's still in this race, and no big harm done from that wobble. I'm not sure who it was. It might have been one of the Estrella Galicia machines, but everyone then...
What
that was
happened there?
Big moment there. Not sure what happened there, but Scott Ogden holding on to it then. That was a big puff of smoke from something. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that moment and understand what happened. But in that drama, Joel Kelso is now the race leader. So the number 66 from the back row of the grid into the lead. Stunning job. And yes, some sort of drama there then for number 26. There you see Scott Ogden on the Aspar gas machine. Not sure what happened there, and now he's getting a little bit eaten up there by David Salvador, but you can imagine the heart rate's gone pretty through the roof for a second there for the Brit. So what happens here then? A bit of a bump then. I think it's from Josito Garcia, is it the number 20?
Yeah.
Just a bit of a shoulder barge then. Straight line, so no harm done, and Scott able to stay on the bike and up right there. But yeah, bit of a moment there on the main straight. We'll see if anything comes from that.
Yeah, it looked like the front wheel lock, didn't it? Maybe, I mean, they do have front brake protectors, but it did look like someone, or Scott, or the bike, or the collision has made the brake slam on the front straight. That was a really scary moment for Ogden. Luckily, he stayed on. Thankfully, he stayed on. He's dropped a few positions, but it looks like he's now back in his rhythm.
Now, yeah. So yeah, that was a bit of a nervy moment then, and maybe a few nerves also for Daniel Holgardo. He's now got Sharifuddin Azman for company, the number 63, the Malaysian, right behind him. But good job so far, but he is now in that 10th place and not really in this group fight at the front, and looking like he may lose another position. Let's have a look then at what happened here. Is it just a replay of Holgardo, or are we going to see something happening?
I think I saw Daniel Munoz running completely wide at turn 1. That wasn't that. But Daniel Munoz has lost a place down to 11th, and he's dropped right off the back of the number 96 of Holgardo. That's number 17 we're talking about, Daniel.
Yep, the purple
Munoz.
bike there just behind him. Very, very distinctive, aren't they, the Avital Cardoso machines? And that is a very distinctively aggressive manoeuvre there as well. Oh, it's getting very close now. That looked like it could have been curtains for a couple of those guys racers, but no, everyone's still upright. Everyone needs to just take a breath, calm down. We've definitely got a breakaway now, though, from Joel Kelso at the head of this race. He's nearly a second clear now, the Australian, and you can see everyone very much in a hurry to try and tag back onto him and not let him make that distance any bigger. Yeah,
they are in a hurry, but they need to not duff each other up, because if they continue to do that, Kelso's all on his own and is clearly now into a good rhythm, and if they continue to bump and barge each other, then they're just going to let Kelso pull away. To be fair, he already has pulled away because he's about a second clear.
Pull away further.
Yeah, pull away further,
This
exactly.
is looking, so far, this is a real Brad Binder-Haref moment, isn't it? From the absolute back, all right, not quite the absolute last place on the grid, but the back row. Don't look back, there's no need to do that, just keep going. But yeah, really stunning performance from the Australian this so far, and yeah, just incredible pace as well as the progress that he's made. And to make that gap, it can be a little bit easier at this track to break away because the straight's not the longest, like we said when we were comparing LaSalle earlier and that win from pit lane for Pedro Acosta. But it's still no mean feat to break away from a Moto3 pack chasing you down. And so far, the number 66 has got it under control. So we'll have to see if now David Alonso, if he's going to stay at the head of that second group, has he got the legs to try and hunt down the Australian in the lead.
Something's happened to Marco Morelli, and something's happened at turn 1 there. I think that's Roraida that's gone down, the Estrella Galicia rider. The number 95, I think it is. Yeah, Roaida's gone down at turn 1. Not sure what happened there. The cameras panned away and then panned back. We didn't see what happened. I'm sure we'll get a replay. Thankfully, he's up on his feet and okay. I'm just checking the timing screens because David Munoz is still in 22nd place and 1.8 seconds behind 21st place Harrison Voigt. So as things stand, as we've mentioned, Holgardo now another place higher with Roaida's crash will be junior world champion.
Yeah, for sure. So there's, you got the confirmation then in the graphic that Jose Antonio Roraida has gone down at turn 1. Looks all okay. Is this going to be a replay? What exactly has happened here then? Is he just a little bit deep? I think maybe, yeah, all high side though. But as you saw, rider okay then. So just, yeah. Good he didn't take anyone else down with him as well. Very good we saw him up on his feet, and a real shame for him in this race after running at the front. So hopefully in race 2 we'll be back out there to try and do it again. But at the front then we've got Joel Kelso still remaining in the lead, but it's broken up a little bit with that incident and a couple of others. So yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff, and it's just got even more interesting, hasn't it? We have on our timing screens irresponsible riding for the number 20. So that's Josito Garcia, and he's got 2 long lap penalties. So that must be from that incident with Scott Ogden on the main straight. So 2 long laps at Valencia. That is going to put a dent on his Sunday morning charge, and so will that big moment there for the Spaniard, and he's off into the runoff. So that frees up David Alonso in some free air for that second place. But yeah, the number 20 then, he's got Scott Ogden right behind him as well. We hope he'll see that notification soon from Race Direction and get that done. Otherwise it will be a time penalty.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. And the riders there at turn 1, we saw Roraida, I think he just touched the wet patch on the inside going for a move. So they've got to be careful down into turn 1. I think Garcia also touched the wet patch into turn 1, and that's why he nearly high-sided. But yeah, 2 long lap penalties then for the number 20. That's sort of race over in terms of the podium fight for Jose Julian Garcia, who's got Ogden, Salvador and Moreira tucked up behind him. Ogden just having a look there down into turn 8, but no way through this time around. So Joel Kelso, 1.3 seconds up the road at the start of the lap, and it's David Alonso who's now in chase. He's going after his second podium of the season as Garcia then dives into the long lap penalty lane at turns 10 and 11. Where will he come out? I think just behind, yes, Ivan Ortola.
Yeah,
so in 7th place.
Lost a bit of space with that, and obviously he will have to do that again, but it's also good news for him that he's seen that early enough to do both before the end of the race, because if you don't do them within the right time, it becomes a time penalty, and obviously if you don't do them by the end of the race, it'll be a time penalty as well, which can often be a little bit more painful, because if you nail the long lap, you can make it a little bit less time lost than the time penalty would be. So then, as we go on to the last 5 laps, it's still Joel Kelso with that lead, but David Alonso is a little bit closer. He's just got a couple of tenths closer to the Australian that last time around, and it's now Ogden leading that fight for 3rd. This is going to be an interesting one, I think, over the next few laps, if David Alonso can keep hunting down that number 66 in the lead. But there are the standings.
They are indeed. Number 96, Daniel Holgardo, 4 3/4 laps away from being crowned Junior World Championship winner in 2021. Just got to bring it home now as the Spaniard, who will of course move into the Red Bull KTM ranks next year. What a move for the Spaniard, and thoroughly deserved. All he has to do really is finish the race where he is to be crowned world champion, so we'll obviously keep an eye on that. Scott Ogden there runs onto the green. There's a yellow flag. Who's gone down? It's another Estrella Galicia bike. I think that might be Diogo Moreira, who was up into 4th. It is. Moreira's gone down at turn 6. That's one of the corners we were saying that's a little bit tricky, Fran, and obviously now the riders have pushed in a little bit more. They've got confidence, but when you push a little bit more, it brings more risk, and the two Estrella Galicia boys have crashed out.
Yeah, that's bad luck then for that team, and also for Diogo Moreira, who, yeah, he was having a really great race, made up some positions on his place on the grid. Oh, just loses it straight down. At least Ryder very much okay. Fairly low drama crash. I'm sure a bit of a heartbreaker for him, but we do have another race today, so we do have another chance to get back out there and try again for the Brazilian.
That was Matteo Volpi pulled up in pit lane, Kelso's teammate. No such issues for Kelso there. Let's have a look at the gap over the line between Kelso and Alonso. It remains at just over a second, 1.1 seconds. So the riders are setting around about the same lap time. And this is the battle then for the final podium position. Now Moreira has gone down, and Garcia's had his long lap penalty. Roraida also crashed, and there's now 3. That was Salvador looking behind. There's no one there. Just keep an eye on the riders in front of you, David Salvador, because this is the podium scrap.
Good advice there. Good advice. Yeah, so Scott Ogden then at the moment holding station in 3rd place, but yeah, it is 2 very experienced riders behind him as well, and I'm sure this 3-way fight is going to go all the way to the line. But yeah, at least there are only 3 of them now. It's not that huge group gaggle after we've yeah, had a few lose out in the latter stages of this race. And then we've got a very uncharacteristic Moto3 race just behind them, haven't we? A few in a bit of clean air. Garcia obviously after those penalties, and Asman as well, just kind of rolling around by himself. So yeah, bit of a strange one there after some of the dramas we had earlier, but at the front I think is going to be the key headline of the day after Holgardo's title win, if the number 96 can keep it on the line, because what a performance from Kelso. Absolutely, what a performance from Joel Kelso. Yeah, I think the crashes and the long lap penalty for Garcia was just in the background there. Obviously just split the pack up and allowed Kelso to break clear and Alonso to break clear in 2nd place. And it's the fight here is between Ogden, Ortola and Salvador for 3rd place. We'll be seeing all 3 of those riders on the Grand Prix grid next year. So the last race in the Junior World Championship, all 3 of them, last round, sorry, they've got a race this afternoon, of course. Do you know something we don't?
There's Holgardo's pit board then. There he is, the number 96. He's got Patelli tucked up behind him and a huge gaggle of riders. But 3 laps to go. Holgardo just needs to bring it home. Like we said, he's in 8th place at the minute. That's more than good enough. Just looking at the timing squeeze, David Munoz is still down in 19th, so nothing to worry about for Holgardo. Just got to see the checkered flag. Yeah, most definitely. It is just about getting those points that he needs, especially after that DNF at Mazzano. Just get a solid finish, wrap it up, and then I'm sure we'll see him on full attack mode in race 2 if he does indeed wrap up the crown in a couple of minutes. But definitely then, I think we have, barring any disasters, our 1 and 2 set in this race. Some real space now for both Kelso and Alonso in 2nd, and it's going to be that podium fight for 3rd place that's going to give us the spice at the end of this one, I think. They're still absolutely locked together. Yeah, absolutely agree, Fran. I think Alonso's just sort of not called it a day as such, but he's just toned it down a little bit. I think 2nd place for David Alonso is a fantastic result. He's seen the pace that Kelso's setting. He doesn't want to chuck away a podium that we mentioned before that he so desperately would have wanted after missing out. Really good stuff from David Alonso to yeah, just made a bit of a step today and come through into that 2nd place, avoided any of the dramas. There you can see then that graphic, that is how it would end if everyone crosses the line as they are right now, and it would be more than enough for Daniel Holgardo to take that crown. So at the moment then, we're on to crown a champion, but Ivan Ortola definitely one of those in with a say, but at the
moment, it's just not going to be enough for the number 24. It looks like Ogden as well has managed to just get a couple of tenths of daylight there, but we'll have to see how that may change into turn 1.
Yeah, I think a little bit of slipstream here for Ortola, and Salvador is going to bring the gap back towards them. But yeah, Ogden looking good here for his 3rd podium of the season. A little bit squirrely there into turn 1. They've got to be careful down there. It looks a little bit treacherous, doesn't it, still? The sun is out, but it's not quite dried up yet. But yeah, 3-way scrap for the final podium places. Just looking a little bit further behind, Cyrus Asman, Garcia, Holgardo, Luca Naletta and Matteo Bertelli is your top 10. Incidentally, David Munoz is still down in 19th place, so point scoring positions are going to go astray, it looks like, for the Spaniard, who will only have race 2 now to try and bow out of the Junior World Championship with victory and some bragging rights heading into 2022. But yeah, huge lap and a half coming up in the Junior World Championship. There's the podium battle, but all eyes will surely turn to Daniel Holgardo as we round the last lap. And of course, Joel Kelso from the back of the grid. What a performance from him.
It is. I'm very much looking forward to talking to him in a few minutes if he does complete this. What an incredible race. And yeah, great stuff from David Alonso. And at the moment, then you can see that gap for Scott Ogden. He is just able to keep a little tiny bit of daylight behind him, is the British rider. Great stuff from him if he can take another podium as well. And after that maiden pole. And then now we've got Holgardo in a bit of a fight there. Got the classic seat tap. I don't think that's going to have much luck, to be honest.
No.
In a Moto3 race, we never really see anyone listen to that. But Holgardo then still in the position he needs at the moment, but now he's got some company, and I'm sure he'll be eager to try and get back past them as well.
Last lap time then in 2021 Junior World Championship Race 1 here in Valencia. Joel Kelso leads from Alonso, his gap up to 2.8. Victory surely in the bag for the Australian. Here's the podium battle, and there's your champion-elect, the number 96, trying to stay out of trouble into turn 1. That's Luca Naletta going around the outside, but ultimately going wide at turn 1. Holgardo just needs to stay out of trouble. This is not what he would have wanted on the last lap. I think you need to tell the others,
not tell him. He'll be very keen to stay out of that trouble, but yeah, bit of a spicy Italian sandwich just behind the number 96 there. I think he's now got the hammer down and realised he really needs to pull away here and focus on making a bit of a gap, because that was getting a little bit chaotic there. And these guys obviously racing for some of their top finishes as well. Even finishing in the points in the Junior World Championship is no mean feat, but Holgardo appears to have said, you know what, actually I am going to take a little bit more risk here, because the elbow bashing just behind him is not where he wants to be. So yeah, good stuff from the number 96 to read that and pull away, and it looks like it's going to be game over and the crown will be his.
Half a lap to go then for Daniel Holgardo. We saw there Jorge Martinez Aspar in the box. Gino Borsoi is here as well, alongside Nico Terol, of course. The whole crew is here to watch Daniel Holgardo try and claim the 2021 Junior World Championship. A couple of corners to go now for the number 96. Joel Kelso just further up ahead, rounds the final corner and wins from the back of the grid. What a ride from the Australian. Second place looked like it's going to David Alonso. Not sure third place going to. Looks like even Ortola Ogden in the slipstream, but it's Ortola who takes third place, as we see Daniel Holgardo. Where is he? There he is, just coming out of the slipstream. There he is, Daniel Holgardo, the number 96, is the 2021 Moto3 Junior World Champion.
Wow, that was a stressful gaggle at the end there, wasn't it, for Holgardo? But yeah, gets the job done then. Just when he wasn't on the screen there, and we saw, yeah, very interesting couple of corners then from Bertelli, who was just ahead of him over the line in the end then. But great performance this season. And if you haven't joined us until now, Holgardo really has been the class of the field on a few occasions. Super consistent, really solid, impressive season from the number 96. And barring that 0 at Mazzano, has just looked like he's not really put a foot wrong and got the job done. A little bit of yeah, a little bit of extra excitement that I'm sure he could have done without there over the line at the end. But great job from him, and great job from our race winner Joel Kelso as well.
A fantastic race won here. Kelso, unbelievable ride, but the day and the year ultimately belongs to Daniel Holgardo. Did what he had to do, didn't he? Finished 9th in the race, just ahead of Alberto Frandes, Matteo Bertelli, getting him on the line for 8th place. But it doesn't matter, does it? Holgardo, like we said, did the hard work throughout the season, won the opening 3 races in Estoril and here in Valencia, picking up P1 and P1, and then headed to Barcelona, won the 2nd race there as well. Then had podiums in Portugal and Aragon. Another podium came his way in Jerez, and then that DNF in Mazzano just blighted his season a little bit, but he still came into the final round with a healthy margin of 26 points, and he's taken it. Daniel Holgardo is the 2021 Moto3 Junior World Champion. There is Nico Terol and Jorge Martinez Aspar. They'll be celebrating, of course. There's Ethan Guevara as well, Moto3 World Championship rider for the Gas Aspar team. Of course, he was the reigning Junior World Champion, won it last year at his first attempt. He's won a Grand Prix in 2021, Ethan Guevara, one of the stars for the future. And so is Daniel Holgardo, the classic gold helmet, as every World Championship rider seems to have on their victory parade lap. All the family will be here. Saw plenty of Danny Holgardo t-shirts wandering around the paddock all weekend, especially this morning pulling into the circuit. Everyone will be here to celebrate. What a fantastic season Holgardo has had. Great to see all the emotion from a long, hard season, a difficult season in many respects. And I think the classic Valencia fireworks will be lit by Daniel Holgardo. We see that, don't we? On the World Championship, we saw it last weekend, where Remy Garner claimed the Moto2 World Championship. The MotoGP and Moto3 titles were already done, but coming into this weekend, we've had the Moto3 Junior World Championship up for grabs, and it's been won by Daniel Holgardo. And coming up next will be the Hawkins European Talent Cup as the fireworks are set off. Celebrations begin for Daniel Holgardo and his family and friends and everyone else involved with the Spaniards' title-winning campaign in 2021. He'll be taking his time to get back round into Parc Ferme. Fran Wild will be speaking to him when he eventually does turn up in Parc Ferme. Here's a review of Daniel Holgardo's 2021 season. Huge congratulations then to Daniel Holgardo. What a season, like we've said. Almost perfect, barring that DNF. And talking of perfect, what a ride it was from Joel Kelso, the Australian, from the back of the grid. He might have been expecting a decent race today, but I'm not sure even he would have been expecting to win the race by 2.3 seconds. Fantastic from the future Moto3 World Championship rider. Holgardo comes around his celebratory lap, pulls a wheelie. Here's David Alonso picking up his 2nd podium of the season. It's been a podiumless run for David Alonso, the 2021 Red Bull Rookies Cup champion, since the opening round in Estoril. Best of 4th place has come his way, and that was in Barcelona a few rounds ago. So a welcome return to the podium for David Alonso, who will surely be one of the favourites for the Moto3 Junior World Championship crown next year. There he is, though. Daniel Holgardo will be making his way round to Parc Ferme for more celebrations. We'll be getting to hear from him down there. He'll be pulling up alongside Joel Kelso, teammate David Alonso. And Ivan Ortola grabbed the final podium spot on the final lap, just pipping Scott Ogden by less than a tenth of a second, with David Salvador also close in 5th place. A fantastic scrap for the podium. There's Ivan Ortola then. Let's not forget, this is his debut season in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. That's his 6th podium of the season as well. His 4th podium on the bounce, incidentally, as well. So Ivan Ortola will move into the Moto3 ranks with Team MTA, who are moving up into the Moto3 World Championship. 10 of these riders, full-time Junior World Championship riders, will move into Grand Prix next year. We'll be seeing a lot more of Daniel Holgardo in Red Bull KTM IO colours as well. The reigning Moto3 world champions, of course, with Pedro Acosta. Can Holgardo string a season anything like Pedro Acosta has this year? We'll, of course, find out. Let's not put that pressure on him, though. Holgardo will be enjoying the moment. Pulls a nice stand-up wheelie coming into pit lane, where his team, his family, his friends, and everyone else will be waiting for him to celebrate. There's teammate Scott Ogden congratulating Daniel Holgardo on a superb season. And there's all the team. Jorge Martinez Aspar and everyone else. Congratulations to everyone. The Gas Aspar team really are a superb outfit. They won last year with Ifan Guevara. They've won again in 2021. Great to see the scenes down there in Parc Fermé. And now they'll have to go and get ready for race 2. The championship's already wrapped up, so pressure's off. Just got to go and enjoy the final race of the season before the winter break. I'm hoping he'll be wearing the gold helmet in race 2, but we don't normally see that. Maybe the riders think it's a little bit of a jinx to wear the gold helmets, but here he is crossing the line, the number 96. He knows, doesn't matter where he finished in the end, with David Munoz ultimately crossing the line in 19th place after that pit lane start. And the team knew as well. Daniel Holgardo doing exactly what he needed to do. Stayed out of trouble in the opening exchanges. In tricky conditions, of course. It wasn't a fully dry circuit. There's race winner Joel Kelso. Congratulations, his mate Daniel Holgardo. And there's the team and his friends. Not the team, his family and friends. His team are all in pit lane, of course. Ifan Guevara there. He knows what it's like to win the Junior World Championship. Kiss to the camera. It's good to see fans here as well, of course. They're not in the grandstands opposite the paddock, where we saw, of course, a bumper crowd for the World Championship finale last weekend. But there's plenty of fans up and down pit lane in the paddock and in the grandstands above the pit lane as we get ready to see the podium. 3 nationalities on the podium: Australia, Colombia and Spain. And soon we'll be hearing from the race winner Joel Kelso. He'll be down in Parc Fermé with Fran Wild, and then we'll get to hear from your champion. Here he is then, Joel Kelso, your race winner from the back of the grid, is down with Fran Wild.
Well, Joel, I was just saying, I can't believe you did that. That was an absolutely incredible race from the back row of the grid to the win. We've seen that before in the World Championship. I'm not sure we've ever seen it here before. Talk us through that race.
Yeah, I mean, it was exciting. You know, we had a disaster day yesterday. I mean, nothing could have went worse, you know. But today we had to regroup, and we knew that's going to be the only way that we're going to get anything out of today. So, no, it was an amazing race. I mean, actually, it was a lot easier than what I thought it would be. But no, I mean, overall, I'm super happy, and let's see in race 2 how it goes.
We will indeed. Well, you've made a habit of winning recently. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, congratulations then to Joel Kelso. What a ride. He'll be starting from the back of the grid again in race 2. Can he do the double from the back of the grid? We'll find out later on this afternoon. Just waiting for Holgardo then to make his way towards Fran Wild. I think I can see him down there just entering, where he'll do the interview, the champions interview. And then he'll undoubtedly go up on the podium after the podium ceremony to celebrate, spray some bubbly, and then get ready for race 2, of course, where a lot of these riders will be fighting to bow out with victories. 10 of them will be moving to the World Championship. All of them will be wanting to head there in a positive mood as possible. And now we are ready to hear from the 2021 Junior World Champion, Daniel Holgardo.
Well, Danny, congratulations. It's been an incredible season for you.
Yeah.
Only that hurdle at Misano, and it's been such a long wait to come back, but you've finally done it. Tell us, how do you feel?
Yeah, I am very happy with my race. Very difficult because the track condition is difficult, The bike is not good. The back tire slide, but I am very happy with my championship, with my session. Thanks to my team for the amazing job. They are amazing. Y español, quiero dar las gracias a todo el mundo que ha venido hoy a verme. Se lo debo todo a ellos porque he sentido el apoyo y la fuerza que me faltaba en esas últimas vueltas. Y solo quiero agradecer a todo mi equipo porque son increíbles. Les voy a echar mucho de menos al año que viene. Ojalá veros en un futuro, y también quiero felicitar a David Muñoz y Iván Ortola porque han hecho un gran campeonato. Han sido unos grandes rivales. Gracias a ellos he podido ser mejor piloto y mejor persona, trabajar duro día tras día y darle la enhorabuena. Nos vemos en la segunda carrera.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Here's highlights then of the race we've just seen here in Valencia. It was a mixed condition start, a mixed condition race, and it was Scott Ogden who led the way from the off from pole position. There was plenty of scrapping going on in the opening exchanges. The number 96 there, Holgardo, managing to stay out of trouble despite plenty of action going on in front of him and behind him. But it was all about that man in the opening exchanges, Joel Kelso, making his way up from the back row of the grid to be in the podium positions. That's just made me jump there, even though I've seen it, knew it was coming. Scott Ogden thankfully managing to stay on the bike on the home straight after contact with Jose Julian Garcia, who got 2 long lap penalties for that collision. We saw both Australia Galicia bikes crash out in quick succession. That was Roraida going down at turn 1. Here's Garcia taking his long lap penalty as Joel Kelso stretched his lead at the front over second place David Alonso. Here's Diogo Moreira going down at turn 6. Thankfully, both of those riders who we saw crash were okay. And for Holgardo, with David Munoz starting from pit lane, all he had to do was bring the bike home inside the points. Joel Kelso crossed the line to take his 3rd victory of the season, a stunning ride in Valencia. David Alonso and Iván Ortola completed the podium, but today is all about that man, the number 96, Daniel Holgardo. He is the 2021 Junior Moto3 World Champion. Time for the podium then. Kelso, Alonso and Ortola will be celebrating their P1, P2 and P3s. Love the podium announcer giving it the full beans for the podium ceremony. Fantastic first race here in Valencia to get things kicked off on Championship Sunday. One has been decided. The other is yet to come in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Do stay tuned. 3rd place for Iván Ortola. Fantastic ride for the young Spaniard. Fantastic season overall. David Alonso lifts his 2nd trophy of the season, his best result in the Junior World Championship after finishing 3rd in Estoril. And Joel Kelso, his 3rd victory of the season, strengthens his grip in 4th place in the championship. We mentioned it just earlier on, didn't we? The battle for 4th in the championship between Kelso and Ogden. Ogden finished 4th from pole position, so Kelso strengthens his grip for 4th. And here's the national anthem of Australia.
Es el momento de celebrarlo. Los 3 pilotos y el
Congratulations then to Joel Kelso.
Ahí está Joel.
Congratulations also to David Alonso and Iván Ortola on their podiums. A repeat of that for race 2 for all 3 will go down just nicely to wrap the season off in style. Sure, all go back to the drawing board after spraying the bubbly on the podium. Ahead of race 2 later on this afternoon. Kelso getting stuck in there. Don't drink too much though. You got another race to do yet, mate. Sure, he'll be fine for later on this evening. And then the riders who are of age, of course, can have a few drinks tonight to celebrate a long, hard season. The riders who aren't of age will just have to settle for a nice panda pop or something like that. But I'm sure more will come in the future. Joel Kelso, really a star in the making from Australia. Of course, Jack Miller in the MotoGP World Championship. Remy Gardner, the 2021 Moto2 World Champion, and now they've got another rider to support in the form of Joel Kelso.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
So, yeah, a little bit extra we got from Holgardo in the interview in Spanish, saying also thank you to the fans that he could really hear cheering him on in the last few laps. I think he needed that little extra push there in quite a dramatic finish, but here he's coming then, the man himself.
Yeah, it was close, wasn't it? I thought he really disappeared when he got into the slipstream of...
We had a brief panic, didn't we? But yeah, incredible season. Truly deserved title. He has been the class of the field in the FIM CEV Repsol, certainly. And I'll take back to the top step. I'm sure he'll be guns blazing to try and take it back for a victory in race 2 as well, now that pressure's off.
Yeah, 100%. Like you say, the pressure of the World Championship on your shoulders, not winning it but being so close will obviously been playing on his mind, and you could obviously tell that he was just trying to bring it home as best he could, and he's done it.
Especially after Misano, it's been a long time since that crash at Misano. It's a long time to stew on it. But yeah, he certainly came back out swinging and did exactly what he needed to. So here we go then, the championship standings after that race does confirm Dani Holgardo as the champion ahead of David Munoz, who had that pit lane start, and he won't have that this afternoon. Ivan Ortola in 3rd overall, and then Joel Kelso 4th now, and with a little bit of breathing space as well. So good job from the Australian with that incredible win from the back. David Alonso 5th. Scott Ogden now down in 6th. He'll be looking for a little bit more, and it's gone too quickly. We have 10th is Mario Aji, Indonesian, sadly not racing with us this weekend with a broken femur. Daniel Munoz, Sharifuddin Azman, another race winner earlier in the year. Diego Moreira, Matsuyama taking a bit of a dip in the standings. Colin Fire, Luca Lunetta, Zonta van den Gorberg, another who's not racing this weekend. And then Marcos Uriarte, Josh Watley, who moves up next year. Gerard Rieu, Marco Tapia, Marcos Ruda, Tachikon Boisri, Ty Rider looking for a little bit more in race 2. David Real, Matteo Batelli in 25th place, the Italian. And then Noah Detvila, the Swiss rider there, with 1 point to his name. But all the points needed were to this man's name today. Daniel Holgardo then takes the crown after that disappointment at Misano. Incredible race and season from your 2021 Moto3 Junior World Champion.
Certainly was, Fran, and coming up next is another title decider in the 2021 Hawkers European Talent Cup. Do stick around for that one.
So welcome back to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo for the Hawkers European Talent Cup race 1 of the day. And it's already been a fantastic Sunday of racing with an absolutely corking Moto3 encounter first time out. No spoilers if you've missed it. So as we said, welcome back to a now sunnier track as well. We discussed in the Moto3 race. Conditions improving, and they're all ready to go for the Hawkers European Talent Cup riders. And we have blue skies finally. We have fans back in the stands as well, which is absolutely great to see. And I'm sure it's going to be another classic encounter with the European Talent Cup competitors. It's always close racing, always a thriller, and it has been this season for sure, including in Jerez, which is the last time we saw the European Talent Cup in action.
Certainly was, Fran. And Maximo Martinez, the number 28 rider, did the double to take the championship lead. He comes into this weekend with an 8-point lead, and it was a superb display from the number 28 in Jerez. Won both races not easily. It's never easy in the Hawkers European Talent Cup.
No, but it was quite a performance, wasn't it, from him, and really impressive stuff. Like you said, it's always such close racing in the ETC, so getting the job done and doing the double, no mean feat, really incredible stuff. And yeah, Jerez with that final corner always adds a little bit of extra spice as well. But these guys really put on a show, and we're sure they will do once again today. And it's the other class as well, where we do have a title on the line. So it's a big, pivotal Sunday in the HETC.
Certainly is, and that was the two MT Foundation 77 bikes going down, and the number 51 is Brian Ariarte. We've got 4 title contenders. One of them was Zabi Turatouza. That was his nasty crash going through the first of the really fast right-handers in Jerez. Thankfully, Turatouza was perfectly okay, but the race winner twice in Jerez was the number 28 Maximo Martinez. And as we mentioned, he comes into the final 2 races here in Valencia with an 8-point lead over Adrian Cruzes. Turatouza, after that first DNF of the season, is 3rd in the championship, 11 points down, and Brian Ariarte, after 2 second places in Jerez, is 20 points down. So 4 title contenders, Fran. This should be a very, very good couple of races in the Talent Cup.
It's going to be a good couple of races, and it's going to be a good test of our maths as well, I think, on the fly. But yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one, this, I think. Like you said, Turatouza had that first, sorry, I don't do it very Spanish style, I do it more Latin American style. Turatouza had his first DNF of the season last time out in Jerez, and until then had been really the most consistent of the guys at the front, because we'd already had a DNF in race 2 at Valencia for Max Martinez, and then in Catalonia for Adrian Cruzes, who are the 2 riders ahead of him. And yeah, it was a little bit of a dent that he could have done without after a little bit of a slower start to the season for Turatouza. But once he'd been on the top step in Catalonia, really kicked on, did the number 85. So it's going to be an interesting showdown, and with Ariarte in the mix as well. He's got 2 DNFs so far, but it could all change again at the top today in race 1, and we'll have to see when we're going to even get a champion crowned in this one.
Coming up then is the grids.
It is indeed.
Obviously a quick turnaround after the championship celebrations we saw.
We wait patiently for it to appear. No, okay. So hopefully then we'll get the grid in a second.
There's the number 27 then of Rico Salmela. His debut season, his best is a P6 twice in 2021. So starting from the front row, his 2nd front row, his best qualifying of the season. His other one was a 3rd place. So really good stuff from Rico Salmela.
It very much is, isn't it? And especially after, like we'd said in the Moto3 broadcast, tough conditions here so far for all of the classes. We had a quite serious rain yesterday, and it wasn't really that great on Thursday and Friday for free practice sessions either. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a punt into the unknown, I think, given that we now have a largely dry track. Still see some patches here and there, but nothing too bad after Moto3 have done some nice cleaning up for them. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting race, I think, this one. And I think we're not going to get the grid then if we're off already. So we'll run you through it. On pole, it's Angel Piqueras from, as we saw on screen, Rico Salmela. And then we have Suratusa on the front row in third place, just ahead of Uriarte on row 2. And then Max Martinez is in the middle of row 2 with Adrian Cruces alongside. So all of the real key players at the top of the standings near the front. Then we have Alvaro Carpe, Jacob Rulston, the Australian, and then Blai Trias in 9th on the grid. On the third row, Joel Esteban, Eduardo Boggio and Paul Sola, sorry, I can't read, on the fourth row of the grid. So like we said, good news, despite the conditions, that all those guys who are real key players in the standings are going to be starting this race from near the front, although from what we've seen in Moto 3, maybe you don't need to do that.
Yeah, we won't give too much away. Obviously, I just gave away that there was a championship decided, so if you didn't catch it then, you probably know what's happened, but we won't give anything else away. But yeah, like you say, Fran, the top four are all starting in the top 6, so the championship battle really is going to be fascinating. On a tricky Valencia track, as we said, qualifying was totally wet, and Thursday and Friday, the free practice days, were either wet or very mixed conditions. They've had very, very little dry track time. So this is basically a venture into the unknown for all of them. Of course, they've had a previous race here this year at Valencia, so a lot of them will know what the story is in the dry. But it's different conditions. It's colder in November. It's just going to be super fascinating.
It is. It's almost a little bit too British here for me, to be honest. The weather over the last few days, very much obviously rain, cooler temperatures can be a bit of a risk later in the season here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, but it really didn't let up at all until today when we do have those bluer skies back. So yeah, it's an interesting one with a little bit less dry track time, although these guys usually have a really close race anyway. I think it's going to be it's going to be a corker, I think. Everybody hold on to your hats.
Great word, corker. I think is exactly the phrase I would use as well. That's
I think I've used it twice too many as well already.
That's right, there's time for it to be used again. So Piqueras then on pole position, the number 18. The yellow flags wave in the background and then the green flag will wave.
It will indeed. So then the red flag leaves the grid and we are ready for the second race of the day here in Valencia. So the red lights will come on eventually, we hope they do indeed, and they'll go off and we are underway then in what could be a pivotal race here in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. And we've got some very varying starts there from the guys at the front as well. Let's see who is going to get that whole shot into turn 1. I think it is going to be then the number, I didn't see who it was.
Rico Salmela, the number 27, but he's run wide, Fran.
He's run very wide indeed. So yes, there's a lot. Oh, already plenty of action near the front then. Everyone needs to stay nice and calm in the first few corners. But yeah, it is Salmela then who's absolutely nailed that start. Well ahead in the lead. Impressive stuff from the Finnish rider, and already a little bit of daylight behind him. And then those guys on the chase is Uriarte and Rulston at the moment then. But all pretty close so far and no dramas despite a few shuffles.
Yeah, no dramas then so far. Rulston making his way up to third place from eighth on the grid. The job well done there from the winner in Estoril, where the title contenders are Brian Uriarte, the number 51, second place. 85 is Javi Suratusa in fourth place. Maximo Martinez is in fifth place, and Cruces is down in eighth place. They've all stayed out of trouble, is the most crucial part. Some of them ran wide into turn 1. I think we'll be seeing a lot more of that as the race goes on. 16.5 laps to go, but a great start then from Rico Salmela, aiming for his first win of the season, the first win of his European Talent Cup campaign, and he's got Brian Uriarte and the fast starting Jacob Rulston tucked up behind him.
Exactly. So yeah, now I've learned to read those numbers on the Estrella Galicia machines a little bit better. Our screen is a little bit dark, but yeah, really fantastic stuff then from those guys at the moment in that 1-2. But yeah, everyone so far cleanly away, and quite often we can see the kind of look of the race change quite a lot in the ETC as the laps tick down. So those guys who've not maybe quite had the start that they would have been dreaming of, especially Suratusa, for example, off the front row, a little bit of daylight there for him to make up, the number 85, who's just lost out on that fourth place as well.
I thought that was going to happen. Straight through the wet patch was Jacob Rulston. We saw that a couple of times in Moto 3 earlier on. You've got to be really, really careful. The track isn't fully dry, and the inside of turn 1 has a wet patch, and of course damp and dry tyres, slick tyres do not mix very well, and it's getting very, very busy.
It is indeed. So Zurutusa then cuts back through on the inside line. The number 85, he is one of our key players in the standings. But yet Ralston then did really well to hold on to that after that moment. And like you say, Elliot, there is that little bit of a damp patch there. They do still need to be careful of that. It's a lot better than when the Moto3 guys headed out earlier. But there are still a few points to just have a little bit of caution. But at the moment then, Uriarte escapes that shuffle at the front of the field, and he's got a little bit of daylight in hand as well.
Yeah, sorry, Fran, I jumped in there just because I saw Rico Salmela holding his hand up and pulling to one side, the number 27. I don't know where he's gone, but he definitely was holding his hand up as if there was some sort of issue. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. The timing screens haven't changed so far, but he's certainly not in that front group from what I can see. No, he's not, so I'm not sure where he's gone.
Good spot. We have then lost the number 27, it would appear, from this leading group. Hopefully, not sure what's happened to him. It should not and cannot be rain. So it must be an issue that the Finnish rider is suffering. Hopefully we'll get a little update and see where he's gone from this leading pack in a couple of minutes. But at the moment then, at the front, it remains Brian Uriarte leading the way, we believe. Yep, the number 51 there. So just tucked in behind him, though now he has some company from Zurutusa on the left, going the long way round. Is he going to hold on to it and take over at the front? He is. So great stuff there. And Martinez right in the mix as well, the number 28. So real key players making early hay here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and Ralston also looks to have gathered himself together a bit after that moment.
Certainly does, yeah. Top three then in the race are all fighting for the championship. Zurutusa was the championship leader heading to ref. Maximo Martinez won those two races. The man in second place and is now the world championship leader, with Brian Uriarte, the number 51, 20 points down, remember, in the title chase. So he's really got to go out and try and at least beat the guys in front of him to stand any chance of taking the title this weekend, as Jacob Ralston just get a little bit barged and bumped out there onto the green pane. It's getting very busy.
Decided to calm down too much, has he, Jacob Ralston? Great stuff from the Australian then at the moment here in this front group. But yeah, like you said, Uriarte is the man who will want to really make some points up in this race and will want to put everything on the line, because he is 20 points down, so he really needs to make some progress in the standings if it will all go down to another race later today. We'll have to see. There's plenty of shuffle to go with Martinez, Cruces and Zurutusa all ahead of the number 51 in the standings.
This is what we wanted, isn't it? The title contenders all chasing the lead of the race, all up front and battling away hard but fair in the opening laps. And that's the number 83 of Alvaro Carpe riding around the outside at turn 13 and then turn 14 as well. I'm not sure, maybe he was taking avoiding action, so maybe that might be all right with the stewards, but you can't normally run onto the green and overtake the rider in front of you.
Yeah, no, it did look to me as well, I'd agree, just trying to avoid that shuffle just ahead of him, as yeah, Max Martinez, no holds barred there, straight through into the race lead, and he is the points leader. Like we said, he's got 8 points in hand over Cruces, so he obviously making his intentions very clear early on Sunday here in Valencia. Just wants to take that with a win as well, extend that advantage. So good stuff from the number 28. We'll need to be a little bit careful with the elbows and avoid too much more of that. And yeah, just a little bit of spice early on in this European Talent Cup race so far.
I'd say plenty of spice around it. It's been a cracking opening few laps as Perez sets the fastest lap of the race. He crossed the line down in, I can't see his, 11th place. Yeah, Gonzalo Perez in 11th place set the fast lap. The number 25, I think, just at the back of your picture there with the bright yellow helmet. So keep an eye on Perez's progress as the riders dive into turn 8 and then through turn 9 and then we'll through turn 10 into turn 11. This is where the long lap penalty lane is, of course, so keep an eye out for that.
We've seen that used once already today, or twice, so yeah, definitely if they don't abide by track limits, that can be a penalty the race direction gives out, or for any other incidents, so good to keep an eye on it. But at the moment, keeping an eye on the lead, and it still belongs to Max Martinez, but Alvaro Carpe there, the number 83, getting pretty close to the rear end of that number 28 machine. Wouldn't be surprised to see a move coming fairly soon, because he's really tagged on now, and as we head down Slipstream City towards turn 1, I'm sure he'll be trying to make his way through for the race lead. And Ralston as well, back up into third. Good job from the number 12 after that early drama.
Yeah, it is, and the number 83, the Carpe, pulls out the slipstream, dives up the inside into turn 1. Nice and safely through there. Class move there from the number 83 of Carpe. He won here, we should mention, earlier on in the season. It's his only victory, only podium of the year. So Carpe knows his way around Valencia and clearly enjoys the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and he's now taken the lead. He's not in the title fight, so all Carpe will be worrying about will be trying to take victory. Sets the fastest lap of the race of 43.7. That's going to keep tumbling, you would imagine, as track conditions continue to get better and better. And he's already put in a little bit of a lead to Maximo Martinez in second, with Ralston in third, Uriarte in fourth, another one of the winners earlier on in the season in Valencia.
He was indeed. So looks like we've got someone being wheeled away there, who's sadly out of the running here. But at the front, though, still incredibly close in this tight battle just behind those front guys. You can see there's a little bit of daylight there for the top 3 at the moment, but then so much chopping and changing still just behind. And it can get pretty risky when you're in the title fight. You don't want too much drama. And then with those guys who aren't quite up for the running for the crown, just making life a little bit more complicated than you'd want. But it's a great race so far, ETC Classic as ever. But green paint, they need to be careful of those track limits. We've seen quite a few infractions already so far.
Yeah, race direction will be keeping an eye on that. We saw the number 18, the pole sitter Piqueras, doing the classic Valencian move up inside at turn 11, hitting the apex and get the job done on Zurutuza. And now he's after his teammate Brian Uriarte, chasing the championship. Piqueras then, fantastic few corners for the number 18. He's got to be careful there out on the paint. You do not want to be touching that in these conditions, but I think he's made it safely through. As Max Martinez hits the front again, he's re-overtaken Alvaro Carpe.
He has indeed. So, yeah, back into the lead then is Max Martinez with one of the best names on the grid. Just made for stardom and branding, isn't it? But, yeah, great race so far then from the points leader. It doesn't look like the pressure's getting to him at all early on here at Valencia. Good stuff. And, yeah, plenty of good stuff from these guys as well, though. They are making their lives a little bit harder. And it's been a bit of a cleaner lap as well in terms of track limits. So it's calmed down a little bit. But Ralston able to go with these lead 2 at the moment. The Australian sat there in third still, but like you said, Piqueras now on the chase there in fourth, that number 18 looming large in the background.
This is a vital stage of the race for the chasing pack, the likes of Brian Uriarte, Zurutuza and Cruces, because Max Martinez is the World Championship leader. We've got a track limits warning, incidentally, for pole sitter Angel Piqueras. So there's the first one then in the lead group. Piqueras just looking behind there on the number 18. Track limits warning, so if he not dives into, but if he touches the green paint again without avoiding any contact or just off his own merit, then he'll have a long lap penalty to contend with. So we'll keep an eye on that and bring you news if he does receive a long lap penalty. But yeah, Fran, it is a vital stage of the race with Max Martinez looking strong. The team giving him P1 plus 0. I think he'll know that by looking behind him. He got a face full of Alvaro Carpe, didn't he, on the back straight. But the likes of Uriarte, Cruces and Zurutuza is just lagging off the back of the leads. The leaders just there. It's a very important stage of the race as they run wide at turn 1.
Yeah, you see that's that's a little bit extreme there, going that far into the runoff. You know, you've got to be careful here at Valencia. As you can see, there's plenty of green paint around the track, and you can't get too cheeky with it. But at the moment, then Max Martinez doing everything he can to try and put one hand on the crown. And as you can see, the standings there, he would be 23 points clear heading into race 2, which is almost job done, but not quite. And Cruces and Zurutuza both, yeah, not quite with this lead group at the moment. There's just that second gaggle, and I think that's going to be pretty interesting, because we do have, yeah, Piqueras at the moment is the last rider really in this lead quartet. That's quite nicely done, but optimistic as well. That was very nice stuff there from Carpe to take back the lead. So great stuff from the number 83, but Max Martinez, I'm sure, will use his right of reply as soon as possible. The number 28 looking very keen to lead here.
He is indeed, and judging by that graphic there, obviously it's changed a little bit now with Martinez going down second, but if it finished with Martinez winning and those three there, Cruces, Zurutuza and Uriarte, finishing where they are, then there'll only be one rider left challenging Martinez in the final race, and that would be the number 10 of Cruces. So things going the way of
maths. I'm impressed.
Absolutely. Things going the way of the number 28 of Martinez so far, but there's 10 laps to go. Still a long way. Still a lot can happen in this Hawkers European Talent Cup race. And as I say that, he retakes the lead down into turn 1.
Yeah, I think Max Martinez has very much come out this morning with the intention to win the race, although that's a little bit wide there.
Gotta be careful.
Slots back into second. But yeah, you can see not really trying to think too much about the points, I don't think, Martinez. Just really aiming to win this race and give it everything he's got. These guys also giving it a lot, but again, a couple of track limits infractions there, and it's all getting very spicy with these three, and they really can't afford to lose much more time either. And the more that they attack each other and chop and change, that gap could grow and grow.
They need to work together really at this stage of the race, because if they keep, like you say, Fran, chopping and changing and making each other lose lines and lose their ground as Zurutuza runs wide again, surely a warning is going to become in the way of the number 85. But yeah, they need to try and work together. Obviously, two of them are teammates in the Cuna de Campeones team. And Uriarte is Team Australia Galicia, so they need to try and box clever here in the next few laps to try and bridge that gap to Jacob Ralston, who is in 4th place.
They do. It's not the ideal way to lose a cup, is it, when you all get in each other's way, because they are the three key contenders as well in the standings behind the number 28 of Max Martinez, but he hasn't then been able to attack Carpe again, so that's interesting from the number 83, just been able to keep that bit of daylight in the race lead. So good stuff from him, impressive ride so far, but Max Martinez still in 2nd place though, and still very much in the hot seat in terms of the points.
Piqueras doing all he can to try and help teammate Brian Uriarte in the championship fight. I think I've got a little bit of a feeling that Piqueras is going to get some slipstream and pull out up the inside in turn 1. It doesn't look like he's got that much slipstream though, despite being tucked up right behind Martinez. So Martinez must have got a fantastic run out the final corner to hold on to 2nd place. And meanwhile, Alvaro Carpe has stretched out a 0.6 second lead. So good stuff from the race leader. Incidentally, these trio are now a good 1.5 seconds down on the scrap for victory. So we mentioned it half a lap ago, we're going to mention it again. They need to box clever, they need to try and work together to bridge that gap. Otherwise, if Martinez can finish where he is, he's in a very, very strong position heading into the final race.
Yeah, most definitely. Even if Martinez ends up at the back of this trio that he's in now, he'd still be ahead of those 3 guys who are his key challengers. So definitely needs to, yeah, those guys need to just reset and try and get the pace up again a little bit. But we also have a track limits warning for the number 85 of Zurutuza. Like we said, we saw a couple of cheeky moments from that group as they were chopping and changing. They do need to be careful about that. No one wants to see a championship or a cup decided on penalties and track limits infractions, but you know, you've got to use the track, not the entire area within the circuit. So yeah, hopefully they'll get a little bit cleaner, and also now just heads down, try and make that gap up, because like you say, it is a 1.5 seconds now.
That was a lunge and a half, wasn't it, from
it was.
Cruces on his teammate Javi Zurutuza, as Max Martinez now slips down to 3rd place. I think he was 3rd place earlier on the lap behind Angel Piqueras. So it's going to be interesting to see what Carpe's gap is at the front. I don't think it's quite up to a second yet, but he's now being allowed to get into a nice little rhythm. It's just under 0.7 seconds. So yeah, about what it was at the start of the lap, but he's now being untroubled as Ralston runs a little bit wide there. Thankfully, I think just about keeps it on, yes, but Piqueras doesn't, as Max Martinez gives the classic stay behind me, boys, but I don't think that's going to quite work.
Yeah, that was optimistic there, wasn't it? A couple of them tapping the seat units there. It's a classic move we see in the smaller categories of motorcycle racing, and it's also a classic move always ignored. So yeah, optimism, but it looks like Ralston though has definitely regrouped after that earlier moment. He looked like he was wanting to go on the attack into turn 1 that time around. Max Martinez though holding on to 2nd. Not sure if the number 28 or the number 12 have got the pace to try and pull back Alvaro Carpe. But at the moment though, these guys not getting in each other's way too much.
Yeah, not too much. Piqueras just slipping down there into 4th place. Max Martinez tapping the back of his bike just to say, follow me, boys. I'm going to drag us back up to Alvaro Carpe. So we'll keep an eye on the line when they cross the line. And breaking news, track limits, long lap penalty for number 18. There it is on your screen. For Angel Piqueras. He just looks behind him, doesn't see anyone about. So, in fact, Piqueras, the gap between, what is it, the top 4 and 5th place Brian Uriarte, I think it's Zuratouza now, is over 2 seconds. So Piqueras might dive into the long lap penalty lane and come out. Either way, he's going to come out either just in front or right in the gaggle of the 3 title contenders.
He is indeed. So, yes, that's could potentially have a bit of a bearing on this race then. As you can see at the moment, tucked in, looking to attack Jacob Rulstone for 3rd place. But yeah, that long lap penalty then, as you can see, it's a big chunk of daylight now between Group 1 and Group 2. So potentially enough space to slot back in just ahead of this trio. Not sure. I'm sure we'll see soon. But these guys then not heeding our warnings at all. Still absolutely giving it everything there. And it's now Cruces at the front of this trio then, the number 10.
What's the gap then between Piqueras in 4th and now Cruces in 5th? When they crossed the line, it was Zuratouza in 5th, and it was 2.7 seconds, the gap between. Someone gone down there, the marshals are running across, or was my eyes playing tricks on me? Has someone gone down at turn 4?
Not sure, don't think so, but I also wondered that as well, yeah, because we did see yeah, the marshals just in shot there. No, I think we've got all of our players are still on the track, so that's good. But yeah, at the moment then, as you can see, Adrian Cruces, a little bit of daylight behind the number 10 now, as those guys keep, oh, maybe we do have a crasher then. And we'll have to see who it is. So it's Alvaro Carpe. So it was our race leader then. Absolutely surprising crash after looking so solid for the number 83. We do hope he is okay. Hopefully we'll get an update on him soon, and he'll be walking off through the gravel trap after that one. So yeah, it was our race leader then. So we're drama at the front in the European Talent Cup.
Yeah, fingers crossed Carpe is okay after that. Turn 4 is never a good place to go down. We did mention before that turn 4 is one of the ones you have to look out for, because it's the first time you go onto the right-hand side of the tyre after turn 12 on the previous lap. So yeah, hopefully Carpe is okay. No sign of any red flags so far, so hopefully Carpe is up on his feet or has been able to get to the side of the track safe and sound.
Yep, so back at the front then, we now have Max Martinez after that crash for our former race leader. So the number 28, absolutely everything going his way in this one in terms of those standings and those vital points. And then it's Jacob Rulstone then in 2nd place. And then we have this almighty battle that is now for the podium as well, not just for the 3rd place. Sorry, not just for the 4th place. 3rd place is, of course, on the podium. But yeah, it looks like then that must be Carpe, so we can see him moving there on the stretcher. I'm sure a little bit bruised and winded after that one regardless, so we wish him the best. Hope to see him get the full rider okay after a checkup. But it is then Max Martinez in the race lead, like we said, from Jacob Rulstone, and a little bit more of a gap between those two. But then there is a real gap now back to that battle for what is now the final step on the podium. And it could get more interesting than ever now between those guys. Everyone else in the title fight is now quite a postcode behind Max Martinez in this race.
Yeah, it looks pretty much done and dusted, doesn't it, in terms of who's going to be finished in 1st and 2nd, barring any crashes, of course, or any penalties that might come their way. But this has been absolutely class from Maximo Martinez, the championship leader. Ralston's keeping him honest. Let's see the gap over the line. It's under a second for sure. Might be around half a second as they come across the line. Yeah, 0.4 seconds, so
almost
half a second. And now Cruces is up into 3rd place. This is absolutely vital for Cruces, the number 10, Xabi Zuratouza, the number 85, and Brian Uriarte, the number 51 there at the back of the group. They need to finish on the podium. They need to try and beat Maximo Martinez, but looks like that's not going to happen now.
It definitely doesn't. They're also still getting in each other's way. We've also had a track limits warning now for the number 10. That's Adrian Cruces. So that could be crucial later on as well in this race. I had to do it. But yeah, these guys then still absolutely fighting it out here in what is now that battle for third place. And yeah, Brian Uriarte just lost a little bit of time there at number 51 rather in the background, just losing a little bit of distance on the fight ahead. But if they do continue changing positions, I think it could be a good sign for the number 51 to try and tag back on. And they definitely are, as you can see then, diving down the inside. And yeah, these guys just not making their lives easy, are they, on the Sunday?
No, they're not, but that was a fantastic move up the inside into turn 8 from Zurutuza. They know the score, they know what they have to do. They can see their title rival Martinez winning the race, or leading the race, should I say. And now Cruces and Zurutuza, the two Cuna de Campeones riders, have got the better of Angel Piqueras, who's slipped a little bit further behind immediately from the two. So maybe they've got the hammer down now. They need to work together in the last 4 laps to have any chance of closing the gap to Ralston and Martinez, but that looks highly unlikely. It's 3 seconds, a good 3 seconds, maybe more, as they cross the line. Let's have a look at the gap. Yeah, 3.3 seconds it is to the race leaders, so it looks highly unlikely. So it is a battle for third place, and Zurutuza up the inside at turn 1 makes it stick. Doesn't go wide though, no, just about keeps it on.
Just about keeps it on, exactly. So nice stuff from the number 85. Another great move diving up the inside. Looks pretty controlled, if aggressive, does Sabi Zurutuza in this one. And we saw as well over the line that time around, Jacob Woolstone has really managed to tag onto the back of Max Martinez in the lead. It was only a 1/10.5-ish between the two last time over the line, which is quite a difference. As I say that though, maybe a bit of a commentator's curse, also a track limits warning for the number 12, which is Jacob Ralston. So he'll need to be a little bit careful there not to abuse those green bits of paint too much. But these two then, as you can see, absolutely locked together. Will Ralston go for a move quickly? Will he keep lining up, sizing him up? We'll have to see. But a great job then to tag back onto the back of Max Martinez, who at one point had, yeah, half a second in hand at the number 28.
Yeah, Ralston's looking good here, isn't he? Climbing all over the back of Max Martinez. Ralston will know Martinez is leading the championship and he's in a championship fight, so you'd have to think Ralston won't do anything too silly, but Ralston's not in the championship fight. Ralston will just want to win. He's not been on the podium and since his first win of the season in Jerez in race 1, so it looks like at least a second place is secured, barring a disaster, but Ralston, he's a racer at the end of the day and he'll want to win no matter what. So this is going to be an epic fight in the final 3 laps between the championship leader, the man 10th in the championship in Ralston, and then for the final podium battle between Cruces, Zurutuza, Piqueras and Uriarte.
It surely will be. So it looks a little bit tempting there for the number 12 into turn 1, but no, he slots back into second place and just keeps tabs on Max Martinez. And that was a big wobble there for one of those guys. I think it was Zurutuza in that pack there. These guys really are giving it everything still. Number 85 looking for a way through there. Nope, the door is closed. And we have a change of leader then. The number 12 has struck for gold and takes over in the race lead. He's obviously had a good long look at Max Martinez. And now then it's Jacob Ralston leading this race. And Max Martinez will have to see. Does he know how much fresh air is behind them? He can afford to take second and just control those risks, but I'm sure he will want to win. There you see, he has a good look then. He knows they have got some time in hand in this duel.
Good news then for Jacob Ralston. Bad news for Martinez. Not terrible news though, he's still in second, but it is also good news for the likes of Zurutuza, Cruces and Uriarte to see Martinez not winning the race or leading the race. There's still 2 and a bit laps to go though. Ralston looking very good though, isn't he? We didn't see the pass as we see a pass here from Piqueras. I think that he's done it inside of Zurutuza.
That was
it is
nicely done, wasn't it,
turn
that?
11 once again. He's done that a couple of times as Angel Piqueras, so clearly confident on the front end of that motorcycle. But Zurutuza says, sorry mate, I'm coming back through right at the next corner. So Zurutuza then fighting straight back behind his teammate Cruces, and with just 2 laps to go, the battle for the podium is going to go down to the final corner as Uriarte then gets the better of his teammate Piqueras down into turn 14.
Yep, certainly. So these guys still chopping and changing. A little bit of daylight now for the number 10, Adrian Cruces there. So it'll be interesting to see if he can just manage to break away from those guys. We'll remind you, it's Cruces second in the standings, 8 points down on Martinez. Zurutuza is third, 11 down, and 20 down is Brian Uriarte over that man who is back in the race lead, Max Martinez, just ahead of this big group squabble. So it can really change so quickly here, depending on who wins between those two in the lead and then who comes out on top in that fight for third place. Cruces, he is the closest. I'm sure he'll be giving it everything to make sure he can at least do the maximum within that group and take that final step on the podium.
Thought Ralston there was going to dive at the inside.
I did too.
At turn 6.
He looked very tempted, didn't he?
Just got to watch out for turn 1, because I noticed then on the last lap the number 28 and number 12, Martinez and Ralston, take very, very different lines into turn 1. Martinez takes it a little bit narrower, and Ralston takes a more sweeping line and gets a very, very good run out of turn 1 and into turn 2. So that'll be interesting to see what happens heading on to the last lap.
It will, especially after, I can imagine Ralston really wants to avoid a repeat of anything earlier. Oh, cleanly done. Very nicely done there. Just an Estrella Galicia sandwich there completed. Nice work then from Uriarte. He is the man who is 4th overall, so does need to make some progress through this group. Has he picked his moment to perfection to just not really get too involved in that fight and then strike right at the end of the race? Little bit wide there from Cruces, and it's going to be an interesting shuffle into turn 1 on the final lap in that fight. In the fight at the front though, who is going to come out on top? We are going to find out soon enough. Blue flags for the extra drama. Max Martinez though, I think he's got it nice and sewn up into yeah, round turn 1, nothing to be done for Jacob Ralston. Is he going to strike soon? He is, the number 12. No, there's no way through though. Slots back into second.
Yeah, that sweeping line then giving him a good run, Ralston, into turn 2, but not quite close enough to make a pass stick. So turn 4 then, another opportunistic passing move completed there for the 2 up front. Now into turn 5, nothing here. Is he going to make a move into turn 6? He threatened on the last lap. It is the last lap now. Is Jacob Ralston going to make a move on the inside of Martinez? No, not quite. So we're going to head down the back straight. Slipstream City, here we go.
Here we go indeed. So the number 12 absolutely tucked in there. Is he going to be close enough to make a move on the brakes? I'm not sure. It might all go down to the final corner here at Valencia. You can see just trying to get as much drive as possible there, but I don't know if he's going to be close enough. It's a great last lap from Max Martinez at the moment. Super solid from the number 28, closing the doors in all the right places.
Whoa, what's going on here? The number 2 there is a back marker. Hopefully he's got out of the way all nicely and cleanly. I think he has. This is going down to the final corner. Who's leading it so far? It's Zurutuza from Uriarte from Cruces. This is crucial in the battle for the title race. Going down then to the final corner. We're concentrating on the 3rd place battle. It's Zurutuza from Uriarte. Who's leading up front? I think it might be Max Martinez still. They'd have passed the final corner now. Cruces up the inside. Max Martinez then leads out of the final corner. Jacob Ralston in the slipstream, but it's going to be Max Martinez, the championship leader, who wins race 1 here in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. And who's going to get 3rd place? That's very, very close. I think it's Zurutuza. Yes, it is, from Cruces and Uriarte. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a huge win for Max Martinez.
That really is, and especially as well, congratulations to Jacob Ralston for a really intelligent, calm race there as well. He's not a player in the top of the standings, but put up a great, really good fight to the end there, did the Australian. 2nd place, but what a win for Martinez then. Impressive stuff, and only extends that lead.
Whew. Great race there from the 2 in your screen. Jacob Ralston returning to the podium for the first time since his win in Estoril. Fantastic ride from the Australian. But Max Martinez, that... He's not world champion. He won't be world champion either. It's European Talent Cup, of course. He's not champion yet, but that is what you would call a champion's ride. Race 1 win here in Valencia. He's enjoying himself on the last lap with who he battled with as well. Xabi Zurutuza grabbed 3rd on the line. How close was it? Let's have a look. Yeah, 0.037 seconds. Back to teammate Cruces, and Uriarte finished less than the 10th off as well. So hopefully we'll get the championship standings soon so we can work out what we've got to look forward to in race 2. But with that, epic ride. The number 28, Maximo Martinez, the debutant this year, remember, this is his first year of European Talent Cup racing, is now in the driving seat. He was in the driving seat already, but now he's got one hand on the trophy. But a lot can happen, can't it? This is motorcycle racing. It's never over until it's officially over. But he's put himself into a magnificent position. Jacob Ralston, another fantastic ride from him. Said he was feeling the pressure after his race 1 win in Estoril. He's had a quiet season since a best of 6, as we mentioned, in Valencia. But what a way to bounce back to some form for the Australian Jacob Ralston. So much talent there, of course, as we just saw. And there's Xabi Suratuza, 3rd place for the former championship leader, heading to Jerez he was, and then that DNF in race 2 cost him the title lead. Finished 5th in the first race, so he was 11 points down on Martinez heading into race 1. It's going to be even more now. As hopefully we'll get the championship standing so we can bring you the latest. I think Martinez will be 17 points clear, if my maths does me well. It never normally does, so don't take my word for that. But Max Martinez then pulls into Parc Ferme. Huge round of applause from his team and his family. Congratulations also from Jacob Ralston. Fantastic effort from both riders. Thumbs up. Yeah, and they know what a huge victory that is for Max Martinez. Here he is then, the championship standing. So Martinez, 20-point lead ahead of Suratuza and Cruces heading into race 2 later on this afternoon. Uriarte now, unfortunately, is out of the running with only 25 points left on the table. So 20 points then to Cruces and Suratuza. So Max Martinez can not take it steady, of course, but he can sort of take a leaf out of Daniel Holgardo's book and just keep out of trouble and do what he needs to do to claim the 2021 Hawkers European Talent Cup crown. We'll be hearing from him, of course, down in pit lane with Fran Wild, who's legged it out of the commentary box. And they'll go stand on the podium, spray some fizzy water. Of course, not old enough yet for the proper bubbly. That'll come in due course, as they then get set for race 2, the championship decider. Max Martinez taking a huge leap towards the title, not quite done it yet. Xabi Suratuza there did very well in the end to grab 3rd place from teammate Cruces and finish ahead of Brian Uriarte and Angel Piqueras. It was a great scrap, wasn't it, between those 4 riders? And here's how it was won for Max Martinez. Drafted past Jacob Ralston on the straight. A move we see ever so often, don't we, across every class really, from MotoGP down to European Talent Cup. Got the job done down into turn 1. No mistakes were made, and this is crossing the line. Jacob Ralston did his best to try and grab that last little bit of slipstream, but it wasn't enough to take the win away from Martinez. There's the team, of course, celebrating victory. That's 3 in a row now for Max Martinez after his double in Jerez. Seems like an age ago, doesn't it? Well, that's probably because it was an age ago. It was at least a couple of months ago, the last time the European Talent Cup riders were racing. And there you can see the sheer delight for Max Martinez after his 3rd win of the season. That's 4 podiums in a row, 5 in his last 6 races since that DNF right here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in race 2 earlier on this year. It's just been an outstanding run of form for Martinez since then. The lowest he's finished is 4th, and we can hear from him now. He's down in Parc Ferme with Fran Wild.
Well, that was an incredible fight at the front with Jacob, and with some nerves today with the standings and the points so close, but congratulations. Talk us through the race.
Well, yes, thank you very much. The race has been very difficult because there was some wet places, so the first turn was very difficult. And well, with Jacob, we were overtaking sometimes, but first of the race, Alvaro was on the front and I tried to get stuck to him, only that he crashed. I hope he's okay, and well, I want to dedicate this race to all my team, everybody, Gas 74 and everybody, and Hugo as well, and Luis Salón.
Thank you very much. Y en castellano también, por favor.
Bueno, la carrera ha sido muy difícil, había partes mojadas y era muy difícil porque deslizaba mucho, pero al principio intenté pegarme a Álvaro, desafortunadamente se ha caído, espero que esté bien. Y bueno, he podido escaparme un poco y he sacado metros con Jacob. Y bueno, esta carrera quiero dedicársela a Gas 74, que entreno ahí siempre, a Hugo, a Luis, a todo mi equipo, a toda mi familia. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, enhorabuena.
Here's the highlights then from race 1 of 2 in the Hawkers European Talent Cup here in Valencia. And it was a fast start for pole sitter Angel Piqueras as the title contenders battled it out in the opening exchanges, getting very busy there through turns 2 and 3. That's Zurutuza diving at the inside on the number 85 machine, with Max Martinez battling away in the opening exchanges, the number 28. Turn 1 was a little bit treacherous for the riders. Damp patches still on the circuit after heavy rain throughout Saturday's qualifying and overnight. But the riders soon got into their rhythm, soon got a little bit more confident, with plenty of passing manoeuvres coming down into turn 11, as we always see in Valencia. That was Alvaro Carpe diving up the inside of Max Martinez into turn 1. Unfortunately for the number 83, his race would end prematurely at turn 4. Fingers crossed Carpe is all okay and ready to bounce back in race 2. Pole sitter Piqueras did get a long lap penalty. There is Alvaro Carpe. Had to get stretchered away, but he was conscious and was moving, so that's a good sign at least. Fingers crossed, as we say, that he's okay to fight on in race 2, the last race of the season, as 3 title contenders, Uriarte, Zurutuza and Cruces, battled it out. Meanwhile, at the front, there was Max Martinez and Jacob Ralston battling for the win. But ultimately, championship leader Max Martinez would take a giant leap towards the title in 2021 with his 3rd victory of the season, his 3rd in a row. In fact, Jacob Ralston returned to the podium after his first win in Estoril. And Zurutuza could prove to be a vital podium in 3rd place as he and teammate Adrian Cruces head into the final race of the season, 20 points down on the number 28, Max Martinez. One hand on the trophy, it seems, for the young Spaniard. Will he take victory in race 2, I wonder? Will he take the title, more importantly, in race 2? That's coming your way a little bit later on after the Moto2 European Championship race and the Moto3 Junior World Championship race, the Moto2 European Championship, sorry. Here's the podium then. Zurutuza, Jacob Ralston and Max Martinez. Fantastic podium for all 3. Good to see plenty of handshakes and smiles there on the podium.
Ahora entrega el trofeo al representante del team Honda Laglis, Juan Antonio Conesa, como equipo vencedor.
Zurutuza will get his trophy just after team Honda Laglise get their trophy. Thanks to Max Martinez's superb ride. Zurutuza gets the 3rd place trophy. Great result on the day for Zurutuza. Not the best in terms of the World Championship, the European Championship. Very easy to get confused. But good to see Zurutuza smiling after a podium. Jacob Ralston, fantastic result for the Australian, and Max Martinez, the man of the moment. And another P1 trophy and $200. 200 euros, sorry, not in America. 200 euros. Nice little bit of pocket money as we hear the national anthem of Spain.
Hay aplausos para los cuatro premiados.
Very familiar national anthem, isn't it, for motorcycle racing fans? Spain just continue to breed talent into the FIM CEV Repsol and into the World Championship thereafter. Riders spray the bubbly then, only fizzy water of course. A very, very important afternoon coming up for Max Martinez. Xabi Turatuz are there. And Jacob Wilson, of course, will be aiming to grab another podium to add to his first place and second place so far this season. Do stick around to join us for that later on. The final race of the day. Like I say, we've got the Moto2 European Championship curtain closer. Then we've got the final Moto3 Junior World Championship race, and then the title decider between Max Martinez, Xabi Turatuz on the right-hand side of your screen there, and Adrián Cruces.
Here we go then, the final results of that race. Almost nothing in it, just a 10th between Max Martinez and Jacob Wilson. The very tall Australian, of course, on the slipstream, just losing out there. Turatuz, Cruces and Uriarte there, with Piqueras in 6th by the end in that close fight. Then Gonzalo Perez, Facundo Yambias and Joel Esteban in the top 9. A little bit of daylight between a few of those riders behind that group, and then another close fight with Blai Trias, Guido Pini, Cesar Perilla, Cesar, I should say, Spanish, not Italian, Paul Solar, Pau Alsina and Emmanuel David Brinton, then in 15th place and rounding out the point scorers. And that was a close fight for that final point as well, wasn't it? So lots of close battles throughout the field in the ETC, as we've become accustomed to. And another great race and a great duel, ice cold from Max Martinez at the front in the best way. And yeah, sets up a real thriller later on.
Certainly is going to be a thriller. Don't miss it. Title decider, always good to watch no matter what. And it's going to be even better with all the title contenders up the sharp end, all looking strong. So yeah, do tune in for that a little bit later on this afternoon. I think we're going to get a look at the championship standings. Yes, we are. So here we go then. Max Martinez heads into the final race of the season with a 20-point advantage over Turatuz and Cruces, with Uriarte now out of the title equation.
Yep, so that was a big race for Max Martinez and a big win. And it is a 20-point advantage, so never say never, but impressive stuff from the young Spaniard to, yeah, really make that count on a pivotal day. And Ralston as well then into that top 10 with another podium after, like we said, he was an early winner in the season and then just had a bit of a tougher time of it. He is a lot taller. Like I said, it's really down in Parc Fermé, it's even more pronounced, so much taller. So I'm sure he'll be hoping to change his tactics a bit later on so he doesn't have to rely on that slipstream in the latter stages.
Yeah, always a disadvantage, isn't it? I wouldn't know what it's like to be that tall, but...
Well, he's as tall as me, if not taller, and Max Martinez is like up to my waist, so, you know.
We saw it with Ivan Altola, didn't we, last year? He just looks like an absolute giant on these smaller Talent Cup bikes, and obviously Altola's now gone on to do very, very well in the Junior World Championship, so maybe that's the same case for Jacob Ralston. But there they are then, crossing the line. That was race 1. Max Martinez, the number 28, heads into the final race of the year as the man in charge.
welcome to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in the normally quite sunny Valencia here in Spain for another classic Moto2 showdown, we hope, ahead of us. And it is the classic circuit, everybody knows it so well, from the FIM CEV Repsol and of course from the Valencian Grand Prix that was just a week ago here at this track. So some really key points on the circuit to think about. The cold side of the tyre can often be something to bear in mind too, and that start-finish straight also giving a little bit of slipstream opportunity, but here we often see some close races and some great overtakes with plenty races going down to the final corner. That may well be the case in Moto2 as well, as we already have a champion with Fermín Aldeguer arriving on top of the European standings already. So the pressure is off for him, and closest challenger and teammate Alonso Lopez will be doing all he can to take his second victory of the season after so far proving the only man capable of overturning his teammates' incredible run this season. I'm Fran Wild, and alongside me will be Elliot York for this Moto2 showdown. And as you can see from that shot of the circuit, the weather is a little better throughout the day than we've had in qualifying. Certainly we've had a lot of rain so far, but we've now got the sun out for another classic, we hope, in Moto2. And it's the two Chiatti bikes at the front of the field then that have really written the story of this season between them. The number 54 of Fermín Aldeguer, an incredible job, unbeaten until the final race in Jerez, when Alonso Lopez finally kept chipping away and finally managed to take that first win of the season. Fermín, of course, moving up from stock 600 last year, so a rookie on the Moto2 bike, and Alonso Lopez moving over from the Moto3 World Championship, so also a big challenge, but the two have been truly the class of the field this season, and I think we can expect another duel today, but with plenty other players in the mix as well, not least of all Lukas Tulovic, who's also been on the podium this season, his teammate as well, Adam Noureddin. Xavi Cardaluz has been up there, but these two have really been the two men to beat this year. Now that Alonso does have that single race win, will we get another incredible duel to end the season here in Valencia? Time will tell.
Time will tell indeed, Fran. Yes, hello. A good afternoon, is it? Yes, it is a good afternoon.
Just
10 to 1 local time. Track temperature rising, air temperature rising or stabilising at least, and the track is getting ever better. We've had two races so far in the Junior World Championship and European Talent Cup, and now it's time for the final race of the Moto2 European Championship, where, as Fran rightly said, there's been two riders really that have been class of the field, the two Boscoscuro Team Chiatti speed up riders. And yeah, hopefully we can have a nice send-off today between the two, and hopefully some more contenders at the front as well. But it's a familiar story, isn't it? The top two on the grid are the top two in the standings.
They are indeed, yes. It is a very familiar story, but by no means a boring one. Some of the Moto2 races this year have been truly spectacular. A couple in Estoril, absolutely on the wire right down to the end. We had an absolute barnstormer in the Algarve as well, where a little bit of spice near to the end of that one is also the only time that Alonso Lopez has not finished second to his teammate before that win in Jerez. But in qualifying, he has sometimes had Fermín's measure, has he not?
Yeah, he certainly has. Alonso Lopez will be starting from his fourth pole position of the season, and we're going to hear from him now after a tricky qualifying.
Because the condition was really hard, but finally I can make more or less a perfect lap, because in these conditions make a perfect is more or less impossible. But finally I can do my best. And thank you for my team, for my family, and for all the sponsors who support me.
So yeah, and his best this season certainly has been very good. It's in some ways incredibly unlucky that he's ended up teammates to Fermin Aldeguer, who's had such an incredible season. Obviously, like I said in the start of the show, moved across from Stock 6 machinery into that Moto2 team. Alonso Lopez, though, made the transition from a Moto3 bike, so a bit of a bigger step, but both have been really, really impressive this season, and he did manage to take that win, like we said, in Jerez, and bring that winning run to an end as Fermin took the crown. But you can see there, so only one time off the second step behind Aldeguer after, some last-minute fireworks on the Algarve. Another great race between the two, but he does arrive as the most recent winner, and it's been a really impressive season the way he's adapted to what is obviously here the Honda Moto2 bike.
Yeah, the riders in the Moto2 European Championship were changing to the Triumph engines that we see in the Moto2 World Championship. They've been in place since 2018. And yeah, or 2019.
I was going to say 19, but I didn't want to immediately be like, no.
Yeah, it's 2019, so... Lopez has been, like you say, Fran, really, really impressive, and it is really unlucky for him that he's had to contend with this man, Fermin Aldeguer, who, of course, we've seen plenty of times now on the world stage. I think he's competed in 8 GPs.
Yeah, we were looking for the who will be a rookie in 2022 stats, weren't we? And he will just miss the cut, unfortunately, having made that transition early and done double duty for much of the latter half of this season. Had some impressive finishes as well. It was well inside the top 10 in Aragon and in Mugello as well. It was a bit crazy how quickly he managed to really make a dent in the points. But obviously it is a bit of a challenge to adjust as well. Like we said, the difference between machinery at the moment is, it's not just plug in and play. When you go to the World Championship paddock, it is a different bike, that Triumph engine. But it's been a really impressive performance from Aldeguer there and here this season, and he will be there full-time next year as well, so we'll get to see a little bit more of the 54.
Really exciting prospect is Fermin Aldeguer. There's not one person who you speak to who isn't excited about what he could potentially do. Of course, he's only 16 years old, so still really, really young.
So easy to forget, I think. Yeah.
And we were discussing, weren't we, that maybe it's been a little bit disappointing to see him not challenge for top 10s on a regular basis in Moto2, but considering how difficult Moto2 is, and considering he's not ridden that Triumph engine bike in this championship, to go on your debut weekend and finish 12th at Mugello of all places.
Yeah, it was very impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff indeed. But Alonso as well, Alonso Lopez, we keep calling him Alonso because it just feels like the surname. But yes, Alonso Lopez also done a few Grand Prix stand-ins as well, and did take a 12th place at the Sachsenring, so that's also no mean feat. Like we said, the last time he'd raced in the Grand Prix paddock was in Moto3, where he was, of course, a Grand Prix podium finisher as well. So that was an impressive performance from him as well. I think the two of them, they've just had that little bit of daylight behind them, haven't they? They've really dominated this season. But it is Lucas Tulevic, who's also a Moto E race winner this year, who's third overall now heading into this race. And he's basically been third or fourth or 2 DNFs. So it's been a very consistent season running at the front for the German. But yeah, we'll have to see what he's able to do here, because I don't think he's ever been on the podium at Valencia, so today he'll be gunning to change that. But his teammates, I'm sure, will want to stand in his way. Adam Norridin.
Yeah, for sure. As you can see there, Adam Norridin finished third earlier on in the season in Valencia. Actually didn't finish too far behind Alonso Lopez in third place. So starting from the front row in pretty much now dry conditions, Adam Norridin might be an outside shot to try and challenge the two Boscoscuro riders for the race win or the podium. Let's hope so. Let's hope we can get some more battles for the top step. Yeah, you mentioned Lucas Tulevic, Fran. 4th place on the grid for the German rider. He's looking to consolidate 3rd place in the overall standings as well. He's 17 points clear of Xavi Cardlus, who will be a name familiar to many, I assume, as well. Of course, we've seen him in the Moto2 World Championship and FIM NL Moto E World Cup.
Wow, you went for the full name. I'm impressed.
I did, yeah. I'm on brand, Fran. I'm on brand.
You didn't say TM out loud, though, so, room to improve. But no, yeah, and Cardlus is actually the only other rider to have taken a 2nd place. He was the rider able to pick Alonso Lopez's pocket in that Portimao little shuffle. Other than that, though, he's not been on the podium. So there's that one bright light of 20 points for the Andorran. Other than that, though, a few fourth places, good season, solid stuff from Cardelus, but I'm sure, yeah, he'll want to try and at least give himself a chance at closing in on Tulovic in the standings. And Adam Norodin as well. He's not too far behind the Andorran in 5th overall, but I'm sure we'll want another podium to round out the season.
We're all set then for the final Moto2 European Championship race of the year. I think we're going to get the grids shortly, as the riders then take their wheel warmers off, tyre warmers off.
Wheel warmers.
Wheel warmers.
So we do have Alonso Lopez on pole then from Fermin Aldeguer and Adam Norodin. Then we've got Tulovic, Toledo and Cardelus on row 2. Ahead of Vugrinec, Wilford and Orgis then on the 3rd row of the grid. Then we have Tiger Harder, Perez, Garcia, Escric, Rato, Kubo ahead of his move to Moto2. Eki, Torresillas and Orgis on row 6 of the grid. Eki, of course, also a wild card at the Valencia GP. And then Cruiser, Davis, Fernando Paz, Chuba, Burboom, Montero, Hostruk, Rehacek, Vostatek. Nice Czech contingent there on the 9th row of the grid. And Hostruk, Romanian, heading in from the NTC this year. And then Perez, Ferracci and Ottaviani rounding out the field. So, could be an interesting one, this. We've seen a couple of Northern Talent Cup alumni turn up this weekend. Rossi Moore in Moto3, Jacobo Hostruk in Moto2. So a few fresh names. But will there be a fresh name on the top step? Can anyone beat the Boscoscuro duo? I'm not going to bet against it. No. Obviously, we hope for a great race at the front once again, either between the two or if anyone else can really get in that mix and fight it out. But the season they've put together between them has been incredible. And obviously, Fermin Aldeguer at the front there, just a really impressive run of win.
I think you missed a couple of wins there off.
I know, I was like, do I go for the absolute full count? I can't do it.
21 degrees air temperature then. Wow, we didn't expect that when we were here yesterday, when it literally did not stop raining. So this is a venture into the unknown for the Moto2 riders. It's been either wet or very, very mixed conditions throughout the weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and even in warm-up. We've not had a spot of rain since we woke up this morning in Valencia, but because of how cold it was and how much rain we had, warm-up still pretty much, I wouldn't say wet, but it was certainly damp, and they still had to go out on wet tyres.
Still a little bit damp, yeah, but it was certainly the best conditions we've had for a while, so it was an interesting barometer for the races. But now, yeah, it is really a lot drier. Almost no damp patches that we can see now from the commentary box on the main straight. We're sort of at the Repsol branded gantry with the lights on it. So yeah, it looks like it should be pretty good conditions for the Moto2 guys after, yeah, the smaller machinery's been out there and helped dry it out as well as the sun. But I'm just excited to see what this one has in store.
Yeah, me too. Last race of the season, of course, so all or nothing here for these riders. Championship already wrapped up, so it's all about pride and just trying to do as good as possible and head into the winter break with as much confidence and happiness and whatever else that you want just to take into the winter. Yeah, exactly, just like us. Good to see fans there as well. We saw them in the background as the previous shot. Really nice to have fans back in the grandstands above us here in pit lane, and they'll be hoping as well, of course, to see a fantastic fight between Alonso Lopez, Fermin Aldeguer, Adam Norodin, Lucas Tulovic. Alex Toledo starts from the middle of the 5th row. Cardelus, as we've mentioned, outside of row 2.
Does indeed. So, the calm before the storm. So Alonso Lopez then, another pole position. Can he convert it into another win and make teammate Fermin Aldeguer settle for second once more? You can see the big Grazie Vale mural on the side of that building there, looking down on the Valencia Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and soon the lights will come on, hopefully in the top left of your screen. They do, so the lights on and the lights go out, and we're underway then for the final Moto2 encounter of the season. And it looked like a bit of a better start initially for Fermin Aldeguer, but I think Alonso Lopez then is going to take the whole shot. The number 21 smoothly into turn turn one, takes the race lead then early doors, and Aldeguer actually losing out a little bit after that good jump off the line, and it's Adam Norridin up into second place.
Great start then from Alonso Lopez from pole position. Yeah, I think looking out the commentary box window and on the screen, Aldeguer just got a bit of a wheelie when he was trying to accelerate, which obviously, of course, doesn't help his matter, and slipped down to third place behind Norridin. But yeah, the perfect getaway then for Alonso Lopez as he chases his second winning succession, a second win of the season. Safely negotiated the first sector, can be quite treacherous even in fully dry conditions, let alone when there's still a few wet patches. We'll watch out for turn one in particular. We've seen a few riders already today have a few moments or even go down there. So
yeah, have a few wobbles, especially on really near the apex of the corner. There was a bit of a damp patch that lasted a wee bit longer than some of the others on the track, caught a couple out. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that, like you say. But Alonso Lopez then, perfect start to his Sunday so far, taking the lead from pole position and a little bit of daylight in hand as well over Adam Norridin. But great job from the Malaysian so far to have taken that second place, and Aldeguer so far not making too many inroads either, as Tulovic then is in fourth at the moment, and Harder then in a really close battle for fifth against Roberto Garcia at the moment.
Good start from Harder, actually. He was 11th on the grid, so he's already up into fifth place from the Japanese rider. So good start there as they round the final corner and will cross the line with 18 laps to go. It's Alonso Lopez leading the way. What is the gap? It looks to be just under a second, yeah, just over half a second, 0.6 back to Norridin, Aldeguer, and then Lucas Tulovic, who's backing it in there slightly into turn one. Norridin just having a little bit of a wiggle, weren't he? Down into turn one, we've mentioned that. Down into turn one. It's a little bit treacherous down there, but all okay so far.
And it looked like there was an open door there that Aldeguer was tempted to take, but not quite yet. No room through past the Malaysian. And like we said, yeah, after that wiggle as well, he's probably just having a couple of moments to catch his breath and settle back into a rhythm. But great job from him so far. But obviously the best job so far, definitely Alonso Lopez with that lead. You can see he's stretching that out a little bit by another couple of tenths, I think. So great job from the number 21 if he does want to try and take another win. But it looks like Aldeguer then has made his way through into second place. So do we start the Jaws music for the number 54? I think we may.
Yeah, I think we do. Let's see what Aldeguer can do there now. He's got a little bit of clean air ahead of him. Alonso Lopez, that looks to be at least a second now ahead of Fermin Aldeguer. But I'm going to predict that Aldeguer can try and reel him in, and we'll have a good scrap at the front with Norridin then trying to hang on to the coattails of Fermin Aldeguer. Not many people have been able to do that this year, apart from Alonso Lopez, so it'll be interesting to see if Norridin can cling on to the back of Aldeguer and maybe claw his way up to Alonso Lopez as well.
I think we're already starting to see the answer. Sadly, number 54 able to pull away a little bit so far on this lap already, so it'd be interesting to see what he's got in hand then to try and drag back his teammates into another classic duel between the two. So over the line then, it's 1.380 that Alonso Lopez has in hand over his teammate. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see how it changes. Adam Norridin still in pretty good touch with the number 54, but not been able to make a move in return so far, and it was the fastest lap from Lopez. But as Aldeguer also made that move, you'd expect he's maybe not quite done one at full chat just yet.
Just looking down the timing screens, Carlos is down to 11th place. Not sure what happened to the Andorran rider. Long lap times 2 for Carlos. That explains why then. So he must have taken his first long lap on the previous lap. He's got another one coming there. We didn't know about that, or at least I didn't. I didn't see that in the...
I've not seen it come up on our timing screen just yet. I'm not sure if he's maybe dropped back because he's done the first of those long lap penalties. So yeah, we'll have to see what comes of that then. But yeah, a bit of a difficult day then for the Andorran so far. He did start much further up the grid. But yeah, and I think the biggest gainer, like you said, Tiger Harder is still in 6th place at the moment. He was just behind Garcia last time over the line, so did lose out a little bit in that battle. But now you can see then we're starting to get a little bit of daylight between the top 3 as Aldeguer just gets a little bit closer to Lopez and a little bit further ahead of Adam Norridin. So we'll have to see how this plays out. It's going to be a classic Moto2 one about lap times and gaps. We're not going to get the ETC crazy shuffles, but we'll hope for a grandstand finish because we've seen some real cracking races from these two so far this year.
No jump starts then. That's good news at least, and Adam Norridin crossed the line ahead of Lucas Tulovic. What is the gap between the two teammates? 1.6 seconds. So Lucas Tulovic in 4th place is consolidating 3rd overall in the standings, especially with Carlos down now in 15th place, 16th place. Oh, he's tumbling down the order, so I was going to say he must have taken his second long lap penalty, but there's some sort of issue there for Xavi Carlos, and it looks like his race is over. Not sure what's happened. Mechanical issue. Yeah, the bike's on fire there, you can see. So hopefully Xavi Carlos can notice that a little bit quickly.
Aware
jump
that there's
off
a problem,
that.
but there is a fire.
Yeah.
So hopefully, yeah, he'll move over now. And the double long lap, apologies, viewers, it was from a penalty from qualifying.
Okay.
So, yeah, he obviously took the first of those and then had some mechanical issues there. So we hope he is able to dump that bike fairly quickly and safely away from the track after that issue. Not sure whatever's happened there, but really bad luck then for him in the final one of the season. It's not how you want to end your year of competition at all. But at the front, it's exactly how Alonso Lopez would want to end his year of competition. So far, at least, still got a good gap over teammate Fermin Aldeguer, but there's an awful lot more daylight now behind the two Boscos Gurus. So we hope... Okay, I was going to say we hope you're not seeing that graphic at home. But yeah, so back at the front then, we still have that familiar sight. 21 leading 54 though this time around as the two Boscos Gurus do make their way away from the rest of the field. But it isn't the biggest gap we've seen at sometimes this year. It's only a couple of seconds back to Adam Noureddin, so the Malaysian doing a really good job at the moment in third. And then his teammate Lukas Tulovic also within an even smaller gap behind him. And the German very eager to sign off from the season with a podium.
Yeah, Noureddin had 3 non-scores from his last podium in Portimao Race 1 to Jerez Race 2 when he finished 6th. So yeah, Noureddin really hungry for a return to the podium as we get a replay of the start. Alonso Lopez getting away well. Boot smoke in there. It was Alonso Lopez and then Fermin Aldeguer who got a little bit of a wheelie on. So yeah, that just disrupted their runs. Disrupted. Down into turn 1 as Noureddin dived at the inside, and Tulovic there just getting hung out to dry a bit on the paint. You've got to be careful there, obviously, because the riders aren't running over that, so there's going to be some standing water.
There is, yeah. You could see that wet patch just on the inside of turn 1 there. Still a little bit darker, the asphalt down there. But it was a fairly clean start. But yeah, it looked like Aldeguer initially was the first one away, but yeah, just not able to stay with Lopez. And yeah, unfortunately, Tulovic hung out to dry, like you said, on the outside line. Noureddin getting a really good start and putting his bike in the perfect place there to make an early attack for second place. Sounds like we've got a crasher then, as you can see on screen. So that's bad luck for Martin Vugrinec, the Croatian rider, stock 6 runner. We hope he's okay. But at the front then you can see it's only getting bigger, isn't it? That gap between Aldeguer and Adam Noureddin, yep, so it's now up to 4.3 seconds between the number 54 and the number 7. So it could be an interesting one in that battle for third, though, because Tulovic has made up some good ground as well. He's now within a second of his teammates. I don't know if Noureddin's made a little bit of a mistake somewhere as we were watching that replay of the race start.
Looks like he has, because his lap time was nearly a second down on Tulovic, wasn't it? And then incidentally, up the front, the two that we're focusing on here, the lap times are pretty much similar, just a 10th in it in favour of Fermin Aldeguer. So the gap's still, there you go, as we were just saying, it's almost like we can control that, can't we? But we don't.
Yeah, we don't. That was just incredible, great timing there from the graphics guys. But yeah, only a 10th in it then at the moment. So Alonso Lopez holding firm in the lead of this race. But I can still hear a little bit of that Jaws music though, because he's getting a little bit closer, is Fermin Aldeguer. So great job from the number 54 once more. But Alonso Lopez so far, pretty much everything he needed to do, he's done. Great start, got the whole shot, got the hammer down, and managed to keep it nice and clean in the race lead.
Into a nice rhythm, isn't he, the number 21, looking very, very good, and it just shows when Fermin Aldeguer can't quite bridge the gap straight away that you're going very, very quick indeed. There's Xavi Carlos then, thankfully all okay, and hopefully the bike was put out when it was on fire heading into pit lane.
Can't see any serious plumes of smoke across the track from where we're sat. So yeah, hopefully then the Andorran was able to park that in a good safe place by the side of the track. But yeah, bad luck for him. It is not how you want to end the year, is it? But these guys, though, this is very close now then. The number 3 of Lucas Tulovic right on the back of his teammate, Malaysian Adam Noureddin. So I don't think Tulovic, I saw him briefly this morning, I said, first podium at Valencia maybe today, and kind of accidentally pointed out that he'd not had one yet. So maybe today is the day. It's not a track where he's got the best record, and Noureddin, yes, so this could be an interesting battle between these two guys with plenty of bragging rights on the line as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we mentioned before, that Noureddin actually did beat Lucas Tulovic to the podium when we visited here a few months ago at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. So Tulovic is trying to return the favour on his team, and it looks like he's going to do so as well. Right up the back of the number 7 is Tulovic. Not quite enough slipstream down there for the Moto2 riders to properly use it like there is in the Talent Cup and the Junior World Championship. But yeah, Lucas Tulovic climbing all over the back of Adam Noureddin. That's a passing manoeuvre there up into turn 11 that we see very often. Riders diving up the inside, hitting the apex, and then getting the bike stood up and down into turn 12, and then the spectacular turn 13. I managed to just get out on the scooter and have a watch of the Moto3 riders there yesterday. It's just super impressive, the speed they can carry, even in the wet, as it was in qualifying yesterday. It's amazing to see them not fully lent over, but lent over full gas and absolutely creaming it over the hill into turn 14.
It is. It's a pretty cool sight. And this is a pretty cool sight as well now in this battle for third then. Those two guys absolutely locked together, and Tulovic makes his move. Can he get it stopped? Looks like he's gone a little bit wide, but I think he's kept it on track. Yep, absolutely. So job done then for the number 3. That was nice stuff from the German to move into third for potentially his first Valencia podium. See if Noureddin can respond. Maybe if he did have a bit of an issue a couple of laps ago, maybe he's just taking a minute to get back into his rhythm. We'll see what the Malaysian has got in the next few laps, I'm sure, and see if he can hang on to the coattails of the number 3.
Gap at the front is down to 0.9 seconds, so just under a second. Last lap for Fermin Aldeguer was a 1:36.8. Alonso Lopez was a 1:37.0. So a couple of tenths gained for Fermin Aldeguer, and once you get under a second, it's
life gets a little easier, doesn't it?
Life does get a little bit easier. Obviously, they're a little bit closer. Fastest lap of the race there, 36.8. Once again, the graphics doing wonders for me.
Great timing once again, yeah. So Fermin then on the hunt behind his teammate Alonso Lopez, and these guys still pretty close together as well. Adam Noureddin not yet been completely dropped by Tulovic in that battle for third, but this is the battle for the lead then. At the moment, you can see it's still a fairly good chunk of time in hand for Lopez, the number 21, but that number 54 machine is just making his way closer and closer to his teammate. Let's see what it is over the line. About the same, nothing too much in it. It's just 1.086, so just about a second at the moment between the two Boscoscuro guys.
Yeah, they're pretty much lapping identical times, which is good news if you're Alonso Lopez. Not the best news for Fermin Aldeguer, as Lopez sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:36.761. The fast lap of the race is probably going to be set for a number of laps to come if they keep doing like this, because they're working out the track conditions, tyres are getting up for temperature, and they're working out where the grip is, where to push, when to just be a little bit cautious still. But Lopez looking really strong here to keep Fermin Aldeguer, the 2021 champion, of course, and Grand Prix bound Spaniard, at bay.
Yep, definitely. Great job, like we said, from the number 21 so far in this race. And especially when Aldeguer did take quite a margin of victory at this track earlier in the year as well. So good sign so far for Lopez then, that he's able to just keep him at bay and set similar lap times at this stage of the race. But as you can see, after this one, there's still another 10 whole laps to go. So there's plenty of time for us to get that grandstand finish, and they've already lapped one of the runners near the back of the field then. So that's pretty impressive stuff. I think that was Ferracci, wasn't it? So nice and well out the way as well, so that's good stuff to see, respecting those blue flags and not getting involved in what is hopefully going to be quite a duel.
Yeah, fingers crossed we get a grandstand finish to finish off a fantastic season on a high, but Alonso Lopez won't be hoping it's a grandstand finish. He'll be hoping to keep his teammate at bay. What's the gap across the line then? It is, yeah, pretty much exactly the same. They just exchanged lap times that were 0.09 of a second apart, so literally you can't get much closer than that in terms of lap times.
You really can't.
A little bit of a moment there at turn 1.
Yeah, a bit loose, bit loose. Let's see how Aldeguer took turn 1 then. See that rear tyre just skipping on the paint there. Also a little bit, I saw a little bit of
a bump.
Cool movement there as they're obviously both pushing on very hard in this race. They've pushed each other this season. Certainly, obviously, Aldeguer has had the upper hand for much of the season, but they really have pushed each other to make that incredible gap that they've often enjoyed back to the rest. And yeah, it is over 10 seconds now back to Tulovic. And Adam Noureddin is still within about a second of his teammate, so that still could be a battle to the finish. We also should talk about the man in 5th, because what a fantastic job. The top stock 6 runner, Roberto Garcia, is still in 5th place, still holding Tiger Harder at bay. Got a 2.5 seconds in hand over the Japanese rider, so that's really, really impressive stuff there.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from the 15-year-old Spaniards on the Avatel Cardoso Racing Superstock bike. And they race together in this class, but the Superstocks don't quite have the same power or the same racecraft, let's say, as the Moto2 bikes. Obviously, Moto2 bikes are purpose-built race machines, aren't they? Whereas Superstock, obviously, are road-going machines that are adapted to racing. So, yeah, really, really impressive from Roberto Garcia to be ahead of the likes of Tiger Harder and Sam Wilford, Kenneth Kubo, World Championship-bound Kenneth Kubo, Diego Perez, and Alexis Skrieg is the second best Superstock rider in P10. So then, Fermin Aldeguer sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:36.3 compared to Alonso Lopez's 1:36.5. The gap now back down to under a second, but only just 0.9 seconds between them. So Aldeguer now really getting the teeth in, really getting the hooks into the back of his teammate Alonso Lopez with 8.5 laps to go.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one, isn't it? They're still very much in the same postcode on track. Let's see how it develops over the next few laps. But yeah, I was just looking to double check, but the top stock 6 finish so far this season was a 9th place, I think. So really, really impressive stuff from Roberto Garcia so far to be running within that top 5, and like I said, ahead of Tiger Harder, Sam Wilford, Kenneth Kubo, who's going to the Moto2 World Championship next year. Really, really great performance from him. So yeah, shout out again, once again. Just had to double check my stat there before speaking it out loud. But here we go then at the front. We're staying glued to these two guys as we have for so much of the season. It's hard to tell visually, isn't it, between the Moto2 guys what exactly, if it's getting a little bit smaller, that gap, or getting a little bit bigger, because it does look like it's about the same. Yeah, it's still 0.9 of a second, but it's just so tempting to think that he is getting reeled in a little bit more than maybe the reality shows at the moment, because those laps were, wow,
3,000 of a second
difference between the two. So a very interesting battle of wills at the front of the field between those two. But it does look like Tulovic then has got the upper hand on teammate Adam Noureddin. It's now 2.8 seconds that the Malaysian trails the German. There you can see him on screen in a little bit of free air as the number 7 now. So good race from him, top 4 in the Moto2 European Championship. Absolutely nothing to be sniffed at, but just not able to quite keep pace with the number 3 at the moment. So, but then after we have been singing the praises of Roberto Garcia, it looks like that is one of the other closest battles on the track now. Tiger Harder and Sam Wilford both within a second, in a little bit of a trio there. So we'll have to see what happens in that battle.
We sure will. And the lap times for the best laps just indicates sort of the season we've had, doesn't it? Lucas Tulovic at 37.6 on his last lap, 1.3 seconds slower than both Aldeguer and Lopez, and it is an indication of what we've seen this year. These two Boscoscuro Team Chiatti riders have been a class above, let's be brutally honest. They've just been absolutely sensational, both of them. And I know Alonso Lopez, looking at the championship, would be obviously disappointed to be currently 44 points down. Obviously that will come down to 39 if he wins this race. But what a huge year for Alonso Lopez in terms of his growth and development. To jump on a Moto2 bike from the Moto3, a massive step. And to be challenging Fermin Aldeguer for pretty much the whole season, who is, well, let's just say he's a bit of a superstar, isn't he, in the making. 16 years old, moving up to the Moto2 class where he's already had points finishes, and we should mention actually points finishes for Alonso Lopez as well when he debuted in the Moto2 class at the Saxman. I think he finished 12th as well.
He did, yeah. He's also a Moto2 World Championship point scorer, which is no mean feat. And yeah, obviously his first Moto2 appearance, because he did come from Moto3, like we said. It's a bit of a dramatic reshuffle, unfortunately, that saw him losing his seat there. And then he came to, like you said, the Boscoscuro Talent Team chassis here, took on a new challenge on intermediate class machinery. And like we said, in some ways he's been a little bit overshadowed by that run of 25s at the top of the standings for his teammate. But it can't be underestimated, the really impressive job at adapting to this machinery that he's done. And of course, having shown that he could do that on the Triumph as well. Ooh, bit of a spicy moment there with back marker, but both through safely. I don't think it's changed the gap too much between the two, but it did look like Aldeguer maybe got the rotten end of that deal a little bit, but no, the number 54 able to stay within that same sort of second gap-ish back from his teammate. But yeah, both of them just great season, and on Boscoscuros as well, beating the Calixes in this paddock. So really important and impressive stuff from the chassis manufacturer as well.
Yeah, they're on a roll, aren't they? Boscoscuro in the Moto2 European Championship, of course, won it with Jari Montoya last year in 2020. And then, of course, this year with Firmin Aldeguer, but drama at turn 1. Alonso Lopez running wide there. Not sure what happened as the cameras panned away, but that gap's now come down to a good 0.7 seconds. Yeah, not sure what happened there. It doesn't look like he's lost a whole heap of time after running wide.
No, so that was a bit of a confusing one there. We'll see if we can get a replay of that from the start of that moment. Probably just in a little bit hot maybe, but he's gathered it back up and stayed ahead of his teammate, and still does have a little bit of time in hand, but with now a few more back markers ahead of them as well. Here we go then. Is this going to be a replay of the moment? I think he's just going to go in a little bit hot, or maybe just have a bit of a moment. Just a bit hot, just a bit too much, asking a bit too much, and not quite able to make the apex then of turn 1. And we do have a little bit more drama on the start-finish straight as well. Someone has just gone past with quite a poorly motorcycle.
Yeah, one of the Superstock 600 rides. There it is, the number 45. Thankfully pulls to the side of the track, Leon August there. Unfortunate end to Leon August's championship in 2021. Hopefully there's not been any oil spill.
He was off the racing line.
He was
on
off
the
the
far
racing
side
line,
of the track, so good instincts from the German. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame, obviously, to end the season like that, but yeah, did definitely keep it well on the left-hand side of the main straight as he came past. But we do have a red flag then. So I imagine it will be for if there is any fluid dropped from that machine. Yeah. Let's see what that means in terms of the race. And you can see a lot of smoke hanging in the air above, and you can see a very angry Alonso Lopez as well.
I don't know if it's happy or angry, because with 5 laps to go, have we completed?
I am just doing the maths. Is he happy? Is he angry? Yeah, it might be right on the borderline, eh?
But yeah, red flag obviously for track conditions. It did happen right outside our commentary box window. Well, I think that's your answer, Fran. I think he's quite happy.
So I think then we hope there's not going to be a restart now, because that's unnecessary mileage.
Well, we'll go with Alonso Lopez's instincts then. We're not quite sure here in the commentary box if that's race done and season done, but Alonso Lopez certainly thinks it is. So congratulations if it is to Alonso Lopez, second win of the season. But yeah, track conditions then, obviously the race direction saw oil spilt. Can't quite see it from our commentary box, but better to be safe than sorry, of course, especially.
It's hard to tell as well after we had damp patches.
Yeah, it is.
What kind of fluid it is that we're looking at, because there are still a very small amount of damp streaks on the main straight, but it must be then from that that incident there. Quite dramatic, straight past the commentary box, but at least though, quick red flag, no harm done, can clean up the track hopefully as quickly as possible for the next races that we've got today as well.
Bit of a shame that ended early, isn't it? Because that was shaping up to be a really fantastic grandstand finish, as we mentioned, that we'd have liked to have seen.
It was, yeah. So another win then for the number 21. Impressive stuff from him, and he did have the measure of his teammate until that point.
So yeah, then the riders pulling into Parc Ferme, and there it is then, yeah, Leon August's Superstock 600 Yamaha spilling out the, yeah, you can see there, if you look at the bottom right-hand bit of the bike, you can see the oil absolutely pouring out the side of his machine there. So absolutely spot on from race direction there to bring out the red flags. Clearly some, or a lot of oil spilt on the start-finish straight, and although off the racing line you do not want oil spilt anywhere on a circuit, let alone when the riders are going full chat, tucked up behind the bubble on the start-finish straight, because that could have serious consequences. So yeah, good stuff from race direction to bring out the red flags, and good stuff from Alonso Lopez to claim his second win of the season. We were talking about heading into the winter full of confidence, and that will do Alonso Lopez the world of good, beating Fermin Aldeguer, who ends his season with a couple of second places. He'll of course wanted to make it a maximum 11 out of 11, but it wasn't to be. But nevertheless, take nothing away from Fermin Aldeguer. He wins the Moto2 European Championship by 39 points over Alonso Lopez, as Fermin Aldeguer now gets set for a whole year in the Moto2 World Championship with speed up, of course. There is then Fermin Aldeguer finishing second, and there's confirmation of his championship victory in 2021. P1 for Fermin Aldeguer. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of Fermin Aldeguer in Parc Ferme in the future. Really is a bit of a star of the future. Just 16 years old. He's absolutely dominated, along with Alonso Lopez, this year in the European Championship, and already impressed on the world stage, hasn't he? If you're watchers of the Moto2 World Championship, you'll know he's had some great results over there. P7 in Aragon, his best result. There's Alonso Lopez. There's a nice little burnout to end the season on a high. I'm sure Alonso Lopez will be hoping to get a Moto2 move at some point in the near future. Based on recent results and based on this season, he certainly deserves a crack at it, doesn't it? Like we say, he did score points in his appearance at the Sachsenring, replacing Hector Garzo, finishing 12th there. So yep, two stars of the future for sure. Stars of now, really, Fermin Aldeguer and Alonso Lopez. There's the team celebrating another title victory. Montoya did it last year, and they've done it again this year with Fermin Aldeguer. We'll be hearing from Alonso Lopez down in Parc Ferme with Fran Wild in due course, and I can see a major cleanup operation on the front straight just outside our commentary box window. I can't even see, if I lean over, where it begins. That's a good 50 metres at least they're cleaning up on the front straight, so there's a bit of a clean-up job for the marshals, who are doing a superb job as always. Yeah, it's a very long stretch of oil, so hopefully there's not too many delays for the upcoming races in the Moto3 Junior World Championship and the title decider, the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Good to see fans in the grandstands. They'll have enjoyed that one, won't they? A nice day for them to come and enjoy some motorcycle racing. Obviously not quite as many as we saw at the season finale 7 days ago in the MotoGP World Championship, but always good to see fans in the grandstands above us here in pit lane. Saw the Fermin Aldeguer Club there. You can just see in the background the number 54 in the yellow shirts. They've been to every race this year, including the Moto2 World Championship races that Fermin Aldeguer has raced in. Follow him everywhere, don't they? And it's fantastic to see them here cheering their lad on. And I'm sure they're excited for 21 races next year. Hopefully, as things stand, we'll be having fans at every race next year. And I wonder if the Fermin Aldeguer fan club will be travelling to all of them. I'm sure they'll love to be there. Saw them all as I come out of the petrol station garage this morning after buying a few goodies to keep me going throughout the day. And they were all buzzing away to watch Fermin Aldeguer. Not sure when we're going to hear from the race winner. just getting confirmation on our timing screens. Race completed due to oil on track. Clean-up operation well underway. And hopefully we'll be getting underway shortly for the last 2 races of the season. I think we're ready for the interview now. We can hear cheers in Parc Fermé and Fermin Aldeguer. Sorry, Alonso Lopez, race winner, will be down there talking to Fran.
So, Alonso, it's been an incredible year for you, switching from Moto3 to Moto2 machinery. And now you've got your 2nd win, beating Fermin again here in Valencia. Congratulations.
Yes, for sure it was a tough race because the turn 1 was really difficult. But finally I can make a very good read because we don't ride a lot in dry conditions, but finally I can did a very good race with Fermin because he was very strong for the last week because he was riding here. And finally, I work a lot to this race. And thank you for my family, for the team, to Jose also, because it was a very tough month, but finally we win.
Well, congratulations. Y otra vez en castellano, por favor.
Bueno, la verdad que ha sido una carrera muy difícil porque la curva 1 estaba dificilísima y había que tomar riesgos, pero bueno, al final hemos rodado rapidísimo para estar la pista así, sin apenas haber rodado en seco, porque todo el fin de semana ha estado más o menos seco, agua, y bueno, la verdad que después de un mes súper duro, sabe muy bien ganar de esta manera y nada, gracias a mi familia, al equipo, a José por este mes tan duro, a los chicos por ayudarme a entrenar y nada, y a Lucía.
Enhorabuena.
Adiós.
Alonso Lopez then started from pole position and got a good getaway to lead into turn 1, and from there never really looked back to take on the race victory for the 2nd time in 2021. Fermin Aldeguer didn't get away too well from 2nd on the grid, but after a couple of laps picked his way past Adam Norradine there down into turn 6 and then set his sights on his teammate Alonso Lopez. Couple of iffy moments down at turn 1 that still got some wet patches there from heavy rain throughout the day and overnight. There's Xavi Cardelus, unfortunately retiring from the race early. Not the way to end his season that he would have been hoping for, but thankfully all okay with Xavi Cardelus, not his bike. As we saw a familiar story up front, didn't we? Alonso Lopez being chased by Fermin Aldeguer as the 2 Liqui Moly intact machines of Lukas Tulovic and Arnaud fought for 3rd place, and Tulovic got it done down into turn 1 on his teammate Norradine. Didn't look back from there, and then the red flags came out after Leon Augus's bike said no more. Oil was spilt on the start-finish straight. Then with just 5 laps to go, the race was completed, and the number 21 of Alonso Lopez won his 2nd race of the year. A fantastic way to end what has been a phenomenal season for Alonso Lopez. Ultimately finished 2nd in the championship standings, of course, with Fermin Aldeguer wrapping up the title in Jerez last time out a couple of months ago. But take nothing away from either of them. Fermin Aldeguer, the champion, and Alonso Lopez have been a class apart this season. There's the results then. Alonso Lopez didn't finish a lap ahead of any of those riders, but there's a bit of confusion with the timing screens with the red flags coming out when they did. So there's your top 3, Aldeguer and Tulovic, Adam Norradine and Roberto Garcia. Fantastic ride from the young Spaniard to finish 5th on the Superstock 600 Yamaha. Harder, Wilford, Kubo and Perez claimed top 9 finishes, with Alex Escrig on the 2nd Superstock 600 Yamaha claiming 10th. Dimaseki, we'll be seeing more of him next year in 2022 when he makes the step up to the Moto2 World Championship with the Yamaha VR46 Master Camp team. Toledo, Reito, Torresias and Leon August completed the points in the last race of the season in the Moto2 European Championship in 2021. There's the other finishers across the line then. Cyber, Vosacek and Crosser taking top 20s. There you can see Xavi Cardelus battling for 4th and 3rd in the championship against Lukas Tulovic, is ultimately falling short in the end, with Tulovic taking a podium and Cardelus retiring.
Tercera plaza para Luka Tulovic.
Time for the final podium then of the season in the Moto2 class here in the FIM CEV Repsol. Team Chiatti team member taking to the podium. Once again, they're getting used to that, aren't they, in the Moto2 European Championship. Luka Tulovic, another podium for the German to end his season on a high. Fermin Aldeguer, the champion, taking second, with Alonso Lopez standing on the top set for a second time this season, the second time in a row. He'll be more than happy with that heading into the winter break. Another trophy for the Boscoscura Team Chiatti cabinet. I'm sure they're busy trying to build a couple more to fit all of them in after 2 wonderful seasons in the European Championship. Get ready to see Fermin Aldeguer much more in 2022. And Alonso Lopez, a fantastic season from the Spaniard after stepping up to the Moto2 Honda machine from Moto3. And Lukas Tulovic gets the €200 check. A nice little way to go with the podium to end his season.
Un aplauso para los 4 premiados, Luka Chiatti, Luka Tulovic, Fermin y Alonso.
Congratulations then to all the podium finishers, to Alonso Lopez, to Fermin Aldeguer, and to Lukas Tulovic. Congratulations to all of them on a fantastic season. Fermin Aldeguer, the 2021 European champion. Alonso Lopez, the 2-time winner. And Lukas Tulovic finished 3rd overall in the standings. So quite fitting, really, that the final podium of the year is the top 3 in the standings. The drinks will now flow. Not for Fermin Aldeguer, though, of course, only 16 years old. It's so easy to forget, as we said earlier in the broadcast, that he's still so young, so much potential in Fermin Aldeguer.
The only thing that Pedro Acosta could be happy about not winning in Texas. Don't get the spoils there. But yeah, it's been an amazing season, hasn't it? So let's have a look at those the championship standings then. So it is Fermin Aldeguer, we already knew, was the king of Europe in Moto2 this year. 39 points clear of Alonso Lopez in the end, with Tulovic wrapping up that 3rd overall ahead of Cardelus Noureddin. Sam Wilford in 6th, Mattia Rato, Dimas Eki in 8th there, ahead of Alex Toledo in 9th. That was pretty close, wasn't it? Equal on points there. Tiger Harder then rounding out the top 10 ahead of Kenneth Kubo, Piotr Bisakirski, who sadly is not here this weekend, Alessandro Zetti, McKinley Kyle, Fernando Paz, Takeshi Izukuza, and Jurel Boboom and Aleix View. Ishizuka, I think I got wrapped up around that one. Then Andy Bedoya, Diego Perez, Oscar Gutierrez, Jan Mertens, Luis Miguel Verdugo, Jeremy Bernet, and then the other runners who've disappeared a little bit quickly there. But it truly was a fantastic season in Moto2, once again in the European Championship. Like we said, next season is a new era. Not only does the FIM CEV Repsol become FIM Junior GP, but also we get Triumph Power in the Moto2 category, bringing it in line with the World Championship, which of course, as we said earlier, switched in 2019. So that will be an interesting one as well.
Yeah, very exciting times for the European Championship, of course. Using Honda engines, not the same as the World Championship, but yeah, like Fran correctly says, moving to Triumph-powered engines in 2022. So another new challenge for all the riders to get used to the Triumph-powered engines next year.
And the stock 6 standings in the end then is Alex Ekskrig, who took that, and well clear of Andre Vostatek in 2nd, Kevin Orgis, Sander Cruiser, Leon Orgis, Guillermo Marcel Moreno, Federico Minozzi, Mika Perez and Alex Perez in 8th and 9th there. So it's a really, really impressive season from Ekskrig. And then Filip Rahacek, Nicholas Chris Scheiber, Andres Pablo Gonzalez, Roberto Garcia, Jamie Davis, Antonio Carpe, Carlos Torresillas and Simon Jespersen, the Dane there in 17th place. let's not forget who was the king of Stock 6 last year. It was Fermin Aldeguer. And then we have Kiko Maria, Portuguese rider Eduardo Monteiro, Ottaviani, Martin Vugrinec, who sadly his race ended in a crash today, and Jacopo Hosчук, there, the Romanian, rounding out those scorers.
There we go then, that's it for action in the 2021 Moto2 European Championship. Alonso Lopez signs off in 2021 with a second victory of the season here in Valencia, but it's Fermin Aldeguer who takes the crown after a sensational battle between the pair in 2021. It's been fascinating viewing between the two Team Boscoscura Chiatti riders, and we look forward to seeing Alonso Lopez here again next year and Fermin Aldeguer making the step up to Moto2. Still got 2 races to go though today. After the Moto2, it's Moto3 Junior World Championship action, the final race, and then the title decider in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Do stick around.
So it's action stations once again at the fabulous Circuit Ricardo Tormo here in Valencia, in the Valencian community in Spain. It's a classic venue known around the world, not only for its place with 2 visits on the FIM CEV Repsol calendar, but also, of course, the Valencian Grand Prix, where we've seen plenty of history made. As you can see, there's 9 lefts and 5 rights at this track. Those right-handers can be tricky at times, and it's going to be the stage for a final fantastic Moto3 Junior World Championship showdown. As you can see, the sun is shining. I'm Fran Wild, and alongside me will be Elliot York for this final Moto3 encounter of the day, before many on the grid head on to pastures new in the World Championship as well. And we saw the title decided earlier this morning. If you know the points and the standings before we came into this weekend, you'll know then, without me giving a direct spoiler, who it was. But do catch up if you can. It was a stunner this morning, and we hope to get another one now. And yeah, the stage is set here after a rainy few days of practice. Those fabulous blue skies are now greeting the grid, and after 3 races already, the track is now almost fully dry. And that is the first time we've been able to say that for quite a few days. So it could be an interesting one, especially for Moto3. We saw an absolute stunning victory earlier on today from the very back row of the grid for Joel Kelso this morning. Absolutely incredible stuff from the Aussie, and he actually said in Parc Ferme, it's easier than I expected. So we can hopefully expect more fireworks from the number 66 this afternoon as well. However, we will have another key player likely back nearer at the front, which will be David Munoz, who this morning had a pit lane start for the first race here after a crash in practice that he was deemed to have caused. So he'll be back in the mix, and of course, Danny Holgardo. The pressure is off for all those who are in that championship fight, and it'll be interesting to see how now it turns out when we've got, yeah, just racing for the glory this afternoon more than the points.
Yeah, the shackles are off, aren't they?
The shackles are off. There you go.
Yeah,
come straight back in with a corker.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating race, isn't it? Because the championship's decided. There's no pressure now. All the riders are going to have to do is go out and enjoy the final race of the season. under blue skies. There's a little bit of cloud about, but we'll absolutely take that after the weather
sure.
we've had this weekend.
We've
and this is
suffered,
what happened.
we?
We certainly have. This is what happened in race 1 then. Scott Ogden launched well from pole position and dived into turn 1 with the whole shot. You could see there earlier on today there was wet patches down at turn 1 and all over the track really, but turn 1 really has been the trickiest part so far, so hopefully they've cleared up in race 2. But there he is, Joel Kelso, making absolutely, well, making it look easy to come from the back row of the grid.
Making mincemeat of them.
I nearly did.
Bit harsh. No, it was a truly stunning ride though from the number 66, the Australian, reminiscent of Brad Binder at Jerez just a few years ago when he won from the back as well. Really, really impressive stuff. And there's a few people as well, much like this man here on your screens, looking to make amends this afternoon as well. So we've got Kelso back to the back of the grid, unfortunately. Jose Garcia there got some long lap penalties. He'll be looking to not repeat those. And we had a couple of crashes out of the front group of, Roraida off the front row and Moreira as well. You can see it falling there. So they'll hope for a little bit less drama, as will Danny Holgardo. Now the pressure is off. He did enough. He took the crown. And what awaits us now is another final gloves-off showdown for Moto3.
Certainly does. There he was then, Daniel Holgardo crossing the line, I think, in 9th place to take the title in race 1. Exactly how he would have planned it after that DNF in Mazzano. The pressure's now off. He's got the job done after a fantastic season. Celebrations have already begun, of course, but now it's time for his and many others actually final race in the Moto3 Junior World Championship before winter off and preparing for their Moto3 World Championship journeys. It should be an absolute belter, and 3 of those riders are Joel Kelso, 2 of them, sorry, because David Alonso isn't in the Moto3 World Championship next year. Joel Kelso and Ivan Ortola, who got podiums in race 1. Can Joel Kelso really do it again from the back row of the grid? Let's not count it out.
I don't know. I mean, he said it was easier than he expected. So, you know, beware everyone else. But
I love the confidence.
Certainly Holgardo will be in the mix this time around. Now those nerves should be a little bit settled. It will be an interesting one. And, of course, the number 64 of David Munoz as well. He'll be up there after he did have that pit lane start. But it was for race 1. So that is now served. And we'll see what race 2 has in store for us. Another 18 laps of... I always want to use the Paul McCartney album title, Chaos and Creation, because that's what we get quite a lot in Moto3, but it's quite niche.
I mean, it works for me, so go ahead.
But no, it should be another great race here for the Junior World Championship. Like I said before, quite a few faces do move on to the next stage in their careers, and one of them will be Kelso.
Certainly will, yeah. I'm really looking forward to this. It's been a fantastic season, as it always is in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. And the gloves are off. No pressure. All the riders are now just out there to enjoy themselves and to ultimately win. And we can now get to know Ivan Ortola, future Moto3 rider, a little bit better.
Hello, I'm Ivan Ortola. I am 17 years old. I am in the team MTA, and I'm very happy with the season I did because I bid for all the race, and let's see on Sunday I will try to bid for the title.
Yeah, there he is, then Ivan Ortola, race 1 podium finisher and 3rd place in the overall standings as well. Easy to forget, Fran, that this is his first year in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, and until race 1 he was in the title hunt, and of course he's impressed in Red Bull rookies as well, and he's getting that deserved move up to the World Championship with his current team, Team MTA, who will be making their debut. So really exciting times for both Team MTA and Ivan Ortola as well.
Yeah, definitely. He'll the number 24 will become the number 48 in the Moto3 World Championship next year, alongside Stefano Nepper will be his teammate with that new MTA effort. And of course, this man on screen will also be on that Moto3 grid, Scott Ogden, with another new team in the Grand Prix paddock, the Vision Track Honda Racing Team in Moto3, and he'll be partnering fellow British Talent Cup alumnus Josh Watley in an all-British lineup there, supported by Michael Laverty's new team.
Yeah, awesome news, wasn't it, for British fans? Of course, Scott Ogden and Josh Watley as well. We've been missing, putting our British caps on for a second, we've been missing that step, haven't we? As it's been well documented for a while. Well, obviously, we've had Tom Bouffamos, John McPhee, Danny Kent, obviously world champion. But we've been missing that final step from Junior World Championship into Moto3. So fantastic news, great to see that, and really exciting for 2022. Now, Jose Antonio Roraida crashed out in race 1. Good
Those
to see
last
him
4
back.
races there.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a difficult patch, isn't it?
Has, yeah.
For the sorry, I interrupted
go
you.
on.
I was just going to say for the number 95, not even adding that much to it. But yeah, it's definitely, especially from the front row, it's a bit of a heartbreaker when you do then bin it. And it was just his mistake, easily done, like we said, in those really tricky conditions. But yeah, he did sadly end race 1 on the floor. As you can see, rider okay, ready to go again. So we'll see what he's got on take 2. And we'll see what this guy's got on take 2 as well. Jose Julian Garcia in that Sich 58 racing team. And yeah, familiar face now. He does have that second place finish, but definitely would have expected more, I think, from his own season, and would be looking to go out on a high after he did have 2 long lap penalties in race 1 after a bit of pushing and shoving on the main straight with Scott Ogden that gave the British rider quite a wobble.
Yeah, quite a wobble it was as well. It was a scary moment in race 1. You saw on the highlights there, if you tuned in a little bit earlier on. Yeah, 2 long laps for Garcia ultimately cost him a chance at a podium fight. But yeah, he was in the podium fight, and there's Paolo Simoncelli speaking to his rider there. As we now focus on the man of the year, the man of the moment, and 2022 Moto3 World Championship rider, of course, it is Daniel Holgardo, the 2021 Junior World Champion. Gives us a nice wave and a thumbs up.
Looks a lot different to the mood before race 1, doesn't it?
Absolute contrast, isn't it?
Yeah, but obviously you can see from that graphic has been a really incredible season from the number 96. Great stuff. He's also been deputising in the Tech 3 team in Moto3 in the World Championship, and he'll move into the IO squad next year as well, taking the seat vacated by rookie sensation and 2021 champion Pedro Acosta to team up with Jaume Masia next year in Aki's Moto3 team. So that will be an exciting one. But yeah, he's obviously also come fresh from this racetrack in the World Championship, so that's some good experience. Now the pressure's off, the gloves can come off. I think we'll definitely see him in that fight at the front.
Certainly will, and hopefully we'll see more of this rider here, Marco Morelli, making his first appearance in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. He was racing in the European Talent Cup, but has made the step up for the final race here in Valencia. Now, I'm not sure what happened to Morelli in the first race, because he was with the lead group and looking quite comfortable, but I can't remember what happened to him, whether he had a little bit of an off-excursion or made a mistake or...
Off-excursion is my new favourite compound word. No, yeah, he was running up there at the front in the initial stages, wasn't he? So let's see what he's got on take 2. That graphic as well about the season does not tell the whole story, does it? It looks like he's crashed out of every single race until here. But yeah, like you said, first time out, so really impressive stuff from him in qualifying and then in the early stages of that race as well. And then we have back in the position in which he qualified, David Munoz. So he could be the runner-up this year. We'll have to see if is that fully decided yet. We did the maths first, didn't we? But there is still a little bit of a chance for Ivan Ortola.
Yeah, I think it's quite a lot of a chance. Ortola was on 133 points, then gained 16 to David Munoz's 150. So it's really close in the battle.
It's very close then. I've not done that maths very quickly, have I, on my run back from the podium? So yeah, there's quite a tight fight then between those two in the standings after that first race of the day. And Munoz as well was the runner-up in the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup this year. So he's had a very, very impressive season running at the front in both. Sadly, just that pit lane start penalty really did take him out of that fight in race 1. And in race 1, this man took 20th place from where he is on the grid. I'm sure you can appreciate he'll be expecting a little bit more, hopefully, from the afternoon. It was a good qualifying, but some serious injury struggles for Harrison Voigt this season, so it's good to see him more than anything, and first, back on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, it's absolutely fantastic to see Harrison Voigt qualifying in 6th place, well, 7th place. He started 6th in race 1, but yeah, he broke his collarbone here in Valencia early on the season and then suffered a fractured femur in that Portimao crash that brought out the red flags a few months ago. So yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see Harrison Voigt back on the grid and back strong in the 658 Squadra Corsa team, and hoping to end his year on a high. It's been a difficult year, but there's no doubt in Harrison Voigt's ability that he'll be a strong contender next year.
He will, and I'm sure that David Alonso will be as well. As you can see, the young Colombian added his 2nd podium of the year earlier on today at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. We were saying that he needs to, you know, remember he's maybe the Red Bull Rookies champion this year. A really impressive season, dominated that, but he is still a very young rider and needs, you know, time to gain that experience. And yeah, really impressive race 1 from him, bringing his form back up to podium contention. Then in the end, a 2nd place with a good bit of fresh air behind him as well. Really impressive stuff from him in the first race of the day, and will be an exciting one for next season.
Here's David Salvador. He'll be moving up to Moto3 World Championship in 2022 as well with the BOE, newly named BOE SKX team. Who's he with?
He's
alongside
with
David Munoz.
Yeah, so they've got an all-rookie lineup in that team. As yet, Ricardo Rossi heads for the other Seach 58 seat.
Yeah.
Alongside Lorenzo Fullon. Those were some of the last shuffles before we got the final entry list. So it's certainly an interesting one. But that BOE team should be a good place for those two guys. So here we go, the grid then. We've got Ogden, Roraida, Garcia, Holgardo, Morelli, and now Munoz back in 6th place where he qualified, ahead of Voigt, David Alonso, and David Salvador in 9th place. So it's a very talent-packed first few races. Then we've got Matteo Bertelli, Sherifuddin Asman, Ortola, Morera, Agius, Munoz, Daniel, Nishimura, Matsuyama, and Tapia on row 6. I'm sure they'll all be looking for a little bit more in the afternoon. And then Ferrandez, Lunetta, Boiserie, Casey O'Gorman here with the Irish flag, Colin Fire, Josh Watley, Eddie O'Shea, Rossi Attila Moore, not the Hungarian flag in this paddock, and then we have Nicolette Carraro. And then finally, Gabin Planck, Joel Kelso. Yes, that's correct. That's also where the race 1 winner started this morning. And then Mattia Volpi rounding out the runners. So I think the biggest question, other than what has Danny Holgardo got now that the shackles are off, is can Joel Kelso do that again?
That is the question, isn't it? And if he does do it again in pretty much fully dry conditions now, yeah, no words really. But we'll see. It's going to be fascinating to try and watch Joel Kelso come through the field. And we should mention, if you're just joining us, the Moto2 European race was red flagged for an oil spill on the start-finish straight. So that's why you may have seen then just some white powder being kicked up by the Moto3 riders. It's fully clear there is some white powder, but it shouldn't disrupt the riders too much, hopefully, as they launch from the line. 23-degree air temperature. That's the highest it's been so far at all, probably since Monday in Valencia.
Since last year. Yeah, it's been a bit of a chilly week down here in Valencia, but now you can, as you can see, as I've mentioned a few times, it is a really nice day here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and you can see also on screen that asphalt now pretty uniformly dry, which is great news for these guys. Other than, yeah, just that bit of a fluid that was dropped on the very edge of the start-finish straight though. It was a stock 6 runner, did a great job of getting off the line. It was Leon Orgis, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Unfortunately, he earlier ended his season than anticipated, but shouldn't affect anything too much, and we are ready to go racing once again with, as you can see, the championship decided.
1 point in it, Fran, between David Munoz and Ortola.
So your fast maths were great.
My fast maths were good. I didn't just quite get the gap, but yeah, 1 point then between David Munoz and Ivan Ortola, so that That's one to keep an eye on as Daniel Holgardo pulls a nice little wheelie before the race has even begun.
This is the start of the race, right?
He's the champion. He can sort of do what he wants, can't he?
Within the rules and regulations,
of course.
he indeed can,
of course, yes.
Definitely the day to enjoy this final race of the season for him in Junior World Championship.
Perfect conditions then for the final race of the season. There might be some damp patches still down at turn 1, but it's not really affected anyone since the races this morning, so fingers crossed it doesn't affect them in race 2. Scott Ogden pulling up to pole position, his final race in the Junior Moto3 World Championship. Can he bow out with a podium? Finished 4th in race 1, so just missed out on the run to the line, did the British rider. And there you can see the white powder on the outside of the front finish straight. There's Roraida, the number 95, and there's Jose Julian Garcia pulling up to P3 on the grid as we get ready for lights out. The red flag's cleared then, the green flag has already waved in the background, and soon we'll be underway for the final race of the season in the Junior World Championship. Red lights on, red lights off, and away we go, and it's a good start for all three on the front line. I think Roreida's got the best start of them all though, as he did in race 1. Scott Ogden getting tucked up there behind the Bulban, and Daniel Holgardo is up the inside. Will the new champion take the lead into turn 1? Yes, he does. Sweeps across into turn 1 to take the lead from teammate Ogden, but not for long though. That's Marco Morelli sweeping around the outside as a lot of riders run wide into turn 1, and Marco Morelli, the Moto3 debutant, passes the champion, but then I think gets repassed into turn 2. What a start.
Yeah, that's a great start from the Argentinian, wasn't it? And it was a bit of a scrappy start for the mid-pack just behind them. Everyone onto the green there on the exit of turn 1, but at least everyone cleanly through and into this race now after, that bit of a shuffle. But incredible start then from our new champion, Danny Holgardo, straight into the race lead. But really impressive stuff once again from Morelli, and it looks like our pole sitter Scott Ogden just dropped down into third, and we've got a crasher there. Is that who's it? I think it's Josito Garcia who's gone down in those Seach 58 colours, so hopefully he will be all okay. Not sure exactly what happened there. We joined that a little bit late into the incident. Hopefully then the number 20 will be able to get on his feet and walk away from that in a couple of minutes. But it's getting close at the front. No need to be doing that just yet, Scott. But as you can see then, pole sitter Scott Ogden into third place with a little bit of space behind that top 3 at the moment of Holgardo, Morelli and Ogden.
Good to see Garcia walking away from that incident on the exit of turn 6. All okay by the looks of things, but not the way Garcia would have wanted to end his year on lap 1 in the final race, but he is a-okay. Now then, Daniel Holgardo, what a start. What an opening lap for the new champion. There you can see the white powder. They probably don't want to be touching that too much, although it's sort of impossible there, isn't it, by the looks of things. So Daniel Holgardo leads lap 1 on to lap 2. Holgardo's teammate Scott Ogden in the slipstream of Morelli and not quite going for it there. There still is a wet patch down at turn 1, isn't there? So they've got to be a little bit careful down there still.
Still have to be a little bit conservative around there for sure. It's just not drying quite as much as the rest of the track. But as you can see, there's a bit of powder kicked up there that time around, but it's not in a braking zone. It's just straight through, straight line. So track conditions all okay for us to get underway on time. But there's a few interesting shuffles then after those first bit of a lap and a half. We've got Ivan Ortela up into 4th place. Oh, is this going to be a replay of Garcia?
Ooh, I think that's a nasty one.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a hit there, wasn't it, for Josito Garcia? But like we said, we saw him get up to his feet and walk away from that, which is very, very good to see indeed. So hopefully he's okay after that one. But we have a few changes in the top 10 though, for sure. We have David Alonso not making the hay that he did early on in race 1. He's now down in the fringes of the top 10. And Diego Moreira not quite moved up as he had done this morning either. And Battelli as well. Matteo Battelli, who'd also be in the World Championship next year, he's outside the points at the moment, so he'll definitely want a little bit more, although he is with rookies sparring partners Colin Vaya and Luca Lunetta. And we've got another crasher then, that's Daniel Munoz, the number 17 out of this race. Rider okay, as you can see, but a bit of a heartbreaking way to end the season, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like that was turn 10 or turn 11 where the long lap penalty loop is. A classic place to crash really when you're tipping onto the right-hand side of the tyre. But no such issues then for your champion, Daniel Holgardo, Marco Morelli, Scott Ogden and even Ortola. A great start from Ortola. He came from P12 on the grid. So the race 1 podium sitter chasing second in the championship, and as things stand would do so over David Munoz, who is in 5th place. I'm just on Kelso watch, Fran.
I was going to say we need to go for we need to have a look where the Australian is currently, and yeah, he is into the points already. So impressive stuff once again from the number 66. A little bit more difficult when the conditions are better for everyone for him to really make that huge a difference, as he really did at times. Seemed so confident in race 1. It was really impressive to see, but great stuff already so far from the number 66. Like we said, 14th last time over the line. We'll keep you abreast of #KelsoWatch as we go through the race.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult now the conditions have improved, because all the riders are going to be comfortable in the dry conditions. They're going to be pushing 100%. It's the last race of the season. The shackles are off. And yeah, they're just going to be pushing 100%. So it is going to be more difficult for Kelso than it was in race 1. But nevertheless, he's up to P14 already from the back row of the grid. That's fantastic progress. So the top 4 then have just got a little bit of a gap back to David Munoz. It's around about a second just under. So if David Munoz wants second in the championship, remember he finished second overall in the 2021 Red Bull Rookies Cup as well. So a couple of silver medals to his name before he moves to the World Championship will be a job well done for the number 64. Maybe he's just biding his time, maybe saving his tyres, who knows. But what's the gap between Ortola and Munoz as we cross the line? It's going to be around about a second, 1.3 seconds. So just losing a little bit more time there too. The top 4 is David Munoz.
He is indeed. So let's have a look then on Kelso Watch. One more position made up, but it looks like we've had a 2-rider crash from who we can see tumbling down our timing screens between Sho Nishimura and Tachikon Boisri, both ATC guys. So we hope they're both okay. They've disappeared off the timing screen, so they've either had some sort of incident or transponders. So let's see. But at the moment then, it is very much a group of 4 at the front, isn't it? And then just that little bit of space. So it's going to be an interesting one, this, because 15 to go is plenty of time, but everyone really is full gas this Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I thought Ortola was going to dive at the inside of Ogden there at turn 4. It's a popular passing move. So is down into turn 8. Yeah, there he goes. I thought he was diving at the inside of Ogden there. So Ortola then, the fastest guy on circuits at the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, and now he's up into the podium places and chasing Holgardo and Morelli in front of him with Ogden, the pole sitter, now down to P4.
Yeah, so and you can see that Ogden just having a bit of a look over his shoulder. There is quite a bit of daylight between this top 4 and the guys on the chase, but it can change pretty quickly, especially if everyone's going to start chopping and changing and getting in each other's way. But at the moment, Holgardo, though, looking very, very comfortable at the front, but Morelli looking very comfortable following him as well. Really, really impressive stuff from the Argentinian.
Yeah, debut in Moto3 for Marco Morelli, so this is absolutely fantastic, and we must stress this is the first time this weekend that they've had fully dry track conditions, so this is a venture into the unknown for the Moto3 riders, as David Alonso now gets the better of David Munoz. So Munoz, after coming into the weekend as Holgardo's closest competitor, as Morelli makes a pass, almost stick on Holgardo. It's a repeat of lap 1.
Yeah, it really is. Absolute replay. Do not adjust your sets. They just went at it again. So great stuff from those 2 guys at the head of the field then. Holgardo, I wonder what he's thinking now. He's just wrapped up the crown. He's like, right, I'm here to take back my top step. It's like, who is this guy? But really great race so far from these guys at the front for sure. And there he goes again then, the number 97, attacking for the race lead, but Holgardo's got it covered, gets him on the switchback once again, and it's as you were. So yeah, good fight at the front. On Kelso Watch, last time over the line, the Australian was 10th. So he's up into the top 10 already. So he's in the group, I think, behind this gaggle fighting for the lead. So yeah, it's going pretty well once again for the number 66, starting from the back row of the grid. Have to see how much more progress he can make. But at the moment, these guys definitely have the upper hand in this battle in Sunday afternoon.
Ortola then up to 2nd place past Marco Morelli. So Morelli's gone from challenging to P1 at turn 2 and turn 6 down to P3, and now Ogden might have a little bit of a bite at the cherry as well. Down into the final corner, looking at the inside, no, not quite this time around. So Ortola's looking good here. Holgardo's looking good here. All four of them in the lead are looking good. 13 laps to go. This is a really, really exciting and thrilling way to end the season. And look at the freight train behind that's led by David Alonso.
Yeah, it's a close fight, isn't it, just behind these guys. So that time around, Kelso remained 10th. So not too much more progress made on that one, but he is now in that group. And there's going to be probably a little bit easier to make some progress through it now that there's a good gaggle of riders there and not going through guys that he's usually a little bit faster than towards the back of the field. Obviously experience moving up to Moto3 World Championship next year. You'd expect that progress to be a little bit quicker, but we'll see how he goes then from there on out. But it is that familiar number 96 still in the race lead then, but the equally familiar number 24 now making a name for himself once again in that podium contention right on Holgardo's tail. So
here's a replay of the start.
Yep, so once again it was not quite the perfect launch for everyone, but this time around it was Roraida who took the whole shot, was it not? No, it was Holgardo, wasn't it? Absolutely sweeping through. Number 96, really impressive stuff from him. Super confident into turn 1 on the brakes, getting the job done early.
Yeah, all the riders safely making it through turn 1. Fantastic slow-mo shots here of the Moto3 Junior World Championship doing what they do best, and that's racing motorcycles here in Valencia as they sweep through. I think that would be turn 3, the left-hander, before they chuck it right for turn 4. Back at the front, Holgardo still leading from Ortola, Morelli and Ogden. Let's see what the gap is between Ogden and David Alonso across the line. I think the gap is probably just going to edge up and up with these riders not really battling too much. They're not disrupting each other that much. So what's the gap? 2.3 to the lead, 1.8 to the leader. So not unattainable as of yet with 12 laps to go. But it is quite a gap to bridge for Alonso, Munoz and David Salvador.
It is indeed, yeah. So they're in that close trio. Then there's another little group just behind them, which Joel Kelso is a part of, led by Malaysian Sharifuddin Azman over the line last time around, with our front row starter, Jose Antonio Roraida, in there as well. Just lost a little bit of ground, has the number 95, as the laps have ticked down. But at the moment, everyone's lost ground on this top 4 because they really are doing a great job with that gap in hand as well. And like you said, not really costing each other too much time either. You can see Scott Ogden there having another big look behind him to see if they are coming. And they are coming, but it's nothing too much to worry about at the moment, although David Alonso obviously already on the podium today here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo.
There's Josh Watley, unfortunately retiring from the race, his final race in the Junior World Championship before moving up to the Moto3 World Championship. I saw him tweet, say congratulations to Scott Ogden on his pole position, and he said he's just not been able to find a setup this weekend for one reason or another. So a disappointing end to a good season for Josh Watley. He'll now go into the winter and get ready for his World Championship debut. But back at the front, it's getting busy. I thought Ogden was going to make a move there up the inside at turn 14 on Morelli, but no,
but
he did look tempted. But it's as you were. I'm not sure if that gap's going to come down between Ogden and David Alonso. Let's have a look. When they cross the line, it is now 1.6 seconds, so not too much change, but it's coming down a little bit. And there goes Ogden, I think we just saw, going up the inside at turn 1, so looks like Scott Ogden is now up into P3. Yes, he is, past Morelli, and now behind Ortola once again.
He is indeed. So whatever that incident was before that sent Nishimura and Boisri going down the timing screens, you can see now Nishimura is back on our screens in 22nd. So I have to see exactly what happened to those guys. But yeah, at the moment then you can see on that graphic, Kelso currently in 9th. And it's Sharifuddin Azman still doing a solid job there in 8th place at the front of that like third group, little gaggle of riders fighting over that 8th place at the moment. But there's still plenty of distance to go in this one, and we've still got yeah, I think chance still for a few of those positions to change, but they will have to start making a move soon.
I'm going to make a prediction and think that David Alonso might be able to claw this group in and bring
think he might as well.
David Munoz and David Salvador with him, because they're not disrupting Alonso's rhythm. I think they clearly know that Alonso, podium finisher in race 1, of course, has got some speed here, and that gap does look visibly closer on this lap. And although these guys aren't really disrupting each other either, it looks like Alonso's got a nice bit of pace going on, so let's wait and see.
The first time ever that riders behind have actually agreed to the seat tap. Maybe. It might be history being made. If we can look through all of the replays we can find to see if David Alonso did tap the back of his seat and say, stick with me. However, are they just about to prove us wrong? Looks like David Munoz really took it into the slipstream there behind the number 80. Is he going to go for a move? No, not this time around at turn 1. So the Colombian holds on to that. And last time around, yeah, it was significantly less than that gap. It's now under a second. And you can see that number 80 Gas Aspar machine getting closer and closer to the tail of Morelli at the head of that leading group. Sorry, at the rear of that leading group.
Yeah, great stuff from the number 8, and he's bringing David Munoz and David Salvador with him to future World Championship
all the Davids,
riders.
Basically. It's a trio of Davids coming for that front quartet. So, yeah, great stuff. You can see it's definitely visually a lot closer now on our screens, but it is on the timing screens as well. It's not deceptive. They are making some solid progress, and all of the guys in the lead are all looking behind them. So, at least they'll know they're coming.
I think Ogden there was just like, stop looking behind you guys, like giving it all like head nod, because both Holgardo and Ortola turned around to see what was behind them, and Ogden just nodded his head like, come on guys, we need to keep our eyes focused. Ogden's had a couple of looks round himself, but now they probably know that the gap behind has been, well, it's been slashed now completely. Morelli looking behind him, and Alonso is right there with David Munoz and David Salvador. So now we've got a lead group pretty much of 7 riders.
We have indeed. So it's a bit of a Moto3 classic then. Let's see what these guys have got for us. It's already you can see Alonso looking for a move up the inside there at the final corner on Morelli, and I think he's already passed him as well. Yep, on the start finish straight. Alonso also super light rider, so on the slipstream he can really make good use of that. The number 80 you can see they're able to get past. David Munoz too, a little bit close there to the front wheel of Morelli, and he hangs it around the outside, does the Argentinian, but there will be no space to stay ahead there. But yeah, it's a real fight then between these guys at the front. Proper Moto3 freight train.
It really is, and the top 4 are all Aspar affiliated, because even Ortola was with the Aspar team in 2020 in the European Talent Cup, moved to MTA this year, but obviously still quite close with the Aspar team. So with Holgardo, Ogden and David Alonso in the top 4 as well, this is a really, really good scrap. And I was going to say my money's on someone, but I'm not going to jinx it for anyone or anything, because this could turn out in any way, shape or form as Alonso really thinks about going up the inside of his
friendly fire. Everyone just needs to stay a little bit calm now. They have got company in this lead group, but there's yeah, there's still plenty laps to go after this one. 8 full more laps of the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. But good action so far, but they do need to be careful, because we also have those guys on the chase who aren't that far away at all. That second group with Asman and Kelso at the head of it.
Track limits warning for number 97, that's Marco Morelli. I think when he ran wide at turn 1, that might have just triggered it, even though he got a little bit of a helping hand, to be fair.
But he did hang it around there a little bit longer than maybe was wise.
And then also the number 28 of Matteo Bertelli, who's just behind Joel Kelso in 10th place. So Alonso has overtaken teammate Scott Ogden and is up into 3rd place, and he's in the slipstream of Ortola. Not going to try and make a move at turn 1 this time around. With 8 laps to go, there's plenty of time for Alonso to make his move. Now David Alonso is shaping up Scott Ogden into turn 2. Is he going to go for it? Yes is the answer to that. Nicely done then from the number 64, David Munoz, who is now in 4th place.
Yep, he is. So good stuff then from, yeah, currently second in the standings, David Munoz, the number 64 there on the purple bike. So, yeah, definitely, we thought he'd be a key presence in the race again, and then he got that pit lane start underway, and certainly this afternoon is very much back in that fight at the front once again. Not sure what's going on here.
It's Marco Tapia, I think, the Leopard Impala Junior rider.
So back at the front then, we've got a bit of an interesting Aspar 1-2 there. You could see no one wants to bring down their teammate, but you do want to race hard but fair. But yeah, at the moment then, it's still very much the Gas Aspar squad in control of this race.
Where will David Alonso make a move? I can sense it coming because he's made his way all the way up into second place, bridging a 1.5 second gap back from the leaders. And now he's behind champion and teammate Daniel Holgardo. This is going to be a fascinating final. 7 and 1 corner laps to go here in Valencia to round off a simply sensational season. Is he going to go up the inside there? Cameras pan away, showing Nishimura goes down. I think that looks like turn 6, is it? I think so.
So that's a difficult Sunday at the office then for Sho Nishimura, and they've just blasted past our commentary box, and Holgardo was ahead over the line, but we're not exactly sure. Did Alonso try an attack down there? I wouldn't have been surprised because, like we said, he is a light rider. I think on the slipstream, it could be maybe a good move to get ahead before the straight, because he will be able to maybe keep it a little bit more than some of the taller and heavier riders, but I'm not on the bike doing those tactics. And so far so good, but not anymore as Ivan Ortela takes back that second place then. Impressive stuff from the number 24, but wow, forced immediately to concede that back. David Alonso not having any of that at all, and tags back onto the back of...
Close.
Oh, Danny Holgardo in the lead, and now David Munoz getting extremely close in this fight at the front.
I tell you what, don't count out the chase impact that's led by Matteo Vitelli. Marco Morelli just looked behind him. What's the gap over line? 1.6, and that includes Joel Kelso, ladies and gentlemen. So we could be in for a proper freight train finish here. There they are, just in the back of your picture. They're not that far behind.
No, they've cut down a lot of that gap. They really have. They've cut down over a second on it just on the last lap. So this could be interesting. Yeah, the cavalry are coming, and this is getting, a little bit close and hot and heavy at times at the front, and they are only going to hold each other up. So if someone thinks they do have the pace to make a breakaway, may they make their move now and try and get the hammer down.
I think that could
be a move from David Alonso. So let's see then if the number 80 has got the full gas to stay ahead into turn 1 with that smaller frame, really good straight line speed, but it's all very, very close there in that leading group.
Some nervous faces there in the 8. The Cardoso Racing Garage, David Munoz's team, of course, in the purple. It's 6 laps to go in Valencia, 6 laps to go in 2021, and the riders know that. They're having a bit of fun up there, and of course they're all chasing that race win. And David Alonso is chasing his first win in the Junior World Championship. So can he do it? He has hit the front. Now what can David Alonso do? With Ivan Ortela behind him, Holgardo, the champion, down to 3rd place. David Munoz in 4th. David Salvador is 5th. Ogden is 6th. Morelli is 7th, and that chasing group is not there, but it's definitely less than a second now.
It is indeed. So they're getting there. They really are close to tagging onto the back of these guys now. You can see that was Joel Kelso just looking behind him, just popping out from behind Matteo Vitelli. And this is still very close in this big group battle there then. So they're not doing each other any favours if they wish to escape. But at the moment, though, David Alonso holding firm at the front. We've not seen an attack coming really from Ortela. Let's see if that will change. But he is a bigger rider, so especially on the start-finish straight, it could be an interesting battle there with the 80 versus the 24.
So turn 12 rounded, turn 13 rounded before we drop into the final corner. With 5 laps to go in 2021. That's David Munoz up the inside, and Ortola's also at the inside, and it's 2 for 1 for David Munoz down into turn 14. What a move from the Spaniard. The team applaud him, and rightly so. He's taking the lead with 5 laps to go, but how long will it be for? That's very close down the front straight between Ivan Ortela and David Munoz, and David Alonso, and Daniel Holgardo now takes the lead with the slipstream. This is phenomenal stuff in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, and is David Alonso going to retake the lead up the inside? No, he thinks better of it. Holgardo back in the lead.
That was some incredible shufflings there, wasn't it? Absolutely amazing stuff. And everybody staying nice and upright as well. Not too many little bits of contact and elbows out. But as they've sorted it out then, it's Daniel Holgardo back in that race lead. And really impressive stuff from him to stay cool under pressure there. That's why he has won the championship this year. But yeah, really great stuff. And old sparring partner David Munoz up into 2nd place. Past Alonso then on the chase behind the number 96. And remember, it's 1 point between the number 64 and the number 24 in the standings for the runner-up spot overall.
Strap yourselves in, because this is about to get feisty. 4.5 laps to go in 2021, and the chasing group that involves race 1 winner Joel Kelso have bridged the gap as Salvador there goes at the inside of Ortola. Not quite that time around.
Optimism for sure, but we do have a move a little bit further up. Looks like Alonso's going to get back past David Munoz, has he? Yeah, just about enough space there. So impressive stuff from the Colombian rider. Now back into second place once again is the Gas Aspar 1-2, but I'm sure it will all change again soon enough round here as a huge shuffle again. Everyone really elbows out for position, and turn 1 I'm sure will be no different, but Holgardo at the moment a little bit free of that drama.
He certainly is. It's not much of a gap, but it's enough of a gap to him just have a little bit of a breathing space from the chasing pack. It's around about half a second, so can the riders then bridge that gap? If Holgardo gets into a rhythm and these guys are going to keep squabbling with each other, then it could soon be race over for the race victory. So they've got to be a little bit careful here, box a bit clever as David Munoz backs it in up the inside of David Alonso at turn 2. We're going to see plenty more of that, I think, in the final 3 laps when they return there next time around. But Ortola's doing his best to reel in Holgardo. I don't think Holgardo is going to pull away really. Ortola looks like he's bridged that gap down to just a couple of tenths now.
Yeah, looks like a really good job there from the number 24 to just dig in and make sure they can tag back onto the tail of the race leader, because I was a little bit worried there for a second as they were all busy getting in each other's way, and Daniel Holgardo just had a nice smooth entry into turn 1 unbothered. But yeah, it looks like we're back in freight train formation then for the last few laps of this one. Now Jorge Martinez Aspar, I can just imagine the heart rates are quite high down there with 3 of their machines in this battle at the front. But yeah, at the moment then it's still Holgardo in the lead, but very much now back with the group.
Yeah, the title might have been decided, but the nerves down in the Aspar Gas garage understandably high, because this is an absolutely monumental battle for the race victory. Their man, their champion Holgardo is leading it with Alonso in 4th place and Ogden in the group there as well. He crossed the line in 6th place. I think he's just about to get overtaken by Kelso, but it looks like the Australian was in a little bit hot. So where has that ended up? Ogden still ahead, and yeah, Kelso did rewind. Ogden now behind Bertelli in 7th place as the riders then come across the line with 3 laps to go. Holgardo leads from Ortola and David Munoz. That gap has been fully bridged now, so the riders are back with Holgardo. Holgardo threatened to break clear, but it's not going to happen.
Oh, it's not. You could see Ortola then looking like he might be tempted into a move there, but no. Holgardo moving across the racing line and making sure that door was shut. So the number 96 holds firm then, and it's the top 3 in the standings who are the top 3 in this race as David Salvador decides, I'll have a bit of this, please, and moves up the inside of David Alonso as well. Nice move from the number 38 to tag back onto the back of these. He's been almost a bit of a patient waiter in this group, hasn't he? Not getting involved in too much drama. Maybe now the number 38 is like, well, it's time to play my hand, because we are into the final few laps of this race.
Yeah, there's not long to go, so if you're going to play your hand, play it now, David Salvador, and it looks like he is doing as the riders dive back into turn 8, then they'll flick through turn 9, turn 10, and then turn 11 is a bit of a passing manoeuvre. Are we going to see anyone try and make a pass stick? David Salvador's going to go for it up the inside of David Munoz and makes it stick. What a move there from David Salvador.
Wasn't it? Classic pickpocket that.
It
Not really
was.
Expecting it, and just, oh, there's an open door there. I shall go through it. So yeah, we saw a big look behind as well from race leader Danny Holgardo once again. So not sure if you're in the race lead and you've been aware for a while that there's a big group, what you're expecting to see. But yes, everyone is still there. So we're still getting a really great shuffle there around that final corner, as we've seen on the last few laps onto the main straight. Let's see then who comes out on top on the drag to turn 1 this time around.
Holgardo then, 2 laps to go, leads the way from Ortola still. It's P1 and P2 as you were, but David Salvador has made his way up to 3rd place. Safe negotiates turn 1 on the penultimate lap, as do all the riders. That's David Alonso going up the inside of Bertelli. I think, yeah, Matteo Bertelli up into 5th place briefly before Alonso retakes him. There's a little bit of a gap forming between the top 4 and the guy squabbling for 5th place, so they've just got to be careful there. Not being careful, it's David Salvador, dives at the inside of turn 4, says thank you very much, Ivan, I'll have P2 off you, and now he's chasing the race lead.
That was another great pickpocket, wasn't it? Just unexpected Salvador in the bagging area there, but Ortola answers right back straight away into 2nd place. So everyone chopping and changing behind Danny Holgardo
Holgardo, but he's not been under attack for quite a while now, the number 96. I think now Ortola is going to probably try and make a move, since he's already starting to come under some pressure from behind. That looked very close as well between Munoz at the final corner, but everyone through nice and cleanly there. Not the final corner, sorry.
Salvador again at turn 11. 2 laps in a row he's made that stick, and this time he makes it stick underneath Ortola. So David Salvador, this is fantastic from the Spaniard, who moves up into Moto3 next year, along with numerous guys in this lead group, and now he's got Holgardo in his sights. The round turn 13 for the penultimate time. Is David Salvador going to make a move up the inside? He's certainly looking for it.
Maybe not. Okay, so slots back into second. It's getting very close at the front here in this battle now, isn't it? So the number 38 then, the man on the move at the moment, and we're about to head on to the final lap of the season. So it's Daniel Holgardo that leads over the line. Can anyone attack into turn 1? No, the number 96 sitting pretty for now. What about into turn 2?
A big passing manoeuvre is turn 2. Daniel Holgardo in the race lead. David Munoz at the inside of Ivan Ortola. That's going to be very close. Very close indeed. Oh, he's gone down. I thought he was going to save it, but disaster then for David Munoz, who tried to get up into second place. The team look on. Hopefully David Munoz is okay after that nasty high side. Oh,
hopefully
such a
then
shame
we'll
for David Munoz.
see the number 64 able to get up after that one. That was a big moment, and now Ortola looking for a way through into the race lead, but Holgardo holding firm at the moment, and you can see that's really created some space for what's now the top 3 fighting it out for the podium, or rather the order in which they'll finish on the podium. And at the moment it is Holgardo in the lead, and it looks like, yeah, he's still holding on to it, but Ortola looking very keen to try and line up a move here.
Great to see David Munoz walking away from the incident. We'll turn our attentions to the podium fight, the race win fight. Turn 11, David Salvador doesn't make a move there this time around. There's only a few corners remaining in 2021. Daniel Holgardo is leading the way. Can he end his fantastic season with a race win? Ortola searching for his first race win of the season. So is David Salvador. It's all through turn 13. It's going to come down to the final corner. Even Ortola pulls up the inside of Daniel Holgardo, makes a move stick. Does he? Yes, he does, into turn 14. Now it's all about a run to the line. Can Ivan Ortola hold it for his first win of the season? I think he might do it as Daniel Holgardo pulls out the slipstream. That is insanely close.
We don't know.
Oh, Daniel Holgardo's done it by 22 thousandths of a second.
Wow, what an incredible finish between those two guys. Unbelievably close over the line. Genuinely couldn't tell from the TV picture. So yeah, just 22 hundredths of a second then. And Salvador on the podium as well to round out the season in style. And shout out to Batelli as well. Really good stuff from the Italian to take that 4th place.
Whew. Catch your breath after that one, folks. What a race to end the season on. And rather fittingly, it's the world champion, the junior world champion, Daniel Holgardo, who takes victory by the narrowest of margins, 22 thousandths. Ivan Ortola with a last lap, last corner move in 2021 must have thought, I've done it. I've finally claimed my debut world championship, junior world championship victory, but it wasn't to be. It's another second place for Ivan Ortola, but he won't be too disheartened with that. Daniel Holgardo pipped him on the line with David Salvador taking 3rd place. That's David Salvador's 2nd podium of the season. He was 2nd in Estoril in the first race of the season, and he's not been on the podium since, but now he has. Cracking ride from David Salvador. Matteo Batelli finished 4th. Scott Ogden claimed P5. Job well done for the Brit. And on Kelso watch, P6 for Joel Kelso from the back of the grid. What a Sunday the Australian has had. Race win in race 1, P6 in race 2 from the back of the grid. Excellent stuff with Asman, Diogo Moreira, David Alonso slipping down to 9th in the end, and Morelli also slipping down to P10. Whew. Well, that was a rather fitting way to end the 2021 season in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, wasn't it? A fantastic ride, a fantastic race. Even Ortola so close to that victory, but the top 6 in that race, Holgardo, Ortola, Salvador, Batelli, Ogden and Kelso, will all be making their way into the Moto3 World Championship. And judging by that and judging by the season we've had, we should be very, very excited indeed to have all of those riders and more in the World Championship next year. There's 2 of them. Holgardo 2021 belongs to Daniel Holgardo. Joel Kelso, a 3-time race winner in 2021. But what a way to finish his season on Sunday. Did what he needed to do in race 1, got the title wrapped up, and then he could just go out and enjoy himself in race 2 in front of his home fans, of course, in front of his family and friends. Everyone close to Daniel Holgardo here to celebrate the title with him. And it was the perfect Sunday. He didn't win race 1, but he claimed the title. Ivan Ortola, we've seen a lot more of him in 2022 on a very similar bike. Team MTA making their way into the Moto3 World Championship. Congratulations to Ivan Ortola on finishing 2nd as well, of course, in the Junior World Championship. It's his debut season, remember, in the Junior World Championship, and he's finished 2nd. David Muñoz's final lap crash at turn 2, seeing David Muñoz finish 3rd overall. A good season for David Muñoz. Unfortunately, not the way he would have liked to have it ended, but good to see him walking away from the nasty turn 2 high side. And here's David Salvador and Daniel Holgardo doing some nice burnouts on the entry to Parc Fermé. 5 wins in 2021 for Daniel Holgardo. Absolutely sensational for the Spaniard, who moves up to Red Bull KTM IO in 2022. Get excited about Daniel Holgardo, folks, because he is really one to watch. And of course, in the Aki IO ranks in Red Bull KTM IO, there's not many better places for you to learn your trade in the World Championship. So that is very, very exciting indeed for Daniel Holgardo, Spanish fans and everyone fans of Daniel Holgardo, and just general fans of motorsport in general. Same can be said for Ivan Ortola and David Salvador. Fantastic rides. Not sure what t-shirt Ivan Ortola's putting on, but I'm sure we'll see it in due course. We'll be hearing from Daniel Holgardo once more. He'll be chatting to Fran Wild for the final time in 2021 before taking to the podium. And the celebrations can really start now, can't they? Of course, wrapping the championship in race 1. You've still got another race to worry about, and he's come through that. Awesome to see the emotions down there after a very long and tough season. Just reward for the guys. You can see there to the right of your screen, Ethan Guevara. Before today, he was the reigning junior world champion, won it with the Aspar team in 2020. And here is the last lap instant that saw David Muñoz high side out of contention there. I think that was David Alonso who clipped him. That's probably why David Alonso finished down in 9th place, unfortunately for the Colombian rider. But the main thing is David Muñoz is back upon his feet. Disappointing, as we said, for David Muñoz, but I'm sure he'll reflect on a very successful season. And there it is, the run to the line. Ortola must have thought he'd got it. Tried to cover off the slipstream from Daniel Holgardo, but we've seen that a few times in Valencia, haven't we? Getting a good run out of the final corner, a little bit of a slipstream, and then pulling out and just hoping to get your front wheel across the line before your competitor. And yeah, Ortola knew it as well as soon as they crossed the line. And there he is, Holgardo, celebrating in front of the fans here. Perfect way to end the season here in Valencia in front of the fans. There's the Gas Aspar team celebrating their rider's victory, and there's some of the riders. Joel Kelso doing a nice little burnout as well. And I think we can go downstairs. Fran Wild is with Daniel Holgardo.
Well, Danny, you wrapped up the championship this morning with a few points that you needed, but this afternoon, back on the top step, stunning victory. Talk us through your Sunday.
Today is the best day of my life. Amazing. Thanks to my team for the amazing job this weekend. The last lap is very difficult, but this race, I'm really happy for going with my job, with my lap by lap, and thanks to my family for the support. thanks to the FIM CEV Repsol for amazing 4 years. Thanks to all.
Bueno, y ahora en castellano también, sí, por favor.
Bueno, hoy ha sido el mejor día de mi vida. Gano el Mundial Junior. ¡Vamos! Gano el Mundial Junior y gano la última carrera con el Team Spark, que esto para mí es especial, siempre los tendré en mi corazón. Le tengo que dar las gracias por estos 2 años magníficos y al FIM CEV Repsol también por estos 4 años. Gracias a todos y gracias por apoyarme desde casa. Un beso grande.
Enhorabuena.
Gracias.
Daniel Holgardo then, great words from the 2021 champion, and we'll have a look at the race 2 highlights. And it was the champion Daniel Holgardo from the second row of the grid who dived into turn 1 to take the whole shot. That was Jose Julian Garcia, who high-sided out of contention at turn 6 on the opening lap. Good to see Josito Garcia walking away from that one. We had a group of 4 form quickly at the front. That was pole sitter Scott Ogden, part of the quartet. Daniel Munoz crashing out, unfortunately, the number 17, as then the riders behind set about chasing the leading 4, and they did so with David Alonso leading the charge, with David Munoz, the number 64, right behind him. There's the Avatel Cardoso racing team looking on at their man's charge, number 64. A bigger freight train formed, and then by the end of the race, an even bigger freight train formed after that, because the other chasing pack with the leaders squabbling away there. You see even Ortola diving at the inside of David Alonso, and then Ortola having to give way to David Alonso at the next corner. David Munoz took turns leading down into the final corner, but using the slipstream, Holgardo there swept back through to take the lead. David Salvador picked his way through the group expertly. He would ultimately finish on the podium just for the 2nd time this season before making his way up to Moto3. And then drama on the last lap for David Munoz. I thought he might have saved it, but then contact just at the end there with David Alonso saw David Munoz crash. Thankfully, he was able to walk away, and this was the run to the line. Ortola thought he'd had it done at the final corner, but the junior world champion in 2021, Daniel Holgardo, had better ideas. He came across the line to win for the 5th time this season. A perfect Sunday for the number 96 as he wraps up the title in race 1 and claims victory in race 2. The perfect send-off into the Moto3 World Championship. Here's the final results then from the final race of the season. Holgardo, Ortola and Salvador picking up podium places for Bertelli, Ogden, Kelso, Asman, Diogo Moreira and David Alonso picking up top 9 positions. A great race from all of those guys involved at the front. Colin Via claimed top 10, Luca Lanetta, Alberto Ferrandez on his Moto3 debut, Marco Morelli, Takuma Matsuyama and Jose Antonio Roraida were the final point scorers. Senna Aegis, Harrison Voigt, the 2 658 Squadron Corsa riders in 16th and 17th there. Casey O'Gorman, the British Talent Cup winner in 2021, was 18th. Carraro, Volpe, Eddie O'Shea, Rossi Moore and Sho Nishimura were the other finishers in the final race of the 2021 campaign. Time for the podium then. The last Moto3 Junior World Championship podium of 2021, and once again the Aspar team are on the top step. Daniel Holgardo, what a season. What a season for Gas Aspar. What a season for Daniel Holgardo. Fantastic to see David Salvador back up there. And also fantastic to see Ivan Ortola up there, finishing 2nd in the Junior World Championship. All 3 of those riders will be on your screens a lot more. MotoGP fans, look out for all 3 of these riders in Moto3 next year. Another trophy for the Gas Aspar team. Congratulations to those. 2nd podium for David Salvador, richly deserved after a fantastic race. Ivan Ortola, 2nd place here, 2nd podium of the day, and 2nd in the overall standings. But it's a day that will ultimately be remembered for Daniel Holgardo's success both in race 2 and in the Junior World Championship. Ortola gets a nice little €400 check as we get set for the Spanish national anthem.
Y ya es el momento de la celebración. Después de esta última carrera del año.
Congratulations to all three then. The only rider able to spray the bubbly is David Salvador. Daniel Holgardo and Ivo Ortola have to settle for some fizzy water, unfortunately for them. But I'm sure there's plenty more podiums to come for all three. But of course, that's the last race Daniel Holgardo will compete in for now, of course. With Gas Aspar, he'll be a rival of theirs next year in the Red Bull KTM ranks. Hooks all round then on the podium. Good to see the riders enjoying themselves up there. And here is the overall standings in the 2021 Moto3 Junior World Championship. Daniel Holgardo takes the crown with 208 points. Ivan Ortola takes second on the final day with David Munoz third. Joel Kelso claimed fourth. David Salvador in the end picked off P5 with Scott Ogden finishing sixth. David Alonso in his debut year finished seventh. Jose Julian Garcia slipped down to 10th in the end after starting the weekend in 7th after his crash. Diego Moreira, Mario Aggi, the two riders we'll see on the world stage next year. Daniel Munoz, Takuma Matsuyama, Colin Vire, Luca Lanetta, Zonta van den Gorberg, who wasn't here this weekend. He's testing in Jerez as he begins his Moto2 adventure with NTS. Marcus Ariarte, Josh Watley, Gerard Viru, Matteo Bitelli, Marco Tapia, Marcos Ruda, Tachkorn Brazri, and David Real have all scored some decent points this year. Alberto Ferrandez, 10 points on his debut weekend. Job well done for him. Noah Detweiler, Filippo Ferrioli, Fusco, Cruces, Carraro, Clement Rouge and Marco Morelli are the other point scorers in the 2021 Junior World Championship.
They were indeed. So yeah, that's it then. That's the curtain call on an incredible season of racing in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. And the last before a new era begins next year as FIM Junior GP as well for this championship. The FIM CEV Repsol changing name, and this man changing to pastures new as well, the number 96. He's really been king of the championship this year, the deserved title winner, and we look forward to seeing him next year as well at Red Bull KTM in the Moto3 World Championship.
We certainly do. That's all from Moto3 Junior World Championship action in 2021. Hope you have enjoyed it, but stick around. There's another race to come, and it's a title decider in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. See you soon.
So welcome back to a sunny Circuit Ricardo Tormo here in the Comunitat Valenciana in the glorious city of Valencia, or just outside it in Spain. It's a well-known venue around the world, and we have 2 dates on the calendar in the FIM CEV Repsol, and of course the Valencian Grand Prix, where so much history has been made. Classic track, 9 left-handers, 5 right-handers. Watch out for that cold side of the tyre. It can catch a few out at this track, but in the Hawkers European Talent Cup, we're going to have sunny and warm temperatures for their second race of the day. As you can see, absolutely glorious conditions now, and barring a tiny bit of a damp patch down at turn 1, I think almost perfect, you could say. I'm Fran Wild, and alongside me for the final race of this era of the FIM CEV Repsol before we switch to FIM Junior GP next year, and the final race of the 2021 Hawkers European Talent Cup. The title is on the line. And earlier this morning, there was quite a decisive swing as the points leader, Max Martinez, won once again. So it was 3 in a row coming into this very final race of the season for the number 28. Incredible performance under serious pressure, but got the job done. The white machine there, the number 28, he fought his way through to the front and then took over in the lead, and job done. 25 points to add to his tally, and he heads in now with 20 points
in hand over the number 85 of Xavi Zurutuza, you can see on your screen there, and the number 10 of Adrian Cruces. They are equal on points, 20 behind Maximo Martinez, so everything truly is on the line. There's still 3 contenders in it. Anything can still happen, but looking at what we saw earlier in the day, you wouldn't bet against the number 28 taking the crown. We had plenty of drama there with a couple of long laps. We had a crash out of the lead as well for Alvaro Carpe. So there is everything can happen in the European Talent Cup. And Maximo Martinez will be hoping he can have an equally drama-free afternoon. These 3, though, they could have a decisive say in the race too as well. It's going to be a really interesting fight after we saw Martinez on his own out front, away from his other title rivals, and then those guys fighting it out for the final step of the podium rather. And Jacob Ralston, the Australian, the tall Australian, putting in a great performance in race 1 to get back on the podium after he was a race winner earlier in the season and push Martinez all the way. Not quite enough to take to the top step, but he's out of the title fight, so you can expect the number 12 to come out swinging once again as well. Will it be a rerun and a duel between those two, pulling those great wheelies at the end of this morning's race? Or can it be one of those who fought it out for that podium earlier in the day? We are about to find out here in Valencia. So, as I said, sunny skies and a few clouds in the air, but no rain now. It's been lovely for quite a few hours now. 24 degrees outside. It's almost jackets off temperature. And finally, we have a largely dry track. Still a little bit of a suspicious dark patch on the inside of turn 1, but other than that, all good. We also have, as you may notice, some fluid was dropped earlier in one of the other classes on the main straight. So that's another little thing on track you may see once we get underway, but it's pretty much perfect conditions for this final showdown of the season.
I don't know about you, Fran, but 24 degrees is beach weather, let alone jackets off
I can see you're in your polo now.
Yeah,
you've ditched the outer layers. I'm sticking with it, but I'm sure I won't last much longer. Yeah, it's really nice now, isn't it? Quite a kind of a nice reminder of what this circuit truly looks like when it's got the sun beating down, as we so often do see here in Valencia. Because yeah, it's been quite a difficult few days for practice and qualifying. But first up, we're going to get to know one of our competitors. It's Brian Uriarte, the number 51 Estrella Galicia rider, part of that Monlau Academy.
Hi, I'm Brian Uriarte. I'm 13 years old and I'm rider of Monlau Technical School. And I have very good remembers here in Valencia. I won my first race in talent, so I'm gonna try to do it again here this Sunday and try to get the title.
So that is then the number 51 of Brian Uriarte, one of the Team Estrella Galicia 00 riders. And as he said, also Monlau, a key partner in that. As you can see, the logo on the chest of those leathers from those riders in the EG00 team. But starting on pole, it will be, once again,
Angel Piqueras.
I thought we were going to get it perfectly timed, but not quite.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it will be once again. He was out of the title fight, but who could play a big role in this race once again.
Yeah, he certainly will from pole position. His second pole of 2021. Finished down in 6th place at the back of the group that contains Xavi Zurutuza, Adrian Cruces and Brian Uriarte, who we've just seen there. Uriarte mentioning that he hopes to challenge for the title this weekend. He was in with a shot, albeit an outside shot, but unfortunately after finishing 5th place in race 1, it's now out of his grasps. And while we're talking about the title, we'll mention that race 1 winner Maximo Martinez comes in with 20 points advantage. So
he does indeed. Yeah, like I said, it's 20 points ahead of both Zurutusa and Cruces, who are second and third in the standings now. But obviously it's win counts when you're equal on points. So it's Zurutusa who's officially in second, and he's third on the grid. There you can see with 2 wins and 5 podiums. So yeah, really good season from Xabi Zurutusa. We'll have to see if he can round it out on a high. It's a big ask, a 20-point deficit. Having said that, it's a season to be proud of anyway for those guys. Just at the front, they've all been really consistent this season, and at some points in the past in the ETC we've seen consistency be a bit of a struggle, as the races have been so different every weekend, different riders coming to the fore at different tracks, but they've really settled into a front-running rhythm, all of them, and can be very proud of the season they've put together.
Absolutely, no matter what happens today, all of them can be very proud of what they've achieved, and Zurutusa still has a mathematical possibility, so it's not over until...
It ain't over till it's over.
It ain't over till it's over, so a little bit of drama for Maximo Martinez. The conditions have been as good as they have been, but Turn 1 still has a little bit of damp patches surrounding it. So the riders have got to be careful, but there you can see Maximo Martinez, 3 wins from 3. 5 podiums in the last 6 races has seen him climb to top of the championship and to championship authority with 20 points in his pocket over Zurutusa and Cruces. So the fans are eager, we're eager. What is going to happen in the final race of 2021? Here's Adrian Cruces, who is also mathematically in with a shout still. As we say, he's also got 20 points to climb. 3 consecutive P4s for Adrian Cruces. It's going to be difficult for sure, but it ain't over until it is over. So this is going to be fascinating to see how Max Martinez plays this. He's got to get away well. He's got to stay out of trouble in the opening exchanges. Good to see Alvaro Carpe back on the grid. He crashed out of the lead in race 1 at turn 4. Looked a little bit hurt in the gravel trap, but thankfully he is back and ready to go for race 2 in Valencia.
He is indeed, yeah. Great news to see the number 83 lining up again. Like you said, it was a bit of a dramatic crash out the lead as well, because we didn't quite see it. We just saw the aftermath of it and then realised a little bit later that he wasn't present anymore at the front of the field. But he did have some really impressive pace before that, so we'll have to see what he's got in the locker now. I'm sure a little bit winded and bruised maybe after that incident this morning, but eager to go again and lining up on the grid. So here is that grid then. We've got Piqueras, Salmela and Zurutusa on the front row, Uriarte, Martinez and Cruces. So we've got all the contenders on the top 2 rows. Then we've got Carpe back on the grid, Rulston, who was second this morning, incredible race, and Trias rounding out that 3rd row. And then we have Esteban, Solá, Parrilla, Alsina, Lambias, Rusbrook, Garnes, Pini, Dun. I'm not doing very well with the pronunciations here. It's the Dutch. I will ask for more tips. And then Brinton, Almanza, Gordon, Tietzi, Giovanni, and Garcia. Polish, Alsahuti and Fortiotis. So Wojciechowski, I think. I'm very sorry, Poland. I'll try my best. Perez and Gordon on the back of the grid. So the stage is set once again. Like we said, we have all of our key contenders on the front 2 rows, and certainly this morning they played some very key roles in the race. Will they bring more of the same now as the lights go out for race 2, the final of the year?
It is the final race of 2021, not only for these riders, but in general for the FIM CEV Repsol. And to mention that, it is the final race under the FIM CEV Repsol name. So we've got a problem at the back of the grid there, the number 88 rider of Clement Giovanni. I think I've said that right. So unfortunately,
I think that's one of
those
I brutalised on the grid.
Going to have to start from pit lane after looking like he stalled the bike, unfortunately, there. So, warm-up lap then for the title decider in the European Talent Cup. We came into the race day with 4 contenders. Now we only have 3. Unfortunately for Brian Uriarte, he is no longer a title contender. However, Maximo Martinez, Xabi Zurutusa and Adrian Cruces are. So, What is the plan of action for Martinez? What's the plan of action for Cruces and Zurutuza? Well, for Cruces and Zurutuza, all they've got to do is try and go and win the race.
I think the plan will be full gas from the very first lap of this race. As you said, conditions much improved as well. So nothing to stand in the way of a classic showdown for the European Talent Cup. And you can see them making their way around and out. Lovely to see the bikes glinting in the sun. It's genuinely a really lovely day now. But yeah, plenty on the line in this one. And those 20 points is quite a buffer for Max Martinez, and he looked utterly unbothered this morning by the pressure. Really impressive performance from the young Spaniard, but anything can happen, and we'll just have to see what is going to in this second encounter. See Jacob Ralston a bit slow there offline. Don't think it's a problem, just slotting back in there.
So then, the riders make their way around the final sector, turn 13 and turn 14. Are we going to see any drama down there in race 2? I wonder. There he is. Xabi Zurutuza, the number 85. Maximo Martinez, the number 28. Two of the title contenders, the top two in the championship. Number 10 is Adrian Cruces. So look out for those three riders throughout this race. We'll, of course, keep you updated on their whereabouts.
We will indeed. So everything on the line for those three, like we said, 20-point gap for Max Martinez, but it's all coming down to this race.
Here we go then, the riders lining up for the final time in 2021. The red flag will be removed, the green flag will wave in the background, and then revs will be up, and we will hopefully be underway. There we go then, green flag waves. We're just waiting for one of the riders. Okay, yeah, they've been told to get into pit lane. So here we go then. Grid is clear. The red lights will come on at the top of your screen. There they are, and they will go out for the final time in 2021. And it's a great start from pole sitter Angel Piqueras. Initially it was anyway. I think that's Rico Salmela from second on the grid, who's going to get the whole shut down into turn 1. There's Max Martinez up the inside, early doors through the wet patch there. Hopefully it's all safe and sound. I think it is. Couple of riders went wide, but that's okay on
just
lap 1 as we go into turn 2, and that's Xabi Zurutuza taking the lead. Added also a great start from Zurutuza from outside front row. He's into the race lead, or not without long. It's Alvaro Carpe now into turn 4.
Yeah, so Zurutuza sending them both a little bit wide there, and Carpe takes back over at the front where he left off this morning. So impressive stuff from the number 83 once again. But yeah, shout out Xabi Zurutuza making up some good ground from that front row of the grid, because he did lose out a couple of positions first time out. So good stuff. And Jacob Ralston once again as well up in the mix early, the number 12 behind a Salmela, who's so far so good for the number 27, back up in the fight at the front.
Max Martinez in 8th the last time they clocked through our live timing, so not the best of starts for Max Martinez, but an 8th place will do just fine for him. Now coming through turns 10 and 11 for the first time, Alvaro Carpe, race winner here earlier on in the season, crasher in race 1, doesn't look to be feeling any ill effects. The number 83 well on his way to lead lap 1. There he is, the championship leader, the number 28, Maximo Martinez. Stayed out of trouble for now.
That was the main job, wasn't it, off the start, is just to stay out of trouble when you do have that huge buffer of points. Just make sure you can get into the race without too many dramas, and then see how the cards have fallen around you as well. So there's that dust from that fluid that was dropped earlier in the day, like we said. Everyone safely through there. And who is going to be latest on the brakes into turn 1? I think Carpe is going to hold it. Yep, the number 83 then, confident through there. Impressive stuff from him once again. And like we said, seems to be action ready despite that crash this morning.
Certainly does indeed. So Zurutuza and Cruces, 2nd and 3rd in the championship, 2nd and 3rd in the race. I think Cruces is just having a look up the inside at turn 3 there. Not really somewhere where you see riders making a move, but these two will be eager to get out front. They know what the deal is in the championship. They've just got to try and go win the race and hope that Maximo Martinez has a little bit of issues further down the field, but he's staying out of trouble for now. That's Angel Piqueras, the pole sitter. Not a very good first lap at all for Piqueras. Crossed the line in 10th, but he's slowly picking his way back up through the field, so I'm not quite sure what happened there for Piqueras.
Yeah, not the best start, like you say, for him. So we're still in this front group, though, because it is very much still a front group. There's a tiny little bit of daylight behind the top four, but nothing too much to worry about at this point. And yeah, Jacob Rulstone and Max Martinez, the two who fought it out this morning for that race win, just a little bit further back at this stage than we saw earlier on take one. But a big look behind then from Sal Mellett, and it's like, yep, there's plenty of people coming for you. There's still a long, long freight train here in the ETC. But Max Martinez then, not too many nerves so far, just doing what he needs to do at the moment and staying with the leaders.
Yeah, I probably watched the Moto3 Junior Championship race 1 where we saw Daniel Holgardo claim the title, and Daniel Holgardo just did what he needed to do, finished just in the lower ends of the top 10 and claimed the title, and that's all that Max Martinez needs to do. He just needs to, like we say, stay out of trouble, race nice and calmly and finish in a decent enough position to take the title. Are we going to have a change of lead into turn 1? No, we're not. Carpe still leading as the riders dived out the slipstream. A couple of them running wide there. They can't do that more than 3 times before they get a warning and then a penalty. So the last thing that Zurutuza and Cruces needs is a long lap penalty.
We had a couple of warnings for the front runners as well this morning. So, you know, they are a little bit on watch. But obviously the clock reset on that count for the afternoon race. We'll have to see if they can all keep it off the green stuff. But yeah, great race so far once again from Alvaro Carpe. Looks so solid into turn 1 as well, which is normally a classic ETC overtaking place after the slipstream. But the number 83 just no way past him at the moment as it stands.
Yeah, if you've got some good speed down the front straight and you can nail your braking zone into turn 1 every lap, then you're going to be a very, very difficult rider to pass, as Carpe is proving to be. Zurutuza just threatening there, showing a wheel to Carpe down into turn 8, but not this time around. So Max Martinez is at the back of this group, isn't he? 7th or 8th place. I think Angel Piqueras has overtaken Max Martinez. So
yeah,
doing what he needs to do.
Cruces as well then, picking the pocket of his teammate there to head through into 2nd place. Great stuff from the number 10, but these guys need as many points as possible, so they need to make sure that they can stay with Alvaro Carpe, because there's a 5-point difference between 1st and 2nd in the race, and that may well make all the difference later on once we do the final count on the standings for 2021. But at the moment then, we've got a good little freight train here at the front and not too much drama. And it looks like this time around, maybe Cruces has just got the run on Carpe and he's going to be able to attack him. Yep, so the number 10 attacking for the lead, and Zurutuza goes through as well. Oh, maybe not for long.
Oh, just about squeezes through, doesn't he? Shoves Carpe onto the green paint. Not sure the stewards will note that down as a track limits warning, but they may do, we never know. So, change of the race lead then. Adrian Cruces, a title contender, of course, is leading the race. This is all that Cruces has to do to have any chance of beating this rider here, Maximo Martinez, to the 2021 European Talent Cup title. That is Cesar Parrilla, who pulled into pit lane. Some sort of technical issue or mechanical issue there, unfortunately, for the young Spaniard. But we'll turn our attentions back to the race lead, and the title fight is Alvaro Carpe going for the race lead down into turn 8. Certainly looked like he was diving out of the slipstream. Has he got it done?
Hard to tell with all the orange and red on those bikes at the front, isn't it?
No, I don't think he has.
I don't think he has, no. So it's as you were then at the moment, and Max Martinez then just a little bit off this group, but I'm fairly confident we may see him tag on. Yeah, he's already starting to tag onto the back of them once again. He and sparring partner from this morning, Jacob Rulstone, on that very distinctive and much easier to spot leopard, lovely blue-green machine just at the back of this group as well. So we've got all of our key players in the standings, and we've got all of our key players from this morning's race as well. Who is going to come out on top this time around?
Things have worked out perfectly, you could say, for Maximo Martinez. He's just tagging onto the back of the lead group. He can just watch his title rival scrap it out for the race lead and just sit there nice and calmly. Meanwhile, behind him, he's got a nice 2.9 second buffer to play with, so he's not got anyone behind him trying to overtake him or disrupt his rhythm. Max Martinez, the number 28, can just sit there patiently, watch everyone else squabble away. and ride around, hopefully in Maximo Martinez's case, towards the title. Now, Cruzes looking up the inside of turn 4. No, not this time around. Carpe has retaken the lead, the number 83. That's where Carpe crashed out at turn 4 in race 1, remember. So, not...
I do remember. Yeah, it's all getting quite action-packed at the front now, isn't it? These two looking in quite a hurry to try and break away from those just behind. They can see a little bit of daylight back to Zurutusa in third, but I'm sure that will disappear soon enough. And Cruzes looking for an attack then. Not quite able to get past though, so the number 10 slots back in behind the number 83 of our race leader earlier on today as well. Really great job from Alvaro Carpe. I think it would have been really easy to come out this afternoon after that incident this morning and just take it a little bit easier, but really impressive to see him straight back up at the front racing to try and take this win.
Are those standings correct if things stay as they are? I'm not sure the gap will be 3 points because it's 20 points at the minute, so I'm not sure. My maths might be completely wrong and that might be absolutely correct, so apologies for that. But Adrian Cruzes in second place, I don't think would be 3 points behind, but you never know. I might be wrong. I can't do the maths quick enough in my head to work it out. So 12 laps to go then in the Hawkers European Talent Cup in 2021. Alvaro Carpe still leads, but it's Adrian Cruzes who pulls out of the slipstream. Can he make a move down into turn 1? That's where Carpe's been very strong, but Cruzes breaks later. So does Xabi Zurutusa to make his way up into second place. They all keep it on the tarmac and on the curb. That's nicely done. So no track limits warnings there for the time being, as Cruzes leads again from Xabi Zurutusa. But this is changing constantly in the battle for the lead.
It is indeed. So yeah, I think it would be 3 points if Martinez stays in 8th, because it'd be 25, which would put, obviously that was when Cruzes was in the race lead. So if he'd taken that 25 for the win, that puts him 5 ahead. And then if Martinez crosses the line 8th for 8 points, then it is the 3 point difference. So there's plenty ways it can still swing in this title fight, but so far so good for everyone. Not too many dramas. All the key players, like we said, in this race, and at the moment definitely Cruzes got the upper hand in terms of points out on track, but Carpe, remember, is not one of those who can lift the crown, so he's a bit of a complication for those around him.
Yeah, Carpe doesn't really mind what happens in this race, apart from he wants to win it. And of course, bouncing back from race 1 disappointment, he'll be hungrier than ever to claim victory in the final race of the season. That's Brian Uriarte up the inside of teammate and pole sit Angel Picaris, has picked his way back up through the field nicely, but we're concentrating on the 2 Cuna de Campeones machines of Xabi Zurutusa and Adrian Cruzes. Zurutusa looking up the inside, not quite this time around. That camera angle is quite deceiving, isn't it, when we look
it can
at
be
the rear ends of the bikes.
Well, yeah, so at the moment then, no massive dramas. So at the moment, P8 plus 4, I guess that means the gap behind him must be around 4 seconds, I'm guessing. We've not actually got them over the line quite yet, but I imagine that's what they're referring to. Yep, it's more than that now. It's 4.5 already, so nice and steady for Max Martinez at the back of this group. Like we said, he's not going to come under attack from behind, but certainly those at the front are already coming under attack again.
Yeah, not ideal this for Zurutusa and Cruzes, although they're first and second. They've got a gaggle of hungry riders who just want to end the season on a high and win the race. And obviously they're trying to also win the race, but they've got a title to try and think about as well. There's the Cuna de Campeones box looking on. A few anxious faces there, understandably so, as their 2 riders lead 1 and 2, but unfortunately for them at the minute aren't leading the World Championship standings. I keep calling it World Championship. It's the European Talent Cup. It's very easy to get carried away calling it a World Championship. Now then, Zurutusa up the inside at turn 8, but Cruzes closes the door.
That was
nicely
quite brave to hang it in around the outside there. That could have all got too spicy for comfort, but good stuff then from the number 10 at the moment to hold off his teammate, and obviously, like we said, they're equal on points, his title rival in Xabi Zurutusa, who's just behind him. So this is exactly where they need to be, but they also need to make sure that they can try and get away from these guys if they are going to fight it out and decide between them who's taking the 25 and 20, which would be exactly what they need with Martinez at the moment at the back of this group.
Interestingly enough, track limits warning for number 28, Maximo Martinez. So he's got to be careful now as Maximo Martinez. The number 28 there at the back of the group. If he goes onto the green paint one more time, he's going to have a long lap penalty. Now, he's probably got a bit of a big enough gap to be able to do so, but then he falls into the group that are scrapping behind him. So that is really not good news for Max Martinez. So he's got to keep it on the straight and narrow. There it is, confirmation, track limits warning, rider number 28, Maximo Martinez.
Yep, he does have to be a little bit careful then. But at the moment, he's doing exactly what he needs to and just staying in touch with these guys, not pushing too hard, but not getting involved in any silly elbows out craziness at the moment that we've seen at times at the front of this battle. Ralston also looks like he's kind of sat there waiting, looking on. So it could be an interesting one, because at the moment, even though Cruces and Zurutuso really do need to be contending for this win, they've not been able to break away from Carpe, Uriarte and those guys who are making life a little bit more complicated at the front.
They're making it very complicated at the front, aren't they?
Spot on cue.
Yeah, dives at the inside again at turn 8. It's proving to be a very popular passing place, is turn 8 today in the Talent Cup, European Talent Cup. Who's that diving up the inside? I think that is Salmela, is it? The number 78.
No, it's not. It's Joel Esteban then getting in the battle there. So Estrella Galicia Power at the front.
Sorry, it's the number 18, I think.
It is, it's 18. I also read that wrong. I thought it was a 78. So it must have been Piqueras then who was that. It's the terrible camera angle just led us astray there. Or, well, not terrible, but confusing. Here we go then, we're back onto the main straight. We're going to go through that little plume of dust from that earlier incident in Moto 2, and it's once again the number 83 of Alvaro Carpe then back in the race lead, but Uriarte looking like he wants to try and attack for second. Zurutuso though manages to hold firm around turn 1, so good stuff from the number 85 who is in contention for the crown here, but Max Martinez very much still in touch, like we said, with this group, and this group definitely getting in each other's way, and I wouldn't be surprised if it does remain a bit of a freight train for a good few laps here. Although Carpe now back at the front, can he push once again? We saw impressive stuff this morning, but then he did have that crash. It's going to be an interesting final few laps of this one, I think.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. I'll be very, very surprised if anyone's able to break clear, because they're all obviously running a very similar pace, and when you're tucked up in the slipstream as well, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to break clear of that, and Zurutuso looks like he's going to have a little bit of a look down into turn 8. Not this time around. 8.5 laps to go in the European Talent Cup. What is going to unfold? There's Max Martinez going through the back of your screen. Remember, he's got a track limits warning, so if he strays onto the green paint one more time, here's Jacob Ralston up the inside at turn 11. A great move from the Australian. He's picked his way through now into third place, so the race 1 P2 finisher is looking good here.
Yeah, very good there, and that despite a wobble as well. Just a couple of corners before we saw that machine just have a bit of a shake in the background of the shot. Good stuff from the Australian. Like we mentioned, he's a very tall rider for this class as well, so impressive stuff staying with these guys and not relying too much on the slipstream is the number 12, and hangs it around the outside there, but now he'll tuck in and try and make sure he can stick with them down into turn 1 once more, but doing most of his work on the brakes.
Down into turn 1 then we go. 8 laps to go. That's Brian Uriarte going up the inside of Xabi Zurutuso. Not good news for Zurutuso. Good news for Brian Uriarte as Alvaro Carpe still leads the way. Fantastic stuff from the number 83. Cruces returning the favour on Jacob Ralston. So Ralston was up into third place, but only for a brief amount of time. That was close between Uriarte and Zurutuso through turn 3, but no contact made. Fastest lap for Jacob Ralston, so he is making progress. Was up into third, as we mentioned, but back down to P5. But he is there. He's well in the hunt for victory, well in the hunt for a second podium of the day and a third of the season.
Yep, he is indeed there, the number 12. That leopard livery, very distinctive, like we said, and helping us out as well. Like, is Max Martinez's bike also an easy one to spot? That nice white front of the fairing with the big number 28 in the background there. These guys all squabbling it out with the Cuna de Campeones and Estrella Galicia red and orange there, making life a lot more difficult for us in the commentary box. But it's still raging on, this battle, isn't it? No one can manage to break away. No one can really manage to make moves for more than a few corners before an attack comes back. But it is still Carpe in the lead. Really impressive job from the number 83.
This is going to go all the way to the wire, I think, with Maximo Martinez just hanging off the back there. He's a second down on these guys now, but that's okay. If he finishes where he is, if it stays as it is, he will be crowned 2021 European Talent Cup champion. So 7 laps to go then, the clock ticking down on the 2021 championship, and it's Carpe leading Zurutuza from Cruces, who dives out of the slipstream from his teammate. Is he going to make a move into turn 1? Doesn't look like he is, because Zurutuza's got a little bit more pace there. Zurutuza's a slightly smaller figure than his teammate Cruces. As, yes, I thought we
lost a couple from that leading group. Yes, it's Angel Piqueras and Rika Salmela then who've gone down in that incident, and it looks like we've got a lot more daylight as well back to Max Martinez, who is now though in 6th place. So he gains a few points from that one, does the number 28, as those riders leave the group ahead of him, both up and okay, which is obviously the main thing. Not sure exactly what went down there with a bit of friendly fire.
Yeah, not sure. That looks like it was at the top of turn 13, but can't quite be sure. Or maybe it was turn 12. Thankfully, both riders walking away from the incident. That's the main thing. Is in the background, Maximo Martinez goes on to the green paint now. He is up into 6th place, and he's got a 5.1 second advantage over 7th place David Almanza. So it shouldn't matter too much, but we've not got confirmation yet. He did go on the green paint, so there might be a long lap penalty coming for the championship leader.
We'll have to see, won't we? Definitely keep an eye on that. But at the front, keep an eye on Adrian Cruces making all the moves. The number 10 got very close there, but at the moment they're still very much in the fight for the podium. So we've got a long lap then. We have a long lap for the number 28, and what was the other number on the board? I was focused on our points leader.
Yeah, I was also focused on the points
leader. We'll have it come up very soon on the graphics and on our timing screens, I'm sure. But yes, so drama, a long lap penalty then for number 28, Max Martinez, who's currently in 6th, and like we said, with a lot of clear track behind him. But this could be a pretty decisive moment if he needs to keep his cool and take that long lap quickly.
There we go then, rider number 28 exceeding track limits, a long lap penalty. He's just coming through the top of your screen there is the number 28, is Max Martinez. And as they cross the line, the gap was 4.4 between Martinez and Almanza. So barring any small disasters in the long lap penalty lane, Martinez should hold on to 6th place. But we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully, for Martinez's sake, he takes it as soon as possible. As the riders continue to scrap away for the race lead, and the race lead is now Jacob Ralston's the number 12. He's aiming to make it 2 podiums today. Xabi Zurutuza in 2nd place now, with Cruces in 3rd, Brian Uriarte 4th, and Alvaro Carpe 5th. It is between these 5 riders then for victory and for the final podiums of 2021, as Alvaro Carpe holds the inside line down into turn 8.
Yeah, it is, and it's only good news as well for Max Martinez that Ralston is now the rider in the lead, because that 25-point haul will be going to a rider who's not really involved in the standings fight. That was a nice move. Very smoothly done. So, okay then, the number 28, he's seen that he has that penalty. Keep it in the white lines, and he does so and rejoins then. So, no big dramas come from that. Nicely, smoothly done from the number 28. And like we said, good news for him is it's a rider not in the fight for the title who's now leading the race. But Cruces right behind him. Looks like he's got other ideas.
Certainly does. 5 laps to go. This is anyone's guess for the race win. The Cuna di Campione's team will be hoping it's one of their riders, in the hope that it will be enough to win the title. Doesn't look like it will be, though, with Max Martinez still in 6th place. But Jacob Ralston is having a fantastic end to the season. There's championship leader, the number 28, Max Martinez. All he's got to do now is bring it home safe and sound. No more touching the green for Max Martinez. He has a 2-second advantage now to David Almanza. There is the championship standings. As things stand, Martinez would take the title by 10 points over Zurutuza. Cruces, sorry, and Zurutuza 14 points. But that is going to change surely in the last 4.5 laps.
You'd expect, even if it ends like this, we're going to have a fair few moves before the curtain does come down. Yeah, so Jacob Ralston then back in the lead of this race. Good stuff from the number 12. But yeah, these guys doing everything they can, pushing in this race to try and give themselves the best chance at this crown. And Cruces already looks like he's looking for a way up the inside, and Zurutuza right behind him as well. But at the moment, they can't quite make a way through. Bit of a twitch there as well, look like, for Ralston in the race lead. So How is this going to shuffle out next time down the start-finish straight? It could be a very interesting one, I think, because we do have a very tall... Oh, what was that? Some good looking behind. But,
yeah, not sure.
Yeah, bit of a shuffle there. But yeah, Ralston then, he'll want to try and make sure that he's able to stay with these guys into turn 1 next time around, I think, if he manages to keep the door closed here.
Yeah, that was a big if. Again, the camera angle leading us on a little bit that the rider behind was going to make a move into turn 14, but not to be. So then, 4 laps to go now. We're counting down the laps, and it's Jacob Ralston leading over the line from Zurutuza, Cruces, and Uriarte and Carpe. Then comes Max Martinez, who should be okay, although the gap is down to 1.4 seconds. So David Almanza might be making Max Martinez and the team sweat here. Zurutuza backing it into turn 2, but not going for the lead this time around.
Yep, so Ralston then retains that race lead. Good stuff from the number 12. But now it's Zurutuza on his case and making his way through. Really nice pickpocket move there. Got the job done smoothly, aggressively, but no contact and no elbows out either. Really, really nice move that from the number 85. I'm sure, though, that Ralston will answer back as soon as he can. But at the moment, then, it's still changing lap by lap in the standings and the points and who is going to come out on top. Cruces now looking for a way through on Ralston as well. Obviously the other key player in this title fight.
So where are the key passing moves then here? Down into turn 1 is one that we're going to have to look out for. Through turns 10 here and then into turn 13. The riders like to dive up the inside as Jacob Ralston is there.
Almost
so is Angel.
Perfectly correct.
It's not Angel Becerras, is it? It's Brian Uriarte, the remaining Team Australia Galicia bike after Becerras and Sal Mella. Eventually
out.
We got there.
Yep, so at the moment then we still have our Cuna de Campeones race leader, do we not? Yeah, we do, Xabi Zurutuza. But then just as I say that, Jacob Ralston heads through and takes back over the race lead then. And it's as you were from just a few moments ago. But I think this is going to be a big turn 1 shuffle this time around.
Absolutely, that's really close on the edge of the track there. Keep it on the black stuff, boys, and Alvaro Carpe does, and he sweeps through into turn 1 to take the lead. Now then, this is interesting because Max Martinez is being caught by David Almanza and Gonzalo Perez. So this is interesting. I'm not sure if he slips behind these two. We've clearly got some superior pace to Max Martinez, who is obviously taking it steady and just trying to finish the race. He was close there to track limits again, wasn't he, Max Martinez? So this will be interesting to see if he slips back down to 8th place. I think he still might be right because that's where he was before, wasn't it?
Yeah, so he basically lose the positions that he'd gained from the crash ahead of him earlier on. So he would still just do it, but it would be a bit nervy. But you can see there's a huge amount of space behind these two guys who are on his tail. So it could be a good zone to get into and chill out. Is he just saying, like, go? But yeah, so some nervy moments then. But we'll have to see how this pans out. Maybe those appearing on his tail will give him a little bit of a G up, but we'll have to see. I'm sure it's a lot of emotions going on the bike right now for Max Martinez.
Yeah, big time. And Almanza and Perez will know that Max Martinez is the championship leader and fighting for the European Talent Cup title, but they've clearly got a lot of pace over Max Martinez, and I would assume they're not just going to want to sit behind. They want to get the best results possible to end the season as best as possible. So this is going to be interesting to see what Max Martinez does. And this is also going to be interesting because this is a 5-way fight. That's very, very close down the start-finish straight. A little bit of contact there between Ralston and Uriarte as they dive back into the slipstream down into turn 1. Who's going to take the lead? I thought Ralston was going to sweep around the outside there, but he's just run wide onto not just the green, into
fully tucked in as well. Needs to be careful not to gain too much there. But yeah, the Australian then on the outside shut out a little bit there. And Max Martinez then has lost one more position. Let's see, is he gonna just try and play it safe in terms of on-track contact and just let those guys go, or is he gonna fight it out and try and take back that 6th? And what is gonna happen up ahead as well, because this could have a huge, huge, huge say in who's gonna lift the crown.
Yeah, it really will. Zurutuza and Cruces, number 85 and the number 10 on the Cuna de Campeones machines, need to win this race to stand a chance, with Max Martinez currently in 7th place. Are they going to be able to pass Alvaro Carpe, who, remember, already has a race win here in Valencia this season? Crashed out of race 1, but he's on course here to bounce back superbly and take his second race win in Valencia this season. So down into turn 11 for the penultimate time in 2021. There's Brian Uriarte just off the back. Jacob Ralston just losing touch a little bit in 5th place, but he'll be there or thereabouts for sure as they come round then through turn 12, over the crest at turn 13, the spectacular turn 13, and down into turn 14 for the penultimate time. And we're getting ready for the last lap here. Brian Uriarte up the inside of Adrian Cruzes. That's not good news for one of the title contenders as we start the last lap of the race here in the European Talent Cup.
We do indeed. So it's Carpe then that's going to lead over the line for the final time before we meet the flag. And the number 83 has done some real legwork at the head of this race. But who is going to emerge in the lead out of turn 1? It's all getting all so tight in that battle between those guys. And it looks like Martinez then has decided to engage in this battle with these two guys for 6th place.
Don't run wide onto the green. Maximo, he has done. He throws his arm up in the air. Not sure what that's going to do. If that's going to give him a long lap penalty, he's not going to be able to take it, is he? So that's interesting. But Max Martinez still in a championship winning position. But back at the front is Alvaro Carpe, safely negotiates turn 4 and turn 5. Now turn 6, can Xabi Zuratuza make a move up the inside into turn 6? I thought he was going to try, but he thinks better of it. Now it's time to tuck into the slipstream, get through turn 7 and down into turn 8 into the braking area.
It is indeed. So the number 85 and the number 10, there are two guys in the running along with Max Martinez for the crown this season. But at the moment, Carpe is holding firm at the front. Really good stuff from the number 83 after disappointment this morning. And he's closing all of the doors he's asked to.
He's got 2 title contenders on his back, and Cruzes makes a move up the inside of Zuratuza into 2nd place. Here's Maximo Martinez. No signs of a further penalty for the championship leader and the champion-elect. The team look on nervously. He's currently in... Oh, what's happening here at the front? That's it. That's game over then. The 2 Cuna Campiones riders run wide on the exit of turn 12, and that is it. Alvaro Carpe will round the final corner and surely take victory in the final race of the season to make it 2-2 in Valencia in 2021. Brian Uriarte 2nd, Jacob Ralston 3rd. That's Cruzes in the background, going to take 4th. But that is it in the 2021 European Talent Cup. Carpe takes victory, and Maximo Martinez will cross the line in 5th place, I think it will be. Yes, it is, to become the 2021 European Talent Cup champion. Bravo, Maximo Martinez.
Yeah, that was a good recovery there, and some serious late drama from the Cuna de Campeones guys. I'm sure there'll be some interesting chats between those afterwards, but with both of them the equal amount of points down as well, they've both got to lay everything on the line. But incredible win for Carpe, and a really great race under some pressure there from Martinez. Barring those track limits infringements, just kept it nice and calm.
Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on those track limits. He did run wide, didn't he, onto the green on the exit of turn 1, but it shouldn't matter with Cruzes finishing 4th and Xabi Zuratuza finishing 8th. Didn't see what happened, did we? Down at turn 12. Obviously, maybe some contact as the two try to scrap it out for victory. But in the end, it is Maximo Martinez who takes the 2021 European Talent Cup title. A fantastic year for the debutant. 3 wins from 3 before this race too. Really did the job, took the championship lead in Jerez. Won race 1 here in Valencia. The hard work was done. All he had to do then was finish in a decent enough position in race 2 to take the title, and that is exactly what he has done. The flag there, holding up the Spanish flag, and Luis Lom 39, and of course Hugo Milan, who we sadly lost in Aragon earlier this year. We've raced on in Hugo's memory, and we will continue to do so forever. He would have loved to be in this battle today, and he will be sorely, sorely missed, will Hugo. Great to see Maximo Martinez honouring his compatriot and close friends. Fantastic scenes down there at turn 2 for Maximo Martinez, who is the 2021 European Talent Cup champion. A fantastic season for Maximo Martinez. He joins past riders to win the European Talent Cup, such as David Alonso in 2020, Ethan Guevara in 2029, Xavi Artigas in 2018, and Manuel Gonzalez in 2017. Guevara, of course, is a Moto3 World Championship race winner. So is Artigas, and Manuel Gonzalez will be on the Moto2 grid next year, and David Alonso will be on the Moto3 Junior World Championship next year and is Red Bull Risk Cup champion. So Maximo Martinez etching his name next to some very, very strong riders indeed. Phenomenal season for the young Spaniard. Speaks very well, doesn't he, if you tuned into race 1 as well. A wise head on young shoulders, you'd say. Fantastic effort from the young Spaniard. Great celebrations down there with his family and friends, of course. A lot of the riders, especially the Spanish riders, will have all their families here to celebrate with them after a long and tough year. Some highs and, unfortunately and sadly, some very low lows. But here is a recap of Maximo Martinez's 2021 European Talent Cup title-winning campaign. Yeah, congratulations then to Maximo Martinez, the team, his family and friends and everyone else associated with the young Spaniard, the number 28. One to watch in the future for sure. You don't win a European Talent Cup title and then just go missing. As we mentioned, Alonso, Guevara, Artigas and Gonzalez have all won it recently. And I can hear out the commentary box window a lot of burnouts going on. And you can see it there with Alvaro Carpi, the race winner. Crashed out of the lead, didn't he, in race 1. Looked a little bit hurt in the gravel. Thankfully, he was fit and fight to race in race 2 this afternoon. And what a job he's done. We didn't see what happened on the last lap between the two Cunha de Campiones machines of Cruces and Xabi Zurutuza, did we? They both crossed the line low. Emotions high down there with Alvaro Carpi and his team. There's Brian Uriarte, finished second, also a debutant this year. Came into the weekend as an outside title bet, 20 points off. Unfortunately, his 5th place in race 1 wasn't enough to see him become a title contender in race 2, but then nevertheless, a fantastic year for Brian Uriarte. 5 podiums to his name, one to watch for sure. Is Brian Uriarte, of course, the famous team strategy here. The Monlau Racing School have birthed plenty of talents over the years. It looks like they've got a few more on the books as well now. There's Jacob Ralston, a double podium then to finish his season. Didn't quite go his way after that opening race win in Estoril, did it? But he's finished the season on a high. Now, judging from the podium, the Australian flag is in 2nd place and the timing screens are showing Brian Uriarte in 2nd and Ralston 3rd. So we'll have to find out what happens with that. But it is saying here Brian Uriarte is 2nd. So we'll assume that is the correct one, the correct result. Of course, we will be hearing from race winner Alvaro Carpi and the 2021 champion Maximo Martinez down in Parc Ferme soon with Fran Wild. There's Alvaro Carpi getting his photo taken with the number 1 board. A fantastic talent is Alvaro Carpi, and I'm sure we'll be seeing lots of pictures with him with number 1 boards in the years to come. As we await the rival, I think of Maximo Martinez, who hasn't made it back round to Parc Ferme yet. Obviously still celebrating. I can't see him. Ah, there he is. I think that's still down at turn 3. Obviously struggling to get the bike started, aren't they? So he's still pretty much got a full lap to go before he gets down into Parc Ferme. I think they're just going to give up on that. these bikes are very difficult to restart once you've stalled them without, of course, the starter motors. You can see there in the background his friends or family are quite tired from trying to push the bike and get it restarted again. So he's, unfortunately for Maximo Martinez, he's going to have to get a lift back to Parc Fermé. So he might be waiting a little while for the champion to come into Parc Fermé. As I mentioned, Jacob Ralston, a fantastic end to the season for the tall Australian in the Leopard Impala junior ranks. After a little bit of a disappointing mid-season, the Australian will be very, very excited and very, very happy to head into the winter with 2 podiums under his belt. Really showing what he could do here in Valencia. Back to the Jacob Ralston we saw earlier on in the season, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more from Jacob Ralston in 2022 and beyond. There was the race-winning overtake. It got a little bit close for comfort, didn't it, down the front straight, but okay, so here's what happened then at turn 12. So that looked like Cruces and Xabi Zurutuza came into contact, of course. I didn't quite catch who was trying to overtake who. I think it was Zurutuza trying to overtake Cruces in the last-ditch, last lap attempt, of course. Title on the line, trying the hardest to win the title, to win the race, to have any chance of winning the title. Unfortunately for the 2 Cuna de Campeones riders, it didn't work out for them in the end. And a nervy race, it has to say, for Maximo Martinez, but a solid race nonetheless. Does the job for the number 28, who takes the title after finishing 5th place in the end. I'm trying to look out my commentary box window to see where he is on circuit. I think he's getting a scooter ride back. Yes, there he is. So he's just heading down the back straight on a scooter on the outside of the circuit. So we're going to be waiting a good 2, 3, maybe even 4 minutes for Maximo Martinez to make his way back. I can see the Flag Sports Hugo Milan and Luis Salon flags. But we can go down now and hear from our race winner. Alvaro Carpe is with Fran Wild.
So that was another incredible race, and bouncing back from a difficult morning in style on the top step. Congratulations.
Yeah, I have to admit that it was a race very, very difficult and very hard. This morning I have a crash, and now I'm the first. So thank you for all my team, all my family, all the people who support me. And I want to say one thing, that it's maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not the next year, but I promise that my father will see me world champion.
Well, thank you very much. Y ahora en castellano también.
Sí, bueno, ha sido una carrera muy difícil, muy dura, y esta mañana he tenido una caída muy fuerte en la curva 4 de high side y me duele mucho el pie, pero ahora he ganado y la verdad es que me siento muy afortunado por mi equipo y por mi familia.
Muchísimas gracias y enhorabuena.
Love that from Alvaro Carpe, promising that he will be world champion one day, so his father can see it. Fair play. If he can keep up the performances like he has shown today in Valencia, and of course with his first place in Valencia early on the season, then there's no reason why Alvaro Carpe can't become a world champion in the near future. The flags have switched positions then. That confirms that Jacob Ralston did finish first, and here he is then eventually making it back to Parc Fermé. Not the way he would have wanted to, but they won't care. He is the 2021 European Talent Cup champion, finally back with his team members, his family and his friends. And we'll be hearing from Maximo Martinez soon. Lovely to see the celebrations down there. It's been a tough season for all. It's been a long season. But Maximo Martinez, in the end, has thoroughly deserved to come out on top in his debut season as a European Talent Cup rider. I think he's headed straight to the microphone to speak to Fran Wild. We'll be hearing from Maximo Martinez very, very shortly before the podium ceremony. Yep, we can hear from him now. He's down there with Fran Wild.
Well, you've been here once already today on the top step, and now you're back in Parc Fermé as the champion. Congratulations, Max. How does it feel?
Well, it feels amazing. I've worked very hard all this season, and I'm very happy to be the champion. So, well, I want to thank everybody, my team, everybody, and because without them it couldn't be possible. And well, I want to dedicate this championship to the mother of Luis Salom and as well Hugo's family and everybody.
Well, congratulations, y ahora nos puedes explicarlo un poco en castellano también.
Sí, bueno, estoy muy feliz de haber ganado porque es un sueño, he trabajado muy duro para conseguirlo y bueno, sin mi equipo y sin mi familia y sin todo no hubiese sido posible, así que se lo agradezco todo. Y también quiero dedicarle este campeonato a toda mi familia, a todo el equipo, a la madre de Luis y a la familia de Hugo.
Bueno, muchas gracias y enhorabuena.
Yeah, couldn't have put it better myself from Maximo Martinez. Wise words from the new European Talent Cup champion. We'll get some replays then. Some highlights of race 2 here in Valencia. Alvaro Carpe led on lap 1 and of course eventually went on to win a dramatic race in the end that saw the number 28 Maximo Martinez claim the title, but he didn't have it all his own way in race 2. He won race 1, did the hard work throughout the season and on Sunday morning in Valencia, and then just had to finish how he did in race 2. The two Cuna de Campeones machines of Adrian Cruces and Xabi Zurutuza were the two title contenders, left 20 points down on Maximo Martinez coming into race 2, and they were at the sharp end throughout. The two Team Estrella Galicia 0-0 riders unfortunately crashed out, Salmela and Piqueras. Lots of interchanging of the lead happened up front, and then some drama further back for the championship leader. Maximo Martinez had to take a long lap penalty for exceeding track limits, but fortunately for the champion-to-be, he had a good enough gap behind to hold station. The fight at the front was fast, frenetic, as Maximo Martinez then had David Almanza and Gonzalo Perez for company, making him and the team sweat a little bit in the closing stages. That's David Almanza there, the number 22, eventually finished 5th place, passing Maximo Martinez in the closing stages. And up front, it was a proper battle for the race win. Maximo Martinez there trying to get back, the team looking anxiously on as their rider scraps it out. And then this moment on the last lap at turn 12, Xabi Zurutuza trying to make a move at the inside of his teammate Adrian Cruces for not quite the race win, but obviously chasing a race win. Ultimately, that handed the title to Maximo Martinez. Alvaro Carpe crossed the line to win his 2nd race of the season. Ariarte Ralston completed the podium, but the year belongs to Maximo Martinez. Here's the final results of the season then in the European Talent Cup. Alvaro Carpe won by half second over Brian Ariarte and Jacob Ralston. Cruces crossed the line in 4th after the last lap drama. David Almanza finished 5th with Max Martinez 6th after receiving a penalty in the end by the looks of it. Gonzalo Perez 7th, Zurutuza 8th. Guido Pini completed the top 10. Esteban, Emmanuel David Brinton, Blai Trias, Plau Alcina and Johnny Garnes rounded out the final point scoring positions in the Hawkers European Talent Cup this year. Some of the other finishers were Alex Gordon, Marco Gracia, Wojciechowski, Matthew Rusbrook, Corey Tinker, Cesar Palia, Theo Gordon and Cesare Tiezzi. Just getting confirmation on our timing screens that Xabi Zurutuza did exceed track limits on the last lap at turn 1, so he had to drop the position down to 6th place. David Almanza finishing 5th, but it doesn't have any effect on the outcome. Maximo Martinez is still the 2021 European Talent Cup champion. Final podium ceremony of the season then. Jacob Ralston will stand on third. Brian Uriarte on the second step, and Alvaro Carpe takes to the top step, limping a little. I assume that's from his race 1 crash at turn 4, but fighting through the pain and forgetting about his race 1 crash, Alvaro Carpe crossed the line to win. Congratulations to the MT Foundation 77 team. Another trophy to add to their growing cabinet. Trophy presenter there, just getting things a little bit mixed up. Jacob Ralston, like we said, a fantastic end to the season, just what Jacob Ralston needed. Brian Uriarte getting a large round of applause, understandably so. And congratulations to Alvaro Carpe, another race win under his belt in 2021, a nice €200 check to go with it. And we'll now listen to the Spanish national anthem.
Un aplauso para ellos y es el momento de celebrarlo, eso sí, con gaseosa por todo lo alto.
Congratulations to all three then, the final podium of 2021 as FIM CEV Repsol closes this chapter. A new era begins in 2022. The FIM Junior GP. The same classes will be the Hawkers European Talent Cup, the FIM Moto3 Junior World Championship and the Moto2 European Championship. But a new era begins as we enter the 25th year of FIM CEV Repsol competition, soon to be FIM Junior GP. The riders pose then, final podium of the year. Congratulations to all those guys. Fantastic composition here in Valencia and a great way to round off the season.
Vamos a liberar la zona del podio.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think we'll see Maximo Martinez come to the podium, of course the 2021 champion, to celebrate with his team, family members and everyone else down below, either in Parc Ferme or in the grandstands.
Y el Circuit Ricardo Tormo tiene el placer de presentar
there he is, Maximo Martinez,
a Máximo Martínez
taking to the podium
de la Hawkers European Talent Cup
as the 2021 European Talent Cup champion in 2021.
Ha tenido que perder una posición sobre la clasificación.
Fantastic stuff there for Maximo Martinez. He'll get to spray the fizzy water, of course, not old enough yet to get his hands on the Prosecco dock. I'm sure if he continues how he is, and why would he not, there'll be plenty more podiums to come. So then, the Hawkers European Talent Cup 2021 final standings. Maximo Martinez beats Adrian Cruzet to the title by 17 points. Xabi Zurituza and Brian Uriarte a close third and fourth, with Alvaro Carpe rising up to fifth. Hugo Milan, the late Hugo Milan, sorely missed by everyone here in the paddock and wider community, finishes sixth, with Angel Piqueras seventh. Ferrandez was 10th, he competed in Moto3 this weekend. Almanza 11th, Roberto Garcia, Sal Mella, Gonzalo Perez and Marco Morelli also competing in the Moto3 class this weekend. Paria and Alcina 16th and 17th. Pini, Ton and Lambias complete the top 20. Boggio Charul Charil, Guillem Plonk, Milan Paulek, and Emmanuel David Brinton. The British rider 25th on 10 points. Fly Trias, Reece Moodley, Paul Sola, Ahmed Al-Shuti, Torin Collins, Alex Gordon, Johnny Garnes, and Demis Mahalia all picked up at least 1 point in the 2021 European Talent Cup. And Hakim Damish, the 34th and final point scorer this season. So there we go then. That's it for FIM CEV Repsol action. The 2021 season draws to a close, and the final title winner is that man, Maximo Martinez. It's been a difficult year, it's been a long year. Maximo Martinez comes out on top as we rode on in memory of the late Hugo Milan. And we keep him, his family, his friends and everyone else close to his family, firmly in our thoughts, as Maximo Martinez expertly put. Thank you for watching. It's been a cracking race day here in Valencia. 2 titles decided. Congratulations to Daniel Holgardo and Maximo Martinez. We will see you in 2022. Enjoy your Christmas. Goodbye for now.